Hello, everyone, and welcome to the top 16 of the Excelsior Gaming Challenge Tournament number 9. This is Doombringer Griffin, aka DBG, aka on High, aka I still need a new name, and Gummy. How you guys doing today?
Hey, I'm pretty good, man. How are you doing today, friend?
Not too bad. Well, we have a heck of a top 16 to get to today. Brand new meta, brand new format, brand new card packs. Happy polls to everyone. Hope you all did pretty well, but these people, these decks are getting expensive, let me tell you. The amount of Wallet Dragon we saw yesterday was staggering, and boy, did it put out a show.
Yeah, there was a lot of new cards, lots of new stuff to see, so definitely looking forward to seeing as many new combinations as we possibly can, especially here in the top 16.
Well, new combinations is right. I've never seen so many people put lethal on the board faster. I mean, when you can have a 5-drop, make 4 dudes that are 5/5 each, what more do you need in a game?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff to be kind of surprised about, I would say. So I think a lot of players are going to be really looking forward to a lot of the new stuff that we can really be bringing to the table here, especially since these are the decks that prove to be the best in the long run.
We'll see if the meta settles out after this week, but I think people really have a good handle on what's good. We've seen so many Dragon Blood Haven lineups, or people still trying to run D-Shift, or people still think Forest and Sword are good, and we've seen a lot of variety and so many different pick rates. But I think the one deck that really showed up out of everyone's expectations is Luna buffed up. Shadowcraft is here in so many different ways. We have tokens, we have straight aggro, we have mid-range, we have Adameme, and some people are still running Nephthys, even though they didn't get anything new. So we've got a whole bunch of crazy stuff and a bunch of matches for you guys today. And we'll get started right here in round 1, top 16. No one's in the losers bracket quite yet, so it's anybody's game, but plenty of people looking to take it.
Yeah, of course, that's going to be a really big part. So I guess if we're looking over here at the bracket, so left here in the top 16, guys, we do have Lethema versus... Do you know how to pronounce that? Because I have no clue.
This man... is...
Who's Lethema against?
So Letherna is up against, I believe that's Honda. So his Discord name is Honda Mia. We'll be calling him Honda for the purposes of this tournament. The guy against Sky Sama down below, since, again, probably neither of us can read that, is, let me look him up real quick, because he is... And he has a different name now. Zenkaino. That's, I believe that's what we'll be calling him. Yes, that's correct.
Right. And then for the remainders, we have Lil Nat 4 versus Skyeth. We have MS Feller versus CBV Botals. And then CPV Stoles versus MS Kyo. Sif Muna versus the 7th. And then JJ4622 versus Filthy Weeb. But for our featured match here, to start us all out, we are going to be watching EXG Onion Sheep versus Noir at CF.
And Nora's already sending out friend requests. All good here at Challenge Tournament number 9, top 16. Everyone wants to be friends, and these are the best we have to offer right now. Check out these new emblems, nice and ginger on one side, Roland on the other. Doubt we'll see anything coming out of that, as Sheepy's Haven is banned and Nora's Rune is banned. So bans are already in, and we've got a spectator bug already. Ones and zeros. All right, well...
They're just jumping ahead, man.
Exactly. Can't even wait for the stream to start. But one thing we have noticed about this top 16 is there are no past champions. It is everyone's game. And while we have a bunch of new players as well, we actually have 5 new players in the top 16 and 6 new players in the top 16, and plenty of people coming back to try and take the throne. This is both Sheepy and Nora's 3rd appearance in an EXG top 16. So both of them looking to gun for the title.
So then, continuing forward though, let's see if we're going ahead and looking at the bans already too. So it looks like Onion Sheep's Haven was actually banned out, and then along with Noir's Rune. So in your personal opinion, why do you think they're really targeting out these specific classes?
So Sheepy is a force to be reckoned with on Haven. He loves that deck, and everyone who's seen his decks in the past while knows that he likes to bring Haven as often as he can. And this time, Haven went full Skynet. We've got the Terminator on board, and people are having a lot of trouble with it.
Is that what we call it now?
I'm calling it the Terminator.
The Terminator.
You can't stop him. The only Sarah Connor in this game right now is Rowan, and we saw plenty of Haven players take it off Rowan yesterday. So even though it's supposed to be a bad matchup for the Haven player, if they get to save an Evo point and make that Haven make that Aegis a 10-10, good lord, the damage that can do. And getting, as Mofu called it, 2-punch manned by a Heavenly Aegis is not what you want in life. So it's kind of a race against time between control decks, and You know, for Dragon, it wants to play slow, it wants to heal, it wants to drop ridiculous combos on the board as it can now. And that's what we got. So, clearly Noir saying, I don't want no Terminator on my board, it ain't happening, get that Haven out of here.
Yeah.
And on the side of Sheepy banning out Noir's Daria rune, so pretty interesting updates to this deck. We did see some Daria yesterday, but a lot of it was mostly the same. Some people bringing in the exact same deck list from Rage of Bahamut. This time Noir has included 3 Magic Girl Melvies, saying it's a base 4/4, 5-drop, says fanfare, both players draw cards until each player has 7 cards in their hand. Bit of a dangerous game, but in a Daria deck, I mean, it is sort of a pseudo reset in case you don't find what you need in the later game. I like it here. He's also running 2 Mutagenic Bolt. So pretty interesting tech. I like it a lot. It kind of makes for a photo finish against aggro decks, or at least gets the pain off the board in case they've been able to set up against you after a Levi turn or something like that.
Yeah, definitely like the idea of Mutagenic. Well, who doesn't want to see a couple of little flame rats on the board?
I mean, that's nice and damage, friend. That's more burn.
Oh yeah. Definitely a really funny card to be seeing there. But then looking over those other decks that did end up making it through those. So here for Sheepy, we do see that he's running in with Bloodcraft and Dragoncraft. On the side of Noir, though, we do see Forest along with Swordcraft. But going a little bit deeper into their deck, so the Sword deck right on over here does look to be the primary face sword, but with a couple of new techs from the new set. We have Luminous Mage here, which summons out Luminous Knight in order to give free evolves to allied commanders. So this card in itself, I think, is very interesting because you could actually use it on another...
out of the way. Oh. He's back. He's gone. Where'd he go?
Oh.
Come here. Are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Yes.
Hello? Hello? What happened? Okay. That was awkward. Alright, so going forward with that. So, wait, what cut out?
Everything. I'm making Tsubaki joke.
Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. So I was talking about the Swordcraft deck over here. So I was talking about the new card, Luminous Mage, right in here that he's actually placed into this deck. So we see a couple changes. So the face sword, before, you know, it was pretty typical. Highest curve was usually Tsubaki or Awada's command right, but then we do have Fangblade in here as well. But the other card I want to kind of point out is also the Grimnir that's sitting in the deck, which could be used turn 10, potentially, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, so that thing is... If you need 4 damage quick, there's no one better than Grimnir.
Oh yeah, that's definitely going to be a pretty good way for that. And then, of course, there is the Luminous Mage in there as well. And then, as we can see, Wolf Bolt still being pretty popular, also with the 3 of Crystalia Aaron right on in there. And over here with the dragon, looks like pretty typical ramp dragon with Grimnir inside of it as well. And then a case of what looks to be mid-range blood.
We're calling this deck Sneck Blood now, because that's really just the point. That's just the point of the deck is make Sneck.
You just want that Sneck, dude.
Give me that Sneck.
All right. So what do they each choose out to run with first here? So we're going to be seeing Dragon versus Sword.
So Sheepy on the bottom looking to make the game roll out until he can get his ridiculous, and I do mean ridiculous, combos on the board. I mean, the ability to go Sahak Wheel into Israfil, which, if you don't know what that does, is a 9-drop, 8/8 that heals for 3 on entry, and every time it attacks, it does 2 damage to everything on the opponent's board. So you go Sahak Wheel, play Israfil, play Windreader Zell, and Windreader Zell says, on Evo, give something else on your board Storm, and then you put it on his Raphael, and they take 10 damage to face. Their board's wiped, and then they get to play it again 2 turns from then. Or you have to do that combo in turn 9 anyways. You can play his Raphael the next turn. And just the amount of damage you can show up for that, especially if you get to Wyvern Cavalier or our brand new AGRS for that combo even sooner. I mean, that stuff is scary. Who wants a Bahamut to the face on turn 10?
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely really big to be watching out here for. I think Windreader Zell is definitely a really good 2-drop. We were talking about him just yesterday as well, and just overall as a card, I really like how it does play out, just simply because it allows for good early game. Essentially, a 2-mana 2/2, if you do have that and you have nothing else to play, you know, just why not play it, right? 2-mana 2/2 is pretty much the base stat line. But then later on in the game, even if you draw it, it doesn't necessarily feel like a dead draw. So I definitely think it's a card that's looking real up for Dragon here.
Definitely. I think the ability to not only close out the game instantly in late game, but this card that he's drawn two of right here, Symbol of the Waterworm, amazing mid-game card. You have to wait till turn 5 to play it and get its full value, but it heals. It gives you a play point. It's a huge body on turn 5 for an Evo, and it's a 6/7. Who can remove that easily? Not many people, especially against something like Sword or Forest, where their only options are crash in, play a Tsubaki, or hit you with Will of the Forest. And your options are dwindling against a body like that. And in the mid-game, plus the new addition of a 2/3 ward on turn 3, I mean, it's hurting aggro decks, and clearly Dragon has evolved into the control deck it wanted to be.
Yeah, that's always been the really big struggling part about Dragon, I would say, because, you know, the previous Sybil would obviously be something like Draconic Fervor, right? But that card, it didn't really always do it because it would give a heal, but then you wouldn't have anything like a body on the board. You would get the extra draws as well, but just against aggro, of course, you would just kind of get walked over, right? It's because you're taking so much early game damage, which is always really unfortunate for Dragon. So this time around, the fact that they're getting more bodies on the board earlier out in the game, it definitely allows them to kind of sustain to survive a bit longer than they usually would before.
Precisely, and look at the way this game is going already. He has the chance to clear the board with Breath of the Salamander here, can just play a Symbol of the Waterworm for the body and wait to ramp next turn, or he can just play another Dragon Oracle, play Breath of the Salamander, kill off the Lyrial. There's nothing to Evo into. He can't take any face damage next turn unless his opponent plays a Novice Trooper, and he's at 20 life with 3 heal coming down next turn. I mean, this is what Dragon wants to do, and they only get scarier from here.
Yeah, it's the really big thing. The one thing is that we could be maybe a little bit concerned about what his next couple draws may be. He's definitely looking to draw into some of those bigger cards and bigger answers. I don't think Sahawk Wheel is exactly what he'd be looking for at this point either. So hopefully he doesn't end up drawing into that, because he would obviously have to draw another neutral for that to be overly useful. And then looking at this last card here, though, Lightning Blast. What do you think of this card, DBG?
So this card is, well, clearly plagiarized from Yu-Gi-Oh! But other than that, this card is just another option and does really well against a lot of the things that Bahamut just couldn't deal with. It couldn't deal with Seraph Haven. It couldn't deal very well with Nephthys. I mean, a 13/13 on the board is, nothing to sneeze at, but that's going to fall victim to a Kawi or even a Lurching Corpse Necro Assassin combo. Lightning Blast solves all of that, giving you the option to, I can either kill everything on the board if I'm allowed and have a Bahamut, or I can play Lightning Blast for 10, banish everything, get rid of all my problems, and it's an absolute blowout in the late game.
Yeah, it's a really big threat. I really like that this card is being added in, but it's kind of odd to think. I'm kind of wondering how AoE effects are going to become throughout this game, because Lightning Blast is pretty much going to almost sort of set a standard. Previously the best AoE in the game was probably just Themis' Decree, arguably. Just something for Haven, because they obviously work off of amulets, not huge follower counts, which is a really big deal. But then we have something like Lightning Blast coming in after Bahamut. For all classes currently, Bahamut's obviously a neutral. Lightning Blast is going to be specifically for Dragon, so it's kind of curious to see how it could be counterplayed in the future, maybe in other possible sets, just because Lightning Blast seems like it's going to be really hard to top since Vanish is such a powerful effect.
And it is such a powerful effect, but the fact that Lightning Blast has two options, it's either a cheap banish in Dragon, which is not something they had access to previously outside of Odin.
Outside of Odin, yep.
But then you have the full banish, so usually what you wanted to do with Odin was just take out the biggest threat and then hope for the best. Now you don't have to hope. You have Burst Stream of Destruction. It's happening. So I feel like Odin's 4/3 body was pretty negligible in terms of how much value the card was. This Lightning Blast spell now not only takes its place and greatly affects the mid game and how it plays out, but also now has the ability to do what a top deck Odin did, but better. Now it's a top deck, get out of jail free. Yeah,
exactly. The other thing I really like about it too is that you can cast on a single target for 6 mana, right? Whereas Odin would be opposed to 8 mana, which was 8 mana is always kind of the point where it's a little awkward. Probably most of the time you're only playing one card on your turn, right? But with 6 mana, you can get a couple more options. I would say there's a few more choices in terms of cards you could want to be playing or combinations to be making if you do want to do multiple things in a single turn, which is kind of a big deal, I would say, for them. Just simply because before, if you're playing an 8-drop with Odin, you're just moving stuff out of like the Prince of Darkness deck, or you're just removing Infatuated Seraph. So there was a couple of things that Odin was a little slow a little clunky, but it was the only really good banish due to it being neutral and every class having access to it.
I absolutely agree, and I think this is kind of how the game is now progressing in terms of power creep. I mean, like you said, this kind of sets a new standard for what board wipe should look like. It has an ability to do a spot banish for 6 mana, which is pretty affordable for the value that you get, considering it is cheaper than Odin, and you're throwing out a 2-cost 4/3 at that point in terms of, like, you know, converted mana cost. But then you have this massive board wipe that's basically just a better light bomb that says, you know, I'm totally out of trouble. And it kind of has totally outclassed Odin in terms of dragon. I mean, we're not going to see Odin too much anymore in this class, especially not when you'd rather have other neutrals with Sahagwheel in the same slot.
Yep.
So opts to actually take out the Lyrial instead of the Floral Fencer, allowing him to get that Evo off. Clearly valued the damage. I think I might have killed the Floral Fencer myself, considering I wouldn't have wanted to have both the 4 damage and additional Evo, but of course you can't play around everything, so...
Yep.
Now has a couple options here. Wants to draw a card, can still play Sybil and ramp up to 10 if he really chooses to, and heal into the 3. I mean, I don't mind that play at all.
This is getting really troublesome for him here. So I mentioned this earlier too, right? I think the one card he was really looking to not draw would have been the Sahagwheel, right? But right here, he has 2 in hand now all of a sudden. So Sahagwheel's proc, you know, it obviously picks out a neutral follower. So all I can pick out now is the other Sahagwheel, which is really unfortunate. So he's taking a lot of turns, kind of still just waiting out for the top decks off of his draw, right? So that's the really big thing that he's kind of struggling with here. So if the board does get taken back, Sword might just be able to take this game over.
Precisely. Now in Ovita's command, definitely coming down. It doesn't want to really search for Albert quite yet. Definitely has the option with Maid Leader. And now he's in an even more precarious position as well. He could just Breath again. But can Sahagwheel into another Sahagwheel, can Lightning Blast, can Sybil back for 3 health, but with a Viking on the board, he's not going to be able to remove. Well, he can with in tandem with the Breath of the Salamander, and can also play an ALF for the cost. I think that might be his play here, as he does want to heal up a little bit and try and get things done, but Sword is kind of taking the game over, and just the lineups that these players brought out. I do want to talk about that for just a second while Sheepy ropes as usual. But so this is pretty much what I expected. Is Noir has brought Sword, Root, and Forest. So very common build last format. So, you know, what you wanted to do with that is you're playing a combo, you're playing 2 combo and an aggro / mid-range. So just something to really sneak under control and make things happen for you. And he's brought this into a pretty control-heavy first tournament for Tempest of the Gods. All right, clearly not fearing that Viking at all, or not wanting to use his Breath of the Salamander quite yet. I respect the holding of the Breath or the board wipe for later. But just to get back to my point, he has brought this, and a lot of players are bringing control, so we'll see if he's able to outspeed him. Clearly it's worked for him in top 16, but running into multiple Dragon Haven Blood matchups, I mean, it's gonna be a long tournament for him, even though he wants to go fast.
Oh yeah, that's the really big thing. Yesterday I was kind of mentioning this too, but it seems that there's a lot of anti-aggro, I would say, coming into this new set, especially just because there's a lot of extra healing, there's a lot of extra ward, there's a lot of different effects coming out that really try to stop aggro in their tracks. Of course, aggro, if you are getting something like the perfect turns 1 through 5, you probably just run away with the game at some points. But of course, you know, here, this is a whole entire different case. And then Bahamut actually coming off of the top of the deck here. Do you think he might just go ahead and play that down?
This is precarious. I mean, of course, we see the Tsubaki in Nora's hand, so we know that that can happen at any time. What I think is, I mean, it might just be the game. Okay, he definitely has to heal. I think that was my next point, is he needs to be outside of Albert range, as that can come down in as little as 2 turns. And even if he decides to play an Albert this turn to get the damage down into 9, he has another Maid Leader to just search it out later. So next turn, if he doesn't want to Tsubaki or doesn't need to, he can go Albert, Maid Leader, get the turn 9 Albert, and almost have a guaranteed kill. He does have to get rid of the Sybil, but, I mean, that's a small price to pay, I think, to get this out of the way.
Oh yeah, so he just opts for the Sybil coming down here instead, though. So I definitely kind of like that, just simply because, 1, the Tsubaki's not going to be able to target it out, and then 2, obviously the heal is going to help him out a little bit. And I really doubt we'll see a Maid Leader evolving to go for face damage, right?
Stranger things have happened, my friend, but the thing about Sybil is you do have to remove it. It does beckon that removal, even though it's not a ward or something, you know, it's not a ward, but it is incredibly advantageous. If you don't get rid of the Sybil, you're letting him heal for 3 every turn, as well as keep a 4/5 body that can trade into really most aggro cards on the board. That is not what you want, not one bit.
Yeah, it's definitely really big. The card I would kind of compare it to, which is maybe a little bit similar, would be something like Unica, the neutral 2/2 that heals for 2. Because Unica in the early game, it basically acts as a 2/2 ward for the most part, but later on in the game, obviously it's not as scary. 2 health usually isn't the biggest of problems, and you could usually remove it pretty easily for the most part. And he actually does just opt for the face damage here instead.
Well, the thing about this is, now Sheepy can't Bahamut. He knows there's an Albert in hand. The second Melee Leader has come down. He has to remove everything. And I think this is the turn he goes for the Lightning Blast. Can also Sahak Wheel the Bahamut into play, remove the Albert for just about free. Oh, don't tell me he's going to do... I mean, he could Lightning Blast here as well and banish everything. That will also get... that will get him out of trouble.
I believe that's just about the only answer due to... If Bahamut dropped down, then the heal would be gone, right? And then Albert would just finish him. Yep.
Alright, so now being able to stay at 1, unless he drew a Quick Blader, which he does not, but does draw Grimnir, so that'll be the game next turn. Almost no matter what, unless more heals come down. So an Israfil off the top would be ideal here, just to save him from a Grimnir turn 10. But the thing about it is, Noir is pretty precarious himself, and actually, well, with no Evo points, he can't use Zell to its full effectiveness. That is kind of sad.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there for him. There's no real way for him to be going, I would say, here. I think the advantage is definitely for the sword play here, just because of that one Albert. The enhanced 9 effect is a pretty big deal. He's contemplating whether or not he probably goes face here. Obviously, the Grimnir is going to be able to finish him off next turn, because he heals 3. That'd be 4 exact. And then the real big thing is there any other way for him to get more heals on these next coming turns? Because I think that's the really big thing here. So what does he have in his deck that he could actually draw that might save him?
Israfil is the big one, as I don't believe he's playing Lucifer. A pretty interesting choice, in my opinion.
He has double Lucifer.
He has double Lucifer? Okay.
He has double Lucifer.
I was looking at a different dragon deck then.
Right.
But really, he can win the game off the top if he pulls a Grimnir.
Oh, that would work as well, yes. There is also, if the board does survive as well, he could actually win off of something like a Forte. Ooh, he actually goes for the clear.
Won't be the full clear. He does need that face damage to make things happen, but I'm really wondering... He's clearly playing around Grimnir, but I think he really just had to go face and not let his opponent find anything, so I think it's going to be a Sahak Wheel into Bahamut, clear out the Albert, get the Bahamut back for next turn, slap him for 4 for face, and have lethal on board.
It's definitely a really scary situation to be in. Of course, you have to be thinking what might be in your opponent's hand, but sadly for him, he doesn't get to know like us.
Spectator client OP.
We get to cheat.
Absolutely. Well, perfect information does make this game a lot easier to understand, I would say.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's kind of nice to see what's coming in from both sides. There's a lot of thought going in between both of these players, because there's definitely a lot of top decks here for Sheepy in order to just win the game, and he could have just had those in his hand already. So I definitely don't blame him for having to do something like that. But Bahamut there, getting procced by the Sahak Wheel for the clear. But now the board is just kind of taken back, right? And it's looking very scary at this point.
The thing is that the turn 10 Grimnir clears this board and keeps lethal on board, and especially with a Tsubaki in hand. I mean, it's going to be Grimnir, yep, putting him down to 2 life. It is a scary situation. Of course, we know that now Bahamut is almost forced to come down unless he's really waiting to see if a Tsubaki happens. So what will be the call? It's another Lightning Blast. That is pretty helpful. So will he Bahamut or will he Breath? Goes for the Bahamut, decides that I haven't seen a Tsubaki yet. I guess we'll make this happen. But of course, it could either be Fang Blade for game, or the Tsubaki to take care of this thing. Yep. So let's see if he also plays the Geno. That would be ideal for Sheepy if he got to kill both a Lightning Blast.
So he just goes ahead and plays down one of the 2 drops there, and Sahak Wheel once again He's drawn all three, and he's not drawing the cards that he really wants to be drawing into Sahakweal with, you know, the Israfil, Lucifer. We haven't seen either of these so far this game, which is kind of a big deal here for him, I would say. Just simply because Lucifer would be really good just right about now, so he could have that extra bit of healing to try to get out of range. And Israfil, of course, being another option that could be maybe a little more aggressive.
If Sheep doesn't draw a heal now, I mean, that's going to be a game. Breath of the Salamander might take care of what's on the board right now, but Geno summons 2 Knights, and that's exactly enough to go for game. Sybil of the Waterworm, but can't play both. I think that's just going to be a game for Sheepy. I don't think there's a way out of this.
Those 2 Knights are going to be kind of troublesome here, so...
So if Noir doesn't get another damage, he can play Sybil, and then play the 2-cost Breath of the Salamander, kill the Geno, and survive with 1 life, but then he has the next turn to deal with.
It's a really big thing here, so it really depends off of this top deck. I think Lucifer is probably the thing he's really looking for here for the most part.
He's been digging for it for several turns, and a Sahakweal Lucifer would be ideal, being able to both clear and heal, as that is not something that Israfil can do. However, it is a pretty handy board clear. I think he might have missed his chance here in general. And a pretty contentious turn for Sheepy. Really taking his time. Rowan giving us that pensive look. And of course, Rowan been hitting the gym, doing his... Yep, looks like he found the play I just described. So playing Sybil for the heal, nice body. You know, hit the... Well, yeah, that wasn't a leer at all. And probably gonna breath the Geno away. Make sure he stays in this game.
Gonna either breath away the Geno. He could just breath out the 2/2 as well if he really wanted to, but I'm not really sure if he wants to do that all too much. He'll just go for the Geno instead.
Yeah, it's about the same amount of damage anyway.
Yep.
Oh, and finds another Grimnir. That's gonna be game for Noir, taking game 1 with mid-range sword.
Yep.
And I really think it was just a case of, I mean, it's not that Sheepy didn't play aggressively enough, but I think that he held on to his cards too long and was really waiting for the proper time to play Bahamut, and of course ran straight into a Sabaki. That's not what he wanted to see at all. And it just turns out that Midrange Sword able to wear him down, and even with all the heals in the world, manages to do, you know, approximately 30 damage. Maybe more.
It's just a really big thing. And then Grimnir here it's really cool to be seeing, just simply because, you know, I think a lot of deck archetypes are kind of just running this card because it has so much use. Just being a 2/3 ward in the early game, it's just really good in general against aggro for the most part. But then, of course, on turn 10, it's such a good card. It's just a giant AoE wipe for your opponent's board, basically, and you deal a lot of free face damage for 10 mana, which is really big, because 4 isn't necessarily anything to scoff at in the late game.
Not off the top, anyway. I mean, Demonic Strike doesn't do that much damage. Dance of Death doesn't do that much damage. And just being able to get something off the top that can win you the game at any time is fantastic. Alright, well, Sheepy changed up to Blood here, deciding that he wants to try and get a win with this first. He is going to have to eventually go back to that Dragon list, but not wanting against Forest combo. Not yet, anyway.
It's definitely kind of interesting, you know, pre-patch here too as well. The big thing was a lot of people were kind of under the impression that Forest was the really big counter over here to Blood, so it's a bit more curious to wonder why it is that he's decided to instead just bring this in here against Forest. Why do you think he's decided to bring this now of all times?
So the thing is, normally I would say that Blood is actually just a faster combo, and Forest only plays so many wards that they don't often see sometimes. So the ability to go Blood Moon, Baphomet into, or, you know, Blood Moon, you can Belphegor for the Baphomet, or at least try and draw it that way. Then go Baphomet for the Maelstrom Serpent. Turn 6 Maelstrom Serpent, lethals on board, deal with this. And that might not be something that Force can accomplish, especially as none of its removal spells, except maybe Dance of Death, if he plays it, can actually deal with it. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to go for. Yep. And now has Righteous Devil, which we talk about a lot as a 2/5 stat line with, you know, ridiculous amounts of utility, but now could just draw 2 cards for free. So probably play down the animated Belphegor to see if he can draw into his combo pieces. And I mean, he really just wants to finish this game quickly. And that's the thing about this combo Blood, is it plays ridiculously high costed cards with so much utility, but then it gets to cheat them onto the board with Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's the really big thing. I think Blood Moon is a huge card that a lot of Blood players were kind of looking for, because previously, before, obviously, you could only activate Vengeance. when you're at 10 HP, right? Which was always kind of a little troublesome because if you're at 10 HP, you're either getting aggroed down or you're just dealing a lot to yourself, which was always kind of weird. You know, we saw a lot of players using things like Dire Bond because it would take away 6 life, but then you would gradually get that 6 life back over a couple of turns, which was kind of nice, but it obviously wouldn't always bring you into range. And sometimes it was a bit more dangerous to also use something like that because you get yourself so low against aggro. Right, so this time around, Blood Moon is definitely a lot more helpful in terms of utility for Blood players, I would say.
It's a fantastic card, but only in the early game, as we saw a few players draw it far too early yesterday and just not having any luck at all with that. You know, just running into it much later than necessary, like, oh, I'm turn 10, I'm on top deck mode, oh, Blood Moon, I guess I lose the game. You know, so, but
Yeah.
turn 3 Blood Moon, not really many ways to beat that in terms of value. I mean, now you can Belphegor for 2 cards, you can Righteous Devil, Evo, and get all of your HP back, along with whatever else you want to play that turn. Oh, you want to play a turn 4 Rev because your opponent just built the board against you? Go ahead, why not? I mean, all of the freedom is yours.
Yeah, it's definitely really cool to be seeing. And then also we have Mask of the Black Death, which I think is a really, really good silver card that we haven't seen too much of, but it's kind of a big deal, I would say, just because it allows you to spend more time where you're not getting your face hit, and the best part is if you do get hit by some, say, like a 4/4, I believe all of the damage would go to it, even though it's only at 1. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Can we hover over Mask of the Black Death real quick? As soon as we get a chance. Thank you. So, Mask of the Black Death. Oh, well, okay. Fairy stuff is happening. So, whenever your leader takes damage, reduce the damage to 0 and subtract that much from this cooldown. So, yes, it's definitely just a damage soak. That's a really cool card. But you can't play multiple of it at the same time. So, just a kind of a pseudo heal, kind of like a. There are a few cards that do that in other games. It's like something. The shield from the Grand Tournament in Hearthstone that no one played except that one warrior deck, like way back when. So definitely a cool card and a really the purest heal the blood has, I think, without costing too much. I mean, it's a 2-mana 5 damage soak, and that can really help you in the early game, especially if you draw nothing else or no Vampiric Kisses, no Hungering Hordes, if you still play those. It's just going to help you in that space precisely. All right, unfortunately, Blood Moon kind of running out of its uses here, but if Forrest has his way, it's not going to matter too much. And unfortunately for Sheepy here, he got double Belphegor, but really no help past double Queen Vampire and another Revelation that's going to be costing 8 next turn. So he is not looking to see that at all. And of course, the Demon Child clearing out this Belphegor and creating yet another 0 cost for the Monster, which really all that Nor wants now is a Nature's Guidance, and this game could very well be over.
Oh yeah. Really big combo coming up. We also see the Crystalia Aaron sitting here in hand, so a little more defensive play if he does end up needing a couple more turns. And the Maelstrom Serpent, though.
A little too late, in my opinion.
Right into the hand. Yeah, it's a bit late. You can't quite play it yet either. Just it is on turn 7, obviously. There's something to be a little wary of. Queen Vampires, though, could just stall out the game here for him.
I think that's the play in general. I mean, Righteous Devil is now almost totally useless. Needs to get these wards down, and playing Queen Vampire I think is just the way out of here. Is turn 8 is not here yet, and he can't Rev again, and he can't Maelstrom Serpent, not that he would on 18 life.
Oh yeah. It's a really dangerous thing. So, you know, the Queen Vampire is going to have to be stopping out these roaches from trying to come in and obviously combo him out. Goblin Mage, I believe, can still fetch a couple of different targets aside from the roach, so it's something to kind of keep in mind here. It's not guaranteed for the most part.
Yeah, so let's see what play that Sheepy wants to go for, taking his time as usual. I really think there's only one here, and it's play your nice animated Queen Vampire Evo over the Phoenix for the best. Can't even triple Vampiric Kiss the Pheno away anymore if you really want to go that route. Alright, opposite to Goblin Mage, probably going to play Mask of the Black Death. Yeah, okay, so he's going to Evo the Goblin Mage, crash into the Pheno, play Vampiric Kiss, and maybe Mask of the Black Death, even though he really would like to have Vengeance to make Maelstrom Serpent better.
Yeah, Vengeance is just a bit too risky, I would say. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and pass. I think Vengeance is probably a bit too risky here for him, just simply because, you know, obviously Roach there is the possibility that there is just Roach combo in hand, right? which is always going to be kind of scary. Just 9 cards in hand and a forest players, like that's just scary to look at, right? You got to think that they're working on something over there.
Precisely, and seeing the Fina come out, I'm really happy that he has this opportunity to get the junk out of his hand, as every combo forest player knows that eventually you end up with like, I have 2 Tias and a Fina, and Elven Princess Mage, and all I want to draw is more cards.
Yeah. You know, EPM and Fina kind of just over their use after you really don't have any more evolution points, but of course Crystalia Aaron could help out a little bit with that actually here, so these cards maybe could get a little bit more value if he does end up going for that play in these next couple of turns. But of course, we already see there's double Queen Vampire, there's extra healing, we have the mask. There's a lot of things here that could very well just save him.
So the thing about this Goblin Mage that's very interesting is its only target in the deck is Baphomet, and Baphomet says enhance 5, or it says search a card. Hey, can we hover over Baphomet real quick so I can read that out real quick? Thank you. So Fanfare, put a random Bloodcraft follower with at least 5 attack from your deck into your hand. I believe you want to set it up that Maelstrom Serpent's the only target, and then if you enhance it for 5, you get to play Maelstrom Serpent for 5. And so that's what you do, is you go like Blood Moon on turn 3 or 4, and then Baphomet, and then you get to play Maelstrom Serpent. 20 damage shows up on the board and your opponent concedes. And that's basically how the game goes, unless you're playing into a mirror match and they rev you. That's basically it.
It's a really cool combo to be seeing from Blood. You know, Blood before, obviously, Control. I'd say Blood was probably on the slower end out of all of the Control decks for the most part. Just simply because, you know, a lot of them, I felt they didn't really even run things like Prince of Darkness when they were playing Control, and they kind of just sometimes just went all the way to end up top decking themselves into their loss. So now there's different kind of win cons for them, which is a really big deal, I would say, for Blood.
Yeah, just a bunch of different directions that can happen. I mean, the thing about Maelstrom Serpent is you can include it as a 1-of in any deck, and eventually you might be at Vengeance. Just pop this on the board and say, well, deal with this. It might not be the answer you're looking for, but if you're ahead of the game, I mean, that's a win con right there that your opponent has to deal with. And if they're not playing Haven or their own Bloodcraft, and I mean, potentially Dragoncraft, they're not going to have an answer, and that could just be it.
Yep. So that's the other really big thing here, too, because obviously the Vengeance proc off of Maelstrom Serpent is the really big combo you're looking for here, too. But the thing is, we just saw him play it down on turn 8. It's still 10-10 worth of stats for 8 mana, which in itself isn't actually that bad, just because I was talking a little bit about this yesterday, was in Shadowverse, you know, the typical stat lines, they're a bit lower than the actual mana curve, you know. Say like 5 mana, 5/5, that's pretty normal, right? But in this game, say like 5 mana, 4/5 is actually pretty normal, I would say. So just having that extra curve in stats could actually be kind of a big deal for him here. Just to actually be playing that down. Does have a Blood Moon again.
Yeah, although a Roach combo is really coming together in Nor's hand, Blood Moon into Baphomet for the other Maelstrom Serpent might be a decent play. Unfortunately, does have to deal with this this board here. So what he could do is go Baphomet into Mask the Black Death, soak up some of this damage, and then just remove the Fina and not really have any problems next time. I mean, he'll be at effectively 17 health. And the thing about Mask of the Black Death is it takes as much of the damage as it can.
Yep.
What I want to know is, does it overflow?
What do you mean by overflow?
So, for example, if it drops to 0, so like if he takes 6 damage, but Mask of the Black Death has 5 countdowns on it, does he take 1 damage?
It'll take all 6. That's
Okay.
what I was mentioning that earlier. So something like a Roach combo could kind of be negated by Mask of the Black Death here, right? Which I think is a really big deal for this. So if it even has 1 tick, and I believe if a Roach goes in for 7, he doesn't take any damage. I believe it all goes to the Mask.
That might be his play here, or could just play Goblin Mage if you wanted to. All right, opts for the Blood Moon, going for the Sep. He will have the ability to go Baphomet into Maelstrom Serpent on turn 10, but that's much less value if he has other things on the board. Of course, double wards, nothing to sneeze at.
Yep. The board's too full, obviously you're not getting as many Serpents. That's the one thing about Blood Moon, is it does take up 1 slot, but of course, 20 worth of stats, like, that's pretty good, I'd say still, even if you have 4 left over. But of course, these bats just kind of flooding up and taking up extra space, so, you know, the Serpent's not quite as great this time around, because Queen Vampires are definitely going to have to keep dropping if he wants to keep himself alive. Alright, so we're seeing here, kind of curious to know how they're going to be playing through all of this. So the Crystalia Aaron, though.
All of the...
Done for.
pieces.
Out of my sight.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Alright, so here we go. So Crystalia Arian did just come down as...
Okay, I'm back in it. I had
okay.
Flash of bad internet.
Oh, well then, okay. I was wondering, I was like, what's going on to my friend here? Alright, so... Right
I'm
here
alive, I
with-
swear.
With the Crystalia Arian coming down, he did get the extra evolution point along with the heal. The heal not really doing too much there for him, so it's kind of curious to see what's going to be dropping down here. You know, we do have the 5-1 and the 4-3, but of course this very menacing board kind of just being on the field. The option of Revelation actually not looking too bad, I would say, for the most part. And you could do Revelation into Baphomet if he really wanted to, simply because he'd have to crush both of these into the Crystalia Arian if he really wanted to try to just remove those off the board. He could also use out the Vampiric Kiss if he wants as well, though. A bit curious to see what he goes for. Okay, so he will end up opting for the Vampiric Kiss here instead.
Stop.
Serpent, we'll just take that right out for him here. But then we'll see what he does choose to go for here, because I really want to see this Baphomet combo coming out. That's the really big thing I think he's trying to get. But obviously the opponent's board being a bit too full for this to be any sort of safe play.
Alright, DPG has returned. He's here.
Alright.
Now I'm really back. No echoes, no nothing. Just straight Shadowverse all the way through top 16. We have returned. And it is, as Gummy described it, a pretty precarious situation as this game kind of bounces on a knife edge. Now, Nora's hand has gone from EPMs and Phoenix galore to 2 bounces, 2 fairies, a 0 cost a spell, and the Roach himself. Looking pretty dangerous.
Meet again.
Ooh. Alright, so the double Roach approaches. And it could just be a combo. A Fairy, Fairy, Rhinoceros, Fairy Circle, Ancient Elf. Do it twice.
No, it's pretty scary. Ancient Elf would obviously be giving the bounce, but Nature's Guidance I think is the really big card that he's kind of looking for here. Just because getting Nature's Guidance does allow for that extra bonus on Double Roach, which is a pretty big deal, I would say, for the most part. Especially when you're sitting at 10 mana, you really need the bounce if you want to be trying to go for that big OTK here. But of course, Mask is sitting in hand, and we have to kind of keep this in mind, because the longer it's here, I honestly think it's just going to become more and more valuable.
I agree, but I'm wondering why he's held onto it so long. I mean, we've seen it move all the way across his hand, and he just refuses to play it no matter how much mana he has. I mean, maybe trying to get the most amount of value out of it, but the fact that he hasn't seen a Roach combo until turn 10 baffles me that he'd want to keep holding on to it this long. And we might even see a double combo, or, you know, going for the next 5 damage. And it doesn't really matter that we put him in...
Right
oh, that is game, you're right.
Yep, that's going to be 5-6.
And I think it was just a major mistake to hold on to the Mask of the Black Death that long. I mean, making him wait out 4 or 5 turns to make a Mask of the Black Death go away, or just punching through it with something like his EPMs or Finas, that's still work for Noir to do. And Noir closes out this match 2-0 with his patient Roach combo and didn't even need the majority of what he had in hand.
That's just the really big thing. I think it was probably a little too greedy. We saw the Mask. There's a lot of turns where he was kind of just passing over on playing out that Mask, which is kind of a big deal. If he could have gotten it down last turn, I think it would have been much better, because it actually right there would have just stopped the Roach combo in its tracks, right?
If I had to find a line of thinking for that, it would be that he really wanted to play Maelstrom Serpent and get his win con on the board. I mean, that's what he needs to do to win this game. And Mask of the Black Death is just another thing that's sitting around that he has to get rid of. And of course, that's not what he wants.
So it's kind of a really big problem there for him. I think the big thing is he just couldn't get his win con out fast enough. You know, we were waiting for the Serpent for so long. Baphomet was never really getting down, which was kind of a big deal there for him. He wanted the Baphomet turns ago, right, to get out that Serpent. But the thing was, he waited so long. It was all the way at, like, what, turn 10, 11, somewhere around there, that we actually really got to see the Baphomet come down. If it could have came down earlier and he could have gotten the combo a little bit sooner, I think he could have definitely just taken the board and just gone in by storm, if you will. which is the really big problem there for him. And the fact that he wasn't ever getting that out to get the early combo piece was really troublesome there for him.
The one thing about Sneck Blood is you have to be taking the offensive. That's how you win the game. You clear out everything with an early Rev Blood Moon, something. You somehow manage to stick in a Belphegor or a Baphomet and find the cheap Maelstrom Serpent. You slam the game. You throw the world at their face and say, it's the reckoning. This is what I've got. Show me your Themis. Show me your answer. If you have none, it's just over.
Oh,
and
yeah.
No ability. Only one Maelstrom Serpent came down. It was just purely for the value. It was the only time he was going to get it out. And just being put on the defensive despite the fact that Noir was holding his win con so closely. There was no chance for Sheepy to get anything out.
That was really big trouble there for him, but there it is, though. That's how it is. So he does end up taking that 2-0 there in Noir's favor. So going on, we're going to be moving into round 2 winners here. And it looks like we this Keo lined up with CPV Botals for our next game. So what do you think of these two players and their decks?
Well, we have seen this is Keo's third appearance, just as it was Sheepy's and Noir's, and also Boltal's third appearance. So we've got some veterans in here and winners. I'm glad to see both of these players doing pretty well so far, taking a match already with these decks. And let's see what they have brought today. So Boltal's has brought us the nice Dragon Shadow Haven dream that we've been seeing so far. Clearly what he thinks are just the 3 best decks in the format at the moment. Nothing really special coming out of the Dragon list. Is playing Rahab, which is a 4-mana 2/5, a stat line we talk about a lot, especially with the re-addition of Righteous Devil to some Control Blood lists. So Rahab says, so he's 2/5 for 4. Ward, at the end of your turn, gain +1/+0 for each of your remaining play point orbs. Such a strong effect that can be played at any point in the game past turn 4 when he's valuable even at that. I mean, this card is just good.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a lot of value you have to be kind of watching out for, especially at that point in the game. All right, so it looks like for the bans, though, Shadowcraft and Rune will be the 2 target bans here for them. So looking over at the Shadow deck, it looks like typical aggro Shadow here, right? Which is the really big, I'd say. A lot of people have been going over to aggro Shadow. I think it's going to be kind of the premier aggro deck for the most part. Before previously, I think aggro Shadow was actually probably one of the better Shadow decks for the most part, along with Nephthys. But then here in this expansion, it's kind of come out a lot more, I would say. What do you think the rise in aggro Shadow 4 tournaments really is?
I think it's just the abilities that they got in their low-cost cards. I mean, they got Little Soul Squatcher. 2-mana 2/2 Necromancy 4, destroy an evolved enemy follower. So especially good in the mid-game swing for the board when aggro Shadow kind of wants to be ahead. Gets a fighter that gets to remove something. Sometimes it's pretty heinous, whether it's a Goblin Mount Demon, whether it's a Righteous Devil, whether it's a Rahab or a Grimnir or something that they've evolved just to try and take the board back. Little Soul Squasher takes that away from them, and also just the raw stickiness that they've gotten out of the new combo of Bone Chimera and Prince Catacomb. So Prince Catacomb, new silver follower, saw it plenty yesterday. It's a 1/1 for 3, fanfare, give all allied followers last word summon a skeleton. So everyone's just trying to get off Mr. Bone's wild ride, and no one is able to.
Oh, yeah.
Because he makes everything hold some sort of value no matter what happens, as long as they're not banished. And I highly doubt you're going to get Dragon to turn 10 to really have this card not be as good as it can be. That and the addition of Wind God to take full advantage of the skeletons that you have. Orthrus to kind of get a red hot ritual on top of +2/+0 to a random allied follower. And then just as good as Cerberus was in carrying not only Nephthys, but all sorts of Shadow decks through the Rage of Bahamut format.
Yeah, I definitely think it's the really big thing to be looking here for. And then, of course, Dimension Shift getting banned out just because I think it's the really big control counter for the most part.
That's what a lot of the players are saying as well. But we're jumping into game here between Control Blood might be Sneck, but he's playing Dark General. He's playing Soul Dealer.
Soul Dealer with Dark Airjammer.
Color me interested.
I'm curious to see what the playstyle is going to be with that one.
Alright, so Keo has brought Shadowcraft and Bloodcraft, his Runecraft getting banned, considering that Boltals has brought kind of a more control-heavy lineup here, with the exception of Aggro Shadow, which is banned, so he was totally right to ban D-Shift, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. completely. That's definitely what he wants to be doing, and we see here he is playing out that Heavenly Aegis, and he actually takes out one here to slot in an extra Bahamut.
I mean, the fact that Bahamut can just go over Heavenly Aegis and kind of solve all your problems while allowing Heavenly Aegis to do, and that's go face.
Oh yeah.
Kill John Connor. That's what he's got to do.
It's like gold to me.
The Terminator's never gonna stop, is he?
All right, pays dearly for that, for those 2 cards, but that's what he wanted to do.
And
So
right
let's-
there, drops all the way to 10 already here. So kind of curious to see how this is actually going to be comboing here for the most part. So what do you think he's really looking to dig for here with that Dark Air Jammer?
I think there's only a couple of things that he wants to do, and he's playing this very strange brand of an aggro combo type deal where he gets to play these ridiculously high-statted dudes while keeping enough wards on the board to kill them with Dark General. This is crazy. I mean, he gets to play Spiderweb Imp, so I think this is very strange. I'm actually very interested in what he wants to do with this.
Yeah, it's kind of curious. You really just do kind of think, what's the combo here? Because Soul Dealer seems a bit dangerous at this point.
Yeah, I think I'm right. So what he wants to do is to get a Spiderweb Imp, and then he's just going to punch them with whatever he happens to have and not allow his opponent to get through to the remainder of his life points that he sacrificed to get here.
It's going through for efficiency, I guess, just through the board out of that Dark Air Jammer. He has a very large board. No great ways of clearing so far, but if it does get to that turn 10 Bahamut, it's going to become pretty much a force to be reckoned with.
It might even need to get that far if he does not save an Evo point for the Rafield, does have an Olivia to refresh everything, and if the game gets to that point, I think Kyo's going to be in a world of hurt. All right, well, progressing through the game, and I just find this so very strange.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting take on how to really play out Blood. It's a different form of sort of aggro Blood. I think it plays the board way better than aggro Blood did before, you know, because previously aggro Blood, they have a lot of low HP minions. You're playing like a bunch of little bats, you know, things like Blood Wolf here. The only really good HP minion in the early game would be something like Urius, right? And Urius, in itself, 3 health isn't really a whole lot later on in the game, but here we just see so many minions constantly coming out onto the board. It is really hard to just kind of remove for the most part.
What I was really looking for was a Bloody Mary to cap out this deck, as he is playing multiple Soul Dealers, a card that was kind of heralded as, well, I guess I want to die today by playing this card.
I mean, it made it all the way to top 16, so maybe there's something that's kind of warranting it here. But yeah, Soul Dealer right now in this current situation, it doesn't look like a very good spot to be in, just because obviously dropping down to 5 health, I don't think that sounds like the greatest of ideas for the most part here. Especially when his opponent isn't really that low either. So Vite actually looking maybe to be a bit better, but of course we already see the Bahamut in hand, which is kind of a big deal here for the most part. Even Lucifer just getting played down would kind of just be a really big problem here for him, just because it's such a big healing target that he's going to have to remove.
Well, he does have him in a pretty good situation for this, so he's going to slam down Forte to the 3 health that Grimnir will be able to take care of in just a few turns, and has Razor Claw for lethal. But just the last mana, not quite enough. Decides to play Curse Brand, he doesn't care about a board wipe. Really forcing his opponent to respond, as Lucifer's not going to be enough. Really best he's got here is Breath of... Well, Grimnir... Also none of the cards in his hand quite doing the job to save him. Alright, decides that Bahamut, the full clear is what he wants to do, but that's going to be lethal. And as much as we talked about this very strange and conceptualized build that Kyo has brought here, Razor Claw finishes the game as it always does.
Really big there, you know, aggro Blood, they typically don't really care what their HP is, right? So even being at 10 that whole game, it actually didn't matter to check out my Soul Dealer, bro, is what he's saying.
I was hoping for that.
Oh my goodness.
You've got to be feeling bad if you somehow, I mean, I think this is the first time I've actually seen Airjammer Blood played in tournament myself. At least I didn't see it in the last half of yesterday's cast.
I think I saw it once, but it didn't actually work out that well, and it wasn't in a deck like this at all.
It's so very neat that he sacrifices the majority of his health in the early game puts up these ward followers like Soul Dealer, and or tries to cheat them out with Dark Air Jammer, and then get Blood Wolves and Spiderweb Imps to make sure his opponent can't kill him himself. That's my job. Like, if anyone's killing me, it's gonna be me.
Yeah, that was definitely really big there, though. But yeah, such a odd list there, I would say. You know, Dark General obviously getting used pretty well there for the most part, just evolving for that extra face damage. And 6 to the face is nothing to obviously scoff at. So really big plays kind of coming out there, and the Dark Air Jammer just working out perfectly for the most part.
And now Boltos has to deal with Kyo's Ector or Token Shadow. So another deck that we've seen kind of come out of this being inspired by taking a little bit more of a mid-rangey take on aggro Shadow, just something that's really sticky and gets a lot of value for apparently no reason.
Yep.
But going up against the Banished class herself.
Alright, so how are we pronouncing this card? Is it Ichtar, Ekatar, Iktar, Equator? Like, what are we calling this guy here? Because it seems like everyone I talk to just has a different name for it.
I call it Ector or Iktar. So can I get a pronunciation? Is he from somewhere?
They're so fresh.
The one thing I will say,
I honestly have no idea.
the one thing I will say is his emblem looks amazing. The art on him is just so neat.
Looks really nice for them right there. Prince Catacomb coming down. So one thing I was kind of wondering about myself actually was, with Prince Catacomb coming down, does he actually give a second last words effect, or does it even replace someone's last word effect? Because I actually have not seen that interaction yet.
I believe it just adds to it.
Okay.
And this is so sad, where a Forbidden Ritual being quite a good tech here is to count down one better death sentence against these aggro Shadow decks, and clearly confident in his counter, and he got to play it so early.
You know, Haven's always been the pretty big counter, I would say, to Shadow, just because Shadow so dependent on things like their minions dying just so they gain those extra shadows. Shadow needs shadows, who would have thunk it? And then, of course, Last Words being a really big popular thing, especially when he's playing stuff like the Lurching Corpse here, the Attendant of Night that we already see, and of course Prince Catacombs. And these just getting removed from Banish, it's just a really big kind of swing, I would say, and of course, Priest of the Cudgel looking pretty good about now.
Yeah, we'll definitely take those.
Oh yeah.
Probably gonna ban Lurching Corpse, doesn't want any funny business with that. Actually opts for the Attendant of Night. Again, a play I could totally see, especially if he just, you know, is banking on not having to deal with the Attendant of Night, but decides to clear everything and actually gets the good roll.
Nice. Alright, definitely a pretty big deal there for him. And I really like the addition of Prince Catacombs just kind of being in the game here, because previously the turn 3 play for things like Aggro Shadow was usually either play one Attendant of Night or Bone Chimera. And Bone Chimera was always kind of awkward, I would say. It's a 1 mana, you know, it's a 1 mana, or it's a 3 mana card for 1/1 worth of stats. Getting it backwards there, my mistake. Which was always kind of unfortunate, is what I would say for that, just simply because, you know, that card specifically would have to die in order to summon 2 skeletons, right? But now with Prince Catacombs, you actually have the effect on multiple creatures, so it makes kind of your whole board a threat rather than just a single card.
I totally agree, and unfortunately in this position where now there are multiple wards in play, no way to get through all of them, and
an Unica on the side.
And just saying goodbye to his advantage. I mean, this is a win that Boltals needs, and he's well on his way to getting it.
Oh yeah, you know, Haven being pretty powerful for the most part, but actually, Demon Lord Iktar Equator coming down here.
Alright, so he really wants to bust through everything, make sure that that Unica doesn't stay on the board. Yeah, might just leave the Priest, and has to use the Shadow Reaper not to go face, but just to remove the Unica, which might as well be a 2/2 ward in this case.
Mm-hmm. You know, that was the one thing I've actually always liked for... Oh, that Themis' Decree off the top deck, looking spicy. But the one thing Oh yeah. The one thing I've always liked about Aggro Shadow, though, for the most part, is that I've always felt out of all of the aggro decks, it plays the board the best. Typically, it can trade pretty efficiently just because of its last words effects and things like that, which is always kind of nice, just because against games that are a little more drawn out and a little longer, I think Shadow always had some better steam for the most part in the long run compared to things like Aggro Blood or Aggro Sword.
Yeah, definitely. It needs the board, and just what Shadow Reaper, how it works, it makes it very sticky and hard to remove. And I think that's something that this new iteration of very, very dangerous mid-range token or aggro shadow has, is just the ability that you can't get rid of it without banishes.
Yep. And of course, we see here, there is the Prince Catacombs combo that he could be going for. You know, that second Themis being in hand could just end up not really being the best of choices, just simply because if Prince Catacombs, you know, goes off and there's all these skeletons. Ooh, okay, so we will actually just go for the Ector here. Alright, definitely not the worst of decisions, but I was thinking if he could Catacombs and then Ector out onto the skeletons, that could be a lot of potential face damage, but of course these zombies could just do the job as well.
That would be absolutely preferable, but just the fact that, yeah, alright, decides to drop the Aegis, will Evo that, punch the Ector in the face, say, the game is now on a timer, this is all mine, I can Themis next turn if I need to, I'm in no real danger of dying. I mean, he does get to do the nice full Prince Catacomb, Bone Chimera, if only Soul Squasher. If only Soul Squasher.
You can dream.
What are you hiding inside?
You'll never touch Amelia.
Alright, so now this is looking to be a really scary situation here, though, right? Just because, obviously, the Aegis just kind of being on the field. Grimnir, though, it's going to be blowing up this entire board. But, of course, a lot of skeletons.
That's just going to be game.
And those skeletons, nothing to do.
Eris is getting off Mr. Bones' wild ride, and Luna stays bullied.
Yep.
Alright, Boltals with a very clutch game 2 win. We get to see just how dangerous Heavenly Aegis is. Just the ability to, as Mofu said, 2-punch man. Don't overlook it.
Oh, yeah.
Probably some of the 2 strongest cards to come out of this pack. Can't believe Grimnir's a neutral. Who did this?
Seriously. Grimnir is such a powerful card. You know, looking at it before, I don't think people were too excited before the expansion came out, but then when people started really playing with it, everyone's like, this is just good and everything. Like, it's just a good card to play, right?
This is great.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Where have you been all my life?
Yeah. Grimnir, it's definitely a really cool card. And actually, yesterday, I said it was probably my favorite card to be seeing, which is pretty nice. Even though it's just a gold card, I definitely think it's probably my favorite card out of this whole expansion here.
Well, my friend, you better get used to it, because we're going to be seeing it again here in Boltals' Dragoncraft. The thing is, Shadow doesn't have a very good matchup traditionally against Dragoncraft. I believe the 2 matchups it struggled the most with were Haven and Dragon, and Kyo's having to dig through both of them with the Shadow deck. The question is, can he do it?
Yeah, it's definitely really curious. You know, his early game actually not looking to be the worst, actually, for the most part. He does have Soul Conversion. He could use that on Bone Chimera. He could even combo out with Orthus, and of course Shadow Reaper being in hand. Ooh, with the Prince Catacombs. Shadow Reaper looking to actually get a lot of value, I would say, this game. If you could Shadow Reaper and then play down Orthus or something of that sort. Orthus on a turn 5 play, I think is what he's looking for. But of course, Rahab, though, going to be a really big wall to have to kind of climb over here.
And the thing is, it stays mana efficient no matter what happens. You can always have a little bit of extra damage if you need it on Rahab at the end of your turn. So you can. It's a really interesting strategy thing. Now he has a 6/4 for nothing on turn 5.
A really big deal, you know, just this giant ward being on the field. Of course, Evolution is now available. Fortunately,
he won't
no
need to
great
play his
choices.
Orthrus.
Yeah. Let's see, if Orthros does come down, it'll deal 2 damage and then he'll get the extra bonus. But of course, looking at the Shadow Reapers, you want these down as soon as possible, right? Just because you want the value out of the skeletons as well. He could end up just dropping Orthros down and then do double Shadow Reaper with Soul Conversion next turn, if he really needs to.
That wouldn't be bad at all.
It's kind of a pickle here for the most part, just because Bone Chimera is not really getting dropped down either. So he does go for 1 Shadow Reaper, and he'll go for 2 Shadow Reapers instead.
The bones embrace me.
Aha, yes, so gets to now use the Evo point on the skeleton, swing it in, remove the Rahab finally, and get these Shadow Reapers where they need to be. And of course, as both are untargetable, no Breath of the Salamander can come down. It's just going to have to be a Sybil.
Right, definitely looking really well prepared for this next turn now. So Orthus could come down, or even just the Bone Chimera. There's a lot of good options here for the most part. You know, he could drop the Bone Chimera Soul Conversion and then evolve and trade again if he really wants to, and just gives the Shadow Reapers even more value. But of course, with that Sybil coming down, you definitely want to try to remove that as soon as possible.
And he is building quite the board here. And alright, yeah, gets to Evo the Orthrus, take out the Sybil, and create just this massive... That's 10 damage from Shadow Reapers, and all of a sudden...
It's a lot of face.
Breath of Salamander looking a little sad that he can't really do the job it wants to do. It can breath into Blazing Breath to clear this out. Double breath attacks, I guess.
Breath is looking to really be the only option. Also, we have the card here, Immortal Thane. What do you think of this card being added into these shadow decks for the most part?
I think it's just another testament to how much value you can have in these decks right now. Can we hover over that real quick? The new card, Immortal Thane. You get whites and a White King. So you just get to play a bunch of stuff. And it is a 7-drop, so you can play it again with Prince Catacomb. I think really indicative of the design of how they wanted Shadow to play out, and boy is it playing out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a really big card. I don't think it's like the best card ever, right? But it's definitely not bad. It's something that Shadow could kind of use. It's definitely still catering to its playstyle, which is really nice.
Well, the party has started, not the zombie party. It is time for Bahamut against two skeletons. One side looking much better than the other, but Bahamut not going to be able to do anything unless he gets rid of these. But of course, Breath of the Salamander waiting in hand to make sure that happens. So it might just be an Immortal Thane kind of turn.
Yeah, so the really big thing is just for Dragon here, you know, they don't really have a lot in hand though. So Bahamut is pretty good. It's a giant stat stick. There's no real way for them to be removing it at the moment, which is kind of a big deal. They really need a way. So then, kind of waiting out. You know, he's looking what to do. That little Soul Squasher, though, could be a bit better if Bahamut does end up actually getting evolved. So he has to kind of wait out on that in the future, I would say. But of course, Bahamut going to just be able to just smack face here for a lot of damage if he needs to.
Yeah, this Dragon Warrior coming down, definitely taking care of some of this. Hello, 13 damage. I'm not even a Zell.
It's much better there than the Breath of the Salamander, I would say, for the most part, because now he has an extra body on the board, right?
Precisely, and Death's Breath not even going to save him from what's coming next. Probably wants to go for the Soul Squasher here, take out the Dragon Warrior, and make sure he can get rid of much as possible, but still has a board wipe in hand, and Lightning Blast would just be the game.
It's really crazy, you know, just seeing here, there's giant 13-13, and then, of course, we already see the breath. Ooh, show the Grimnir! Do that!
Tilted.
Overkill.
Tilted.
Alright, there it goes. So that's 13 damage. Once again, straight to the face, and Grimnir, once again, just showing how worthy of a card he really can be on turn 10.
I was talking to Icy Stars about this, and his main complaint with Grimnir is, I can't concede once I see it come down because I have to take 4 Angelic Barrages. And he's like, I'm tilted. Oh well. Shadow clearly showing that Dragon Haven is not where it wants to be, and even though he did have to ban out the opposing Shadowcraft, just couldn't find that win with the Token Shadow deck. Do you think he would have fared any better playing something like the Wind God Shadow that we've been seeing so far from some people?
I don't really think it would have worked out all too well for him. I think the scenario there, of course, it was just Dragon doing Dragon things for the most part. I don't think Wind God would have been able to add anything just because he couldn't really keep the board for himself for a majority of the game, and a 5-drop just seemed a little too clunky since he was having to combo with Shadow Reaper and played lower cost things multiple times on other turns, but of course, just so much AoE, just kind of blowing that away constantly back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that just the raw amount of tools that Dragon now has access to, especially, I mean, they have a 5-drop that gives you, that on turn 5 gives you an Evo point and heals for you. if you have overflow, because why not? I mean, that's what it wants. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful card locked behind, these double costs of overflow and true turn 5 for Dragoncraft. But that's so neat. It's so cool that card just does everything, and the fact that Dragoncraft's cards are now good at almost every stage of the game fixes most of the problems that I think Ramp Dragon had, especially with the new top end tools that are just even more ridiculous.
Yeah, just because previously, Ramp Dragon was a bit slow. It's Ramp Dragon. It tries to get to really high mana costs like as soon as possible. But previously, it really just didn't work out for them for the most part, just because they don't have any minions all the way up till like turn 6+, right? Unless they're dropping things like the 2/2 that gives them a play point orb. But even then, it's not really good. It's not mana efficient. You just get an extra play point orb, and sometimes people just opt to just leave that on the field because the 2/2, it's not going to really pose any sort of real threat.
Right, definitely. But the thing is, none of the cards that are new that are being played, I mean, they're at least a fighter. Something at least is happening every time.
Yep.
I mean, it gets so much better as it goes, but the fact that you can not only use Zell in the mid game, but also in the late game to just close things out off a Sahak Wheel into so many value cards is incredible.
Yeah, it's really nice. Sahak Wheel getting an extra target is definitely a really big deal, because before Sahak Wheel, the best target, it was pretty much just always Lucifer, right? Like, you get Sahak Wheel, you want Lucifer. That's just pretty much the only really great target. And then, of course, Israfil getting added into the game, I think it definitely makes Sahak Wheel a much better card. And as we see the game progressing, I think Sahak Wheel as a card probably just only gets more and more valuable, just because obviously more neutral cards get added to the game. So the power creep off of that one card could definitely be really big in the potential future.
I absolutely agree. And we'll be moving on to Kyo in the losers bracket versus Little Nat 4. Little Nat 4 this is his second top 16 appearance, actually, coming in a few tournaments ago for his first one, and we'll be seeing what they brought today. So as we just saw, Kyo has brought Shadow, Bloodcraft, and Runecraft. So we just saw his matches against Little Nat 4's Havencraft. It is to be expected. It is an Aegis playing 2 Odin. Interesting choice. It's actually a Lana Havencraft, so the other way that Aegis is built. He is playing D-Shift with a Mutagenic Bolt, and looks to be a mid-range Swordcraft, topping out with Olivia. No new Tsubaki. He doesn't like that voice at all.
How unfortunate. So kind of interesting to be seeing there. He has that one of Dark Angel Olivia. Definitely pretty cool to be seeing. I guess it's another option outside of Albert, and it's another good way to kind of refresh Albert, because I know a lot of players, if you can evo Albert, it could pretty much just mean the game, right? 10 face damage is a pretty big deal. So earlier on, you could be using those evolution points. You might be able to trade or just go for face a little bit more. And you usually want to hold out on, because I know a lot of sword decks, they tend to have that time where they just hold one evolution point for a very long time, just simply because they want to evolve Albert, right? But of course, Sword with Olivia in there, it just allows them to use those evolution points a lot earlier. But looking at it, I believe it's actually banned out this time around.
It is, in fact. Little Nat 4's Sword is banned, and Kyo Shadow is banned. So Kyo gonna have to do it instead with his Air Gemmer Bloodcraft that we saw, and his D-Shift deck. So no control here from either side. Alana is a pretty interesting sort of deck where I wouldn't really call it control. It's mostly just tempo or some sort of mid-range advantage-based deck. It's still pretty good against aggro, and then it's going to be a D-Shift Mirror. How exciting! The race is on. Oh my.
It's definitely interesting to be seeing. They could just be considering to play aggro as well, of course, with the Bloodcraft deck here. I definitely want to see this Blood deck again, just because it worked out so well, and it's such a really odd and precarious deck for the most part. So I'm kind of curious to see if we do get to see it once again. But of course, double D-Shift coming in. Hopefully, we don't see a D-Shift Mirror, because that's going to be pretty much nothing on the board, and them just waiting out, playing sorcery caches and spells when they can. Not always the most exciting of matchups.
The game is lost by whoever draws more Wind Blasts and Fiery Embraces.
Yeah, pretty much.
So we've seen a couple D-shift decks, a couple of takes on this actually. So Daria has almost universally been removed. Enchanted Library is the new card, 2-drop.
Oh,
Countdown 2, at the end of your turn, put a random spell from your deck into your hand. Very nice card on turn 2, especially when you're not trying to play minions. Some people are throwing out Levi. I think he's still pretty good at least 2. Some people are running Mutagenic Bolt. And we even saw Goms in the EXG versus Conquer team match exhibition yesterday. He actually took out Flame Destroyer, wanting Enchanted Sword instead, try and win the game a little bit faster perhaps. So very different takes on D-Shift, but the core message is still the same. Play D-Shift, play Flame Destroyer, murder your opponent, while they sit there and maybe concede.
so that's going to be the really big thing. Of course, that inside helping out. And things like Enchanted Library being really valuable, I would say, in D-Shift decks, just because obviously turn 2, before D-Shift really didn't have any great plays. You know, things like Magic Missile could really be used, but now Enchanted Library and also Freshman Lou is really, yeah. And that is really important for them, I would say, for the most part, just because now they're able to actually search for spells. They have a lot more spell search, which is a really big deal for them. You know, things outside of Merlin is making this deck a lot more efficient, I would say, and there's a lot more cycling, I guess you could kind of put it, for them to be finding those answers that they really need. Just because if you're never actually drawing into D-Shift, you're gonna have a really hard time trying to win this game.
And it's definitely whoever draws D-Shift first, or something that gets them there. So that's Merlin, that's Enchanted Library, that's Freshman. That's so many options just to try and make that work.
Mm-hmm.
And now just a few options here. Does Little Nat 4 want to use that Wind Blast to remove the Lou? Decides to go Conjure Golem instead. Commit a little bit to the board. That only makes Kyo's Wind Blast a little bit better. Aha! The first D-Shift is drawn along with the other combo piece. The value is started.
Unbelievable.
And a nice and 1 damage start things off. No heals out of D-Shift. Every damage is sticking to face, and how much can you do at once?
No.
Oh yeah.
Little Nat 4 playing Angelic Barrage, potentially against Forestcraft or perhaps Aggro Shadow, as really the only board wipe that Rune has access to that isn't Fire Chain. Then again, Mutagenic Bolt is now a card. Imagine going Mutagenic Bolt into Angelic Barrage, except you don't want to do that because then you lose the burn damage.
That'd be so awkward. Alright, so seeing here though, Enchanted Library just coming down, but of course we already see, Dimension Shift in the opponent's hand now as well, so actually going to be ticking that down quite a bit with Sorcery Cache. He has 2 in hand already, so I could actually get quite a bit of value. He could just go for the Evolve on a Levi here if he does so choose. It's not the worst decision, otherwise he is looking to just pass, but 2 Levi's just sitting in hand now. See if those can actually get some more value later on in this game.
Well, looks like Kyo will take your advice and evolve that Levi for the Crimson 3. I mean, nothing like 3 damage to face that also spell boosts everything, including the second Flame Destroyer that we just drawn. Although Sorcery Cache in Little Nat 4's hand, making D-Shift all the cheaper, and does get some value off Kaleidoscopic Glow. Probably just throw Crimson Sorcery face. Has the option. 2 Fate's hand does not. Decides to draw into a Trail of Light instead. Just a 2-cost Insight if you've never seen the card before.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
But really good in Daria.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't. It's not good in Daria. Why play this card?
It's just another way to get more draws, more filter, pretty much for the deck, for the most part. And of course, it is a spell, right? So it's another way to kind of spell boost out the D-Shift. It's just another extra Insight, but obviously not as good. And then, of course, here now, his hand is full, so he's going to be discarding out a card, so it could be kind of bad that he's having to discard here. Of course, just Dimension Shift right here, going all the way down to 10, which is kind of a big deal.
Well, only loses a Magic Missile for his troubles. Gets the Sorcery Cache on the D-Shift, so kind of moving into a decent range. Finds the second one, but kind of in a spot where he's got to do something to get rid of these cards. And still sitting at 9 cards, plays Fate's hand, just going to burn an Insight for his troubles.
How unfortunate. If only that Blade Mages maybe burned instead. I think that probably would have been a bit better, just so he could actually have the extra Insight. And that's an extra spell boost he did just missed out on.
So now it's just a matter of trying to find a way to get all these things on board. I mean, Kyo's getting into a good spot where his Flame Destroyers are cheap enough to play alongside the D-Shift.
done for.
But he's kind of just sitting on this weird spot where he's got, he's got Wind Blast, he's got Double Levi, he now has a Blade Mage, and his spells are dwindling in favor of amulets and followers.
Yeah, and I like the choice here of Kaleidoscopic Glowing back the Levi, just because now there's nothing to Wind Blast on the field again, and I think that's what he's kind of keeping in mind. So earlier when he didn't play that Levi, he chose not to play it just because Wind Blast isn't usable, right? Which is a really big thing, just because it's obviously free spell boost, and Wind Blast being used, obviously you're giving your opponent extra spell boost off of Dimension Shift, Flame Destroyers, and it just gives them more value. So he's pretty much trying to make it so that there's more dead cards in his hand. But of course, Dimension Shift being all the way down at 9, this turn is looking to be a bit more explosive.
Well, loses the third Flame Destroyer, but that's not going to matter too much. Yeah, D-Shift for Kyo at 9. That's just not where he wants to be, and he might have to just spend this turn playing the other Levi, playing the Enchanted Library, and playing the Crimson Sorcery, just to remove some cards. But it's looking pretty precarious. As next turn we can just see a D-Shift into Flame Destroyer into Conjure Golem, D-Shift, Flame Destroyer, Levi, and that might just be enough damage to close things out.
Yep. Definitely having a really big advantage, and of course the minion being on the field here just isn't looking all too great for him. There's just nothing really to be doing. He's kind of stuck in an odd situation just because he can't really close out the game. I was going to say a Flame Destroyer is probably going to come down here just to try to give the potential threat. Oh, I have lethal. Enchanted Library now on the draw.
Not the time you want to see that card. As you really want to see it in the early game, is D-Shift's main problem right now is this hand clog. The fact that you have to rely on luck to not discard something you really need to is every card now draws or brings something into your hand or gets you another card, and it's so hard just to put out enough cards and balance your spells to make sure you don't discard a D-Shift or a Flame Destroyer.
Yep. It's a really big thing, he's kind of having to be a little more careful. I'm trying to think of what the play really is here for him. Just because if Dimension Shift does come down on his opponent's turn, he's obviously just going to be losing out here, right? So he needs to be clearing out this board here.
Looks like he might... Okay, so he D-Shifts first, then he's going to play Fate's Hand to try and find the last damage that he needs to win the game. Double Merlin.
Ooh.
Aha!
Mutagenic
right pull. That'll do it.
It won't be long now.
So that'll be 9. Levi does it as well, though, with the Crimson Sorcery here.
Oh, but you got to BM. Do it. Do it. Ah, okay. Gonna just concede off that. And Kyo goes down. Unfortunately, just not finding enough sorcery catches to make D-Shift as cheap as it needed to be. Little Nat 4, in his second appearance, takes game 1 with a D-Shift.
Oh, yeah. Definitely really well played out there, and it was honestly kind of just neck and neck. Both of the Dimension Shifts hovering around the same amount of mana, and just one turn being ever so slightly different. They could have well just meant the game there for him, so definitely really well played out to make sure he's spotting out that lethal there.
And now Little Nat 4 left with his Alana's Prayer Haven deck, including 2 Heavenly Aegis, as that is one of the few things that can affect Heavenly Aegis in a positive way. Not that you really need additional power on an Aegis. I mean, on it's Sunday, we're going to church for the Haven matchup. Let's see if Little Nat 4 can pull this out. I make that joke once a week.
All you know?
All right, but D-Shift, the bane of New Haven's existence. However, this isn't a true control Haven. We'll see if he gets enough targets to really make all his Wind Blasts and Fiery Embraces work for him.
So to test the strength here, actually think it's really important that he has this in hand for the most part. Just because if we do start getting farther on in the game, if he can get the Aegis, there is the Fated Aegis and Aegis with Test of Strength combo, which is a really big threat, I would say, to D-Shift especially. Just simply because D-Shift isn't going to be able to attack face if that combo is down, even though they have so many Flame Destroyers or minions down on the field.
And that is D-Shift's entire win con. It's not a deck that we really think of, well, you have to go face at some point to win. We normally think of it as, oh, they just combo you out, but the combo involves hitting face and Test of Strength Heavenly Aegis. I mean, you can't win against that. Yep.
So, the Dimension Shift, it's gonna have to come down on one of these earlier turns before turn 10. Because turn 9, Aegis drops, then turn 10 with the Test of Strength, obviously. So if he can get the Dimension Shift combo sooner rather than later. It's gonna definitely be more optimal. But of course here, we just don't even see it in hand, and no great ways to really be searching for it anymore either.
Yeah, definitely kind of at a standstill for Kyo here. Is the early advantage generator is leaving, even though Little Nat 4's hand looking pretty bad with just Test of Strength and Heavenly Aegis, has 2 Sacred Pleas on board, 1 popping off next turn. He needs some help. Rather, Kyo does. Kyo's, I mean, he's just trying to dig through his deck, gets 2 Magic Missiles to draw some extra cards, but finds 2 Flame Destroyers, but no D-Shift quite yet, and he needs to be charging that now.
The really big thing I'm watching out here. It's kind of curious to be seeing what he's going to be doing a little more in this early game, and he actually just passes on turn 4.
I mean, no need to do anything, no need to endanger Test of Strength. This only lasts so long.
So kind of just waiting out, kind of curious to see what it is they're going to be trying to find here. Double Angelic Snipe kind of jumping into the hand. These Flame Destroyers are getting spell boosted. But again, Dimension Shift, it's 18 mana. You can't play it if you draw it.
It's hiding from him, and no Enchanted Library, no Merlin, no... I mean, well, Freshman Lou found him diddly squat. And Haig is popping off with some damage on board. What's he looking to do? I mean, he knows he wins if he gets Test of Strength, double Aegis on board. That's just gonna happen. It looks like he might start to go face, especially with an Alanas and some heals coming out pretty soon.
It's the really big thing, you know, he's kind of waiting for it. But then another Angelic Snipe. Oh my goodness. I don't think this is the card he's looking to see here. He can remove the board with these Angelic Snipes plus the Wind Blast if he really wants to. Can get things like Flame Destroyer. I think early Flame Destroyer is probably going to have to be somewhat of the answer, but of course then he's just walking right into Themis, which is really unfortunate there for him, just because you don't want to be playing minions obviously into that. And Levi could definitely do the job as well.
It kind of devolved into the pseudo-rush strategy where he can just trade with the Falcon, throw all of these spells face, and play a Blade Mage for good measure. Just trying to do as much damage as possible before things get bad. But of course, just this curve. Look at this curve we got here. We've got Themis into Curate, into something else in Test of Strength on turn 8, into Aegis, into Aegis. This is the ideal setup. If only he had some heals to go with that Test of Strength maybe. And ooh, finds a Cudgel and a Black Inscription to clear out this whole board if he just wants to keep something there.
Alright, so right here, Priest of the Cudgel is easily going to be able to remove out this whole board. And of course, it's kind of odd, you know, Dimension Shift having to play really aggressive on in this early game. But of course, Haven kind of being the one to stomp out aggro in the early game with things like healing. And of course, Themis is the creep for giant board removal. And of course, so much banish to be coming out from the field. So that's the really big thing that they kind of have to be a little more curious about here.
24 cards and 3 D-shifts to go. And double Levi coming out to really help things along, but he's holding 9 burn damage. Isn't that nuts?
What in the goodness? So, BBG, do you see the stream?
No, I do not. What is happening?
The screen is frozen.
The screen is frozen?
Richie forgot to switch scenes earlier, and we have the most odd expressions on our faces.
Oh no.
Such merciless fighting.
So,
alright.
Have we been watching exactly nothing?
Here, the time travelers, so what happened was there was Dimension Shift Mirror, and I guess we're having a talk show, and you can see the amazing expressions on our faces. DBG, fist raised in the air, and me just kind of looking a little disappointed or something. I have no idea what's going on. But continuing forward with our current game. Oh my goodness, I couldn't help but laugh at that.
No one better watch this for my eventual streaming career.
My goodness.
And this is why a 30-minute delay sometimes doesn't work out so well.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so Odin though coming on down. So ancient card that we were talking about, you know, Odin still being a pretty good card for its value, I'd say. Of course, just removing out on the board, but no Dimension Steps still coming out here, which is a really big deal. You know, there's a lot of damage that could kind of go face. You know, we already see 8 in hand here if he really does so choose, and he actually opts to just use the Crimson Sorcery on that instead of the Wind Blast.
I mean, I think I think this game's been over for Kyo for several turns. I mean, 21 cards, 14% chance to draw a D-Shift, and can't do it. Can't do it, not in 19 draws, no matter how many Magic Missiles or Kaleidoscopic Glows he could play. Hasn't found anything, not even close. Just setting the stage for Test of Strength.
It's the really big thing here, and there's double Aegis just sitting in hand, right? So it's like, how are you going to be able to deal with this giant wall? You can't. That's the answer.
Alright, so Wind Blast coming in to take care of the Radiance Angel. I guess he kind of has to play a Flame Destroyer now and pray, but you know, this game's already over. On passes, well, hello game.
Oh yeah. That's just going to be the game being ended out. Heavenly Aegis here, just going to be able to close it just so easily. 16 HP, perfect amount.
And poor Kyo, not a win con to be had. Aha! At the bottom, finally digs out the 18 cost D-Shift. No! Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
Stop!
I mean, I guess you didn't have to watch this game because you got a lovely picture of me with my fist in the air. I don't even know what that looks like. That's gonna be my new Discord picture.
Alright, so he actually jumps on the Flame Destroyer here. It does buy him an extra turn. I would say just because obviously there is a potential of Dimension Shift being one of the earlier cards, I would say. But Themis' Decree actually just able to clear it out. So scrap that, and then it does just kind of just go for face damage. Aegis not going to have to be able to really clear rather than playing the stall game. He's just going to be going straight for it all.
You're hurt.
And at least we get to see the Alana combo for our troubles.
Oh yeah.
Builds his own 10-10, and Test of Strength not even there to save him anymore. Kaleidoscope, close the rabbit.
Fiery Embrace it! Fiery Embrace it! Go!
Do it. Do your best.
I have all these cards and they're not doing anything!
Well, Haven's got the ultimate golem, just passing his cards around. Maybe just goes to, yep, does it just for fun. And Heavenly Aegis gives him the finger as it says, nope, nothing can touch me. And I love that it has the BM shield, that anytime anything tries to affect it, it just goes, nope. And that for eliminating Kyo from this tournament with just an impressive Alana Haven game, but only because Kyo couldn't find anything at all. Not a D-Shift to be had.
Alright, so Lil Nat 4 though, just taking the 2-0 victory in D-Shift, just not working out for the most part, which is really unfortunate. So, you know, even a slower deck, it's not too slow, it's not obviously as slow as old Control Haven, right? But now, this time around, you know, just Aegis actually going to be able to take it against the Dimension Shift deck, which is what a lot of control decks sort of fear here, but obviously the combo would have worked out in the end, but even Dimension Shift just not being in the hand earlier was the really, really big part for him, and that's just going to lead to the giant downfall.
It's true, and just not being able to take either game. I mean, game 1 was a lot closer than game 2, although our adoring fans didn't get to see us cast that game. But essentially, just a mirror that Little Knight at the same time as Kyo pushing the game a lot further. Than Kyo was able to take it, and just being able to close things out by using all of his damage on face and then dropping Flame Destroyer and enough Levi's and Crimson Sorceries to take things away.
Yeah, that's the really big thing. So now looking over at the stream too, everyone's just seeing us casting the game. They get to see what the casters are doing while the game is going on.
I'm drinking water.
Drinking water.
I'm eating a piece of pizza. It's real interesting on the desk over here.
Looking at something with the deck list. Oh my goodness. So it's really funny to kind of just be seeing right there. You can, someone's saying, you can see the game from my glasses reflection.
Enhance it.
Zoom in. Alright, so definitely really funny to be watching that out. So it looks like, looking at over at the bracket though, the 7th is still in as well with CPV Stoles. I don't remember their names. Do you remember their names?
We've got Honda and Kenzino. Kenzino is the one with his, I believe his name is in Korean.
Okay.
I'm going to check that just to make sure I am correct.
All right.
I am, in fact. So Honda's name is in, I believe that's Chinese. Someone correct me on that. and
Yeah.
both are. Okay, yes.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Honda Mio or Honda's name is in Chinese, and Zenkaino's is in Korean.
All right. And then, are we going to be jumping into either one of these matches here? I believe they've probably already started, though, so we'll see what they are playing out with. Let's see, if we could go ahead and jump in. Let's go check out CPV Stoles here in his match. Oh, they've already finished. Okay, so we'll just watch the 7th. So it looks like they've already finished. All right.
Well, a very slow game from them, I suppose. Or having to start when they can.
Kind of curious to see what it is that they're actually playing then. Maybe they're just playing 6 control decks!
Please, no. Well, clearly not. As we didn't run right into Forest versus...
Alright.
Gotta be quick.
Come on.
Control Forest versus Nephthys? Control Shadow with Bahamut's?
And they said we casters weren't exciting.
Alright. So let's go ahead. I'll be opening out these deck lists. I'll be checking out the 7, so you can go ahead and check out the others. So let's see here. Coming on into this, it does look to be a lineup of Forest, Shadow, and Haven here for the 7th. So definitely not looking for the control matchups. Definitely more aggressive here for the most part.
And Honda has brought Shadowcraft, Dragoncraft, and Havencraft. So again,
Alright.
a lineup we've seen multiple times.
The new Trinity?
Somebody call Envy. I need a new video.
Oh my goodness.
What are you hiding inside?
Alright, so right here, Prince Catacomb coming down, and that Lurching Corpse actually just gets more value for the most part. And it's actually kind of weird here, 7th actually running in with the typical Roach combo pre-nerf, which is really interesting. He's actually just opted to keep out all of these cards. He has Will the Force, Fairy Beast, so he's actually not put in any new cards whatsoever.
Is he capped out with Wolfbolt at all, or is it simply...
No, it's the highest cost would be Fairy Beast.
Oh, alright, so Roach Forest at its finest. Oh, now we get to see what Wind God does in this deck. Keeping everything on the board. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride.
Oh, yeah. It's a really big thing here. Will of the Forest, so is going to be able to come down to clear out this entire board. So thank goodness he has so many cards kind of just sitting out in his hand. He actually has Healing Angel. That's actually one card I did not spot in this deck list.
And 2-3 for 3s are real popular right now, and you can probably see why. Just the value that the good ones provide in Grimnir and Healing Angel. I mean, people like them.
It's a really big thing is just the fact that it's really nice to have that extra bit of HP just because it makes it a little bit more difficult to remove from the board, because if you think about it, even something like Sylvan Justice really doesn't remove it. 3 health has always been kind of the odd thing to kind of remove, I would say, in the early game. You know, just go ahead and look at Urias. Urias was always kind of a harder card to really remove from the field, so of course that's going to be a little more valuable this time around. Evolution's just going in on both sides, and right here, Aggro Shadow already out of steam.
And draws into double Attendant Knight. That's not going to help, except to prevent May from coming down. That's just 2 damage a turn, and Forest very poised to keep things going. Looks like he'll Dance of Death away 1 Attendant Knight to prevent a Prince Catacomb situation from happening. But passes after that. So the damage still going. Fairy Beast going to be able to deal with this rather easily. Goes for Selwyn's instead.
Selwyn's just going to be a 0 cost, and he pretty much just wins through the board here by itself now if he really wants to. And of course, Lesser Mummy can come back onto the field. It does get Storm, but it's not going to matter just because Fairy Beast, it gets a lot of value at this point, right? You know, he's just searching out, getting out his answers from Fairy Beast, now coming down, and then boom! You're not winning this game anymore all of a sudden.
War is such sorrow. Let's get into trouble.
So yeah, just what was that? No, I'm here.
Okay, I heard you.
Okay. So yeah, just the Fairy Beast, you know, obviously being really valuable here, I would say. Just the extra key on now, just triple Roach sitting in the hand, and there's just nothing to do anymore. That is going to just be the game.
Why is the last one animated?
Why not?
That's so scary.
You're too strong.
See that eye? Looks into your soul.
All right, a very quick victory for
Mhm.
Unchanged, Untethered, and the 7th takes it 2-0, unless that was a spectator bug. Nope, it was a
Nope.
clear victory from the 7th.
All right.
Didn't need to see anything else. He put it all on the table.
All right. Alrighty, so definitely really big there for them. So it looks like winners round 3 is what we're going to be moving over to next, guys. So really well done out there by the 7th. So sitting right now in round 3, we'll go ahead and mark up the names. So we have Noir at CF versus Skyeth, and then CPV Boltals versus Filthy Weeb, and then down in losers we have the 7th versus Lil Nat 4, along with CPV Stoles versus Latherna. Alrighty, so what do you think we should watch here? DBG, which one would you rather watch? Are we going to watch Noir's game or Boltals?
I think let's jump into Noir versus Scaith. We haven't got to see him yet, and I thought his lineup was kind of interesting. He's brought Forestcraft, Shadowcraft, and Bloodcraft, kind of spreading things out among the combo and aggro kind of styles. So just taking a look at his decks, he's brought kind of a similar kind of an updated Wolf Bold, I'll call it. Now playing 1 Elf Queen, the 7-drop Legendary from Forest. It's a 6/6 for 7. Fanfare, restore X defense to your leader. X equals the number of shadows you have, and then change the number of your shadows to 0. So unplayable in Path to Purgatory, but pretty useful in anything else where you've had a lot of time to put out your 1/1 fairies and everything else, but only usable at 1, as you're probably not going to be able to play multiple. But to take the place of Fairy Beast, he's also playing Crystalia Aaron, which is, Fanfare, restore 3 damage to your leader, and if you play it for 8, you also recover an evo point with the enhance effect, and it's a 4/6 reward for 6 mana.
Yeah. The additional effect of Ward, I think, is actually really big for that card as well, just because it allows Forest to have a little more defensive play outside of things like Ancient Elf and Crystalia Tia, which could kind of be awkward on some turns.
I absolutely agree, and just having a 4/6 ward that's better statted than kind of the original stat line for 6 Raging Eaton, or Eaton,
Yep.
whichever, the Cho'Gall clone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now almost every card that's kind of around that mana cost for ward is just better. I mean, we have Goblin Mount Demon for 3/7, which is arguably better.
So just getting in, looks like the bans are actually going to be Sword and Forest here.
So goodbye.
No more
all that
Sword
explanation.
for Noir. Oh yeah.
All that explanation I gave. Say goodbye.
All your hard work for nothing.
No.
Bible thump.
All right, and talk a little bit about what Skeeth has brought here.
Looking at his decks actually, so with Shadow and Blood, looks like it's going to be more aggressive list. So looking at the Blood, we actually do see that Dark Air Jammer once again. So another list, but it's nothing with like Soul Dealers or the Baphomet, nothing like that. Or it's just pretty much like, it looks a little more standard. It looks like they pretty much just threw in the Dark Air Jammers into typical aggro Blood before the patch for the most part. Nothing really all new to or fancy there for the most part. And of course, looking over at aggro Shadow as well, looks like just teched in would be the Orthus, Prince Catacombs, along with Little Soul Squasher.
All right, and plenty of Shadowverse to watch today. Again, we are in winners round. Noir from the Crimson Fencers versus Scythe or Skeeth. Has he given us a pronunciation on that?
I do not believe so. We'll just go with Scythe.
Well, Noir gives us a nice tag there, saying it's nice and friendly. As we get into game here, with the cheeky turn 3 Ancient Elf already queued up with these double fairies. Probably not going to see a whole lot of removal from aggro Blood.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting here. Of course, Forest, talking about this earlier, it's always been kind of the quote-unquote counter over to Blood. Of course, Blood can sometimes get back a win, but of course, things like Elfchild May, Stop Bats, Sylvan Justice being such good removal against things like Vite, so it's definitely big things to be watching out for. And of course, Ancient Elf now coming down, it's really hard to remove that off of the board here.
He's going to do his very best with an Angel of the Word.
Yep.
And now the real question Yeah, you absolutely want to play control here as the forest deck, as you are Wolf Bolt.
yeah.
You do have your win cons later, and you might as well just remove some of these bats while you can.
Let's play.
Unless he just wants to go face and hit him down to 14. Makes the win con even easier.
It's a really big thing to be watching out for. Ancient Elf, though, just going to be going for face instead. But now, easily removable, I would say. He could just use things like evolution points just to really remove them off of the board if he so chooses. Of course, Night Horde actually looking really good as an answer, too, if he wanted to. He could have just done that, and it would have been 4 bats in order to remove that Ancient Elf. But Lyriel, instead, just going to be able to remove multiple things. Here's what he's going to be going for. But now, Forest on the upper hand, though, in terms of HP.
Probably just wanting to play the Uris to finish this turn out. Looks like that will be the play. But I think I might have liked Night Horde better as just something to put everything on the board, but does not play around Will of the Forest. Of course, neither does this board, but at least this way, you got a little something extra. So the classic Fiend play and a Roach combo coming together in hand with 1 Fairy and a 0-cost Goblin Mage. Draws the second Silver Bolt. Needs to get the other one off of Wolf, or this game is looking a lot worse for wear.
Yeah, it's kind of scary here, just because, you know, the board, it's constantly flooded, you know, he even opts to just use the combo piece of the 0-cost Goblin Mage to just play it down early, just so he gets the board as soon as possible. And of course, another Fina in hand, the board's only going to get bigger. Of course, the Fairy can get dropped down as well, and there's just no good AoE effects for Blood to be really using here.
And stuck with this kind of weird hand. I mean, Vania and Devania looks pretty cool, but the life total for Forest isn't nearly low enough, and without even having quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's play.
Alright, so we see the Liza tech. People
I
still
can
kind of
kinda-
debating whether or not they like that card.
I think the card's actually pretty nice, just because it forces your opponent to trade with minions. You can't really use any sort of spells, so if you're against an aggro deck and you're up in terms of HP, like in this exact scenario, then they really do have to just kind of go for it, playing out with their own minions, which is kind of troublesome. And of course, the board here is pretty big for the most part, but right there, the gasp emote gonna be getting used. But right there, Vania, of course, is going to be a prime target to really want to remove off of this board, I would say.
And God forbid he gets another.
Right there in the hand, we do already see that. Is the game frozen?
But the...
Alright, I guess it's taking just a little bit more time to really think about what he's doing here. Oh!
Game's cut.
Aha!
Well, we would have been waiting to see if he could pull out a Roach combo to finish the game off in turn 7. As you know, although he could trade into the board that was given to him, I mean, might as well end the game if the opponent's at 12 life.
Yep. Let's see if we can get back on into this one here. Definitely interesting. Sorry about that minor delay, guys. Just a small technical issue, but we're jumping right back into the game as soon as possible. But I believe it's going to make us play catch up here as well.
Yeah, it was a quick game.
Time for me to prove
Yep.
myself.
And do you have any opinions about this matchup in general in terms of Forest aggro blood?
I really don't like playing Blood into Forest. I do think that Forest is definitely the better thing to be watching out here for, just because they have so much good early removal in a lot of ways to kind of deal with the aggressive plays that do come out from Blood for the most part. You know, Sylvan Justice being such a great answer to a lot of their minions, and of course Ancient Elf going to be a really big deal. And things like Crystalia Aaron would, you know, pretty potential for good healing, good ward, lots of ways to kind of set up. And of course the addition of Elf Queen being added into the deck, it just makes it even more harder, you know. If Elf Queen is drawn, you just pretty much heal the full every game with it, right? Just because you have so many shadows by the time you do play that as a Forest player.
This is God's word.
Yeah, one of the things I do like about Forest in this matchup is the fact that it doesn't really have to care if it uses its early removal, and doesn't seem to. It's not going to sweat
Let's play.
because it knows its real powers in the late game. Whether it's the Wolf Bolt combo, it's a Bolt Roach combo. It's anything can really happen in favor of the Forest player, and so you can absolutely take your time playing the control or the mid range in the early game, and just sweeping the game away from your opponent in the late game.
Yep. Really big things to be watching out here for. So Urius, though, is going to be coming down as well. right there. So we've already seen all of this. It's going to just be kind of back and forth for the most part, just trading across both sides. But I do think when we did leave off, though, it was in the favor of the forest player for the most part. We already saw, you know, the wolf is in hand, right? So drawing him the silver bolt off of that could be a really big deal. But of course, the board just being so filled could be a little troublesome. And of course, cards like Will of the Forest would be really big here, but he's actually not running it either.
It won't be long now.
Interesting. Although against control decks, you really just want more aggressive techs here, and I think that's
completely.
kind of why Will of the Forest has, in some builds, kind of fallen out of favor.
A lot of people have opted to just not even use it, just because it's a bit slower, and of course, if you're playing a lot of things early on in the game, it just kind of dies out, right? Just you don't even get value from it. Like 5 mana, deal 3 damage or something. Like that just sounds terrible.
I don't need that in my life.
Oh, come on!
All right,
So it
and we
looks
have
like we've
finally caught up.
We got to see the gasp again.
It's just not the same.
Bring back the old gasp. Oh,
No,
is it bugged again? Not like this.
not like this.
Not like this. Oh, this is... Alright. The emote has ruined everything, guys.
Gasp.
Arissa's gasp is so powerful, it breaks the game.
This is our protest. Side games, take notice.
Alright.
All right, well, this game is over, and it seems that Noir has won with... Unless it's, again, a spectator bug. Have we moved into game 2?
See if it's... Yeah, so it looks like we're moving on to game 2 here. So he does go over to his rune deck
I
now.
guess you're looking for a fight.
So, the rune deck being regular Daria with 2 Mutagenic Bolt and 3 Melvi. So, a few options for him to make things happen. And make sure that he gets his cards no matter what, although, of course, Melvi, a lot better once you've already Daria'd once and at least gotten your value there.
Yeah, it's the really big thing. You want to make sure you're at least drawing more cards than your opponent. And,
Somebody tell this man to stop emoting.
yeah, it's gonna break the game here. Alright, so Melvi already in hand though. Obviously not the best turn 5 unless you're obviously playing out your whole hand, but I definitely think Aggro Blood is more likely to play out their whole hand at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if 7 cards is something I want to give to an Aggro Blood deck. Yep,
Oh,
just find your implants. They're on me. I got you. But Mutagenic Bolt, a card that I'm really excited to see in the Daria deck, just because when you really need to find that last bit of burn to make things happen, I mean, and they have 5 dudes, I could do 5 damage for 6. That's not terrible.
Yep.
And they die in spectacular fashion. Ooh, but already reduced to 7 health on the first Evo turn. Thankfully, there is a Levi Piercing Rune combo to save him, but having to take another damage to make that happen, an
Yeah.
Evo with one of these cards on board, in addition to drawing something like a Razor Claw, could just spell the end.
This is so rough too, just because we already see the Dark Air Jammer here, and it's going to be able to search out for another 2 cards. And if he gets big damage off of this, it could very well just be the game. He only needs 3 more just to finish it.
I'm looking for that Blood Wolf. Where is it? That's a Urias. That's not terrible.
It's not the worst of things, but of course it's not quite what he's looking for. But dropping his opponent down to 3, there's so many things he could just take off the top of the deck here that could change the game.
Once it gets Crimson Sorcery, plays Craig. No spell boost targets. Not the best hand for Daria. Getting a lot of the new clunk, as we'll call it.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for him. He's gonna have to be a little.
Hello, Razor Claw. Goodbye, Noir.
Just like you are.
And someone is mowing their lawn on stream.
It's not the lawn, dude. It's a neighbor with a motorcycle.
Very nice. Well, he's stepping on the gas, and Noir has brought this back to a game 3.
Alright, there it goes. Alright, so going over to the game 3 though, so it's a really big thing to be watching out here for, so Shadow coming on in. Definitely one of the more interesting takes, I would say, for the most part, just because it's another aggro deck, right? So Daria, we'll see if it is going to be able to handle such an aggressive play. But Aggro Blood worked out pretty well for the most part. And another Melvy in this starting hand here.
Well, the thing is, Scythe hasn't subscribed to the new Wind God hype,
How do you do
and also don't believe he's okay. He is in fact playing Prince Catacomb. I'm like, stop it! What are you doing? Don't hurt me in this way. Yeah, definitely taking this in a more early game fashion, trying to close it out the exact same way as last time, just with the new cards Orthrus and Prince Catacomb. Still trying just to win the game with Cerberus and everything it can provide on a Phantom Hell combo.
Angelic Snipe just going down onto the Skull Beast, so it's going to be really curious to see how this does go down. It's pretty much up to whoever takes the board back first, right? It's going to be the really big thing to be watching out here for, but of course, with Aggro Shadow, it's going to be able to keep the board a lot more efficiently, especially since the Catacomb right here that we already see in the hand.
And Noir might definitely be hating this tech right now. Is double Melvy not going to help so much in an aggro matchup yet again? It's kind of a dead card that he needs to play for himself, but doesn't want his opponent to have.
It's the really big thing that he's having to watch out here for, just simply because he just doesn't have very many minions to be playing out here. There is a Clark now in hand, but he gets the Conjure Golem, but of course that's going to just be another 3 free damage out to face as well, and the 1/1s still do play a pretty big potential threat as one Orthus actually able to just clear the board and give even more damage.
Unbelievable.
Oh, and he definitely has to clear out the Prince Catacomb, even though it just summons a skeleton. Doesn't give him any room to play around. Probably just going to have to Angelic Snipe, play the Blade Mage, and then Evo over something. Could also play the Clark for the slightly better stat line. Looks like that'll be the play.
You're done for.
Gonna have to, might just need to kill the Lyral just so he doesn't get hit for another damage.
Yep. Cerberus probably just does come down next turn though, but of course, ooh, okay, so I'll actually opt not to kill off the Lyriel here. Kind of interesting that he chose not to clear out the Lyriel there, because now it can just go evolve, get the 1 extra ping, and go face.
Yeah, and only 7 damage need to close out the game, and 4 sitting in his hand with an additional Cerberus coming down next turn to provide more puppies.
Unbelievable.
Puppies for everyone.
Oh yeah, Phantom Hell is easily lethal at this point. It can already deal 11 damage with the Coco Mimi in hand here, and of course Dark Conj being able to give even more reach in his hand just because board, it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
All hail the magic conj. Needing to clear out as much damage as possible, and just looking. Well, at least he'll be able to reduce things to 1 skeleton, much more manageable, but it's still lethal off of just puppies and an Evo point. That's gonna be Scythe moving on. Gives him the nice impressive and the concede.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for him, just no real great plays for the most part, and just Aggro Shadow, just keeping the board and making sure to take the win.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate that he drew double Melvy both games, and just facing the new clump. Not what he wanted to see, not at all, and Scythe moves on in the bracket once more. This is his 2nd appearance in top 16, and might be looking to take this whole thing.
Yeah, definitely really well played out there by him. So, going over the day, looking like Scythe does move on forward down in the losers bracket as well. Looks like CPV Stoles took out Latherna as well, so more players to be looking forward to. But I believe that about wraps it up here for my section and as well as DBG's. So do you have any last words here for you, my good friend?
Keep on watching. Raise those fists. DBG out.
Raise those fists indeed. Alrighty guys, thanks for having us all in here. Thanks for all tuning in. And I believe next up we have Mofu and Envy Bear coming in, guys. So make sure to give them a nice warm welcome when they all do come on aboard, guys. So thanks for sticking around. Don't go anywhere. They'll be on in just a moment.
Peace.
Hey, I'm around.
Yes, hello, welcome back to Excelsior Gaming's Challenge Room number 9, Top 16. This is your caster On High and his boy Mo, totally a different person. How you doing, Mofu?
I'm doing pretty good. Good morning, everyone. I mean, morning here. It's now 5 a.m.
Good lord. Unfortunately, Envy's power is out at the moment, and so I have been brought back from the dead to cast the first part of Part 2. It's getting into a weird movie series, don't worry about it. So we are getting back in here with Top 16. Mofu, what did you think about the tournament yesterday and so far?
I enjoyed casting for the tournament yesterday a lot because I found that the amount of variety we started to see, especially including classes that usually didn't make it very far at all, or like Dragon, Haven, and Shadow, of all classes specifically, were doing so well that it kind of felt like I was watching a completely different card game than what I'm used to seeing. So, seeing a lot of representation of those classes in Top 16 is both surprising and really fun. So, looking forward to seeing how Top 16 works out.
Yeah, and as you said, plenty of class diversity. I mean, just the pick rates were astounding to me of how things really worked out. I mean, yesterday, just to reiterate, we had 65 Shadow players, 60 players, and 60 Sword players, but clearly it's the Dragons, the Havens, and the Bloods that have really, that's not a gang at all, that have really kind of shown out here and shown up for this Top 16 so far. So, just to move into this Top 16, so far, it's been our friend Scythe in, kind of blowing through winners, and now looking poised to participate in winners finals if things go well for him. And his opponent will be Filthy Weeb, his first appearance here. So congratulations to him for making it all the way to winners finals. But we're going to take a dip into the losers bracket for now. Watching probably Boltals versus Stoles here in just a little while.
All right.
How'd you sleep, Mofu? Having a good time?
Really well. I had a very strange dream, but I usually do nowadays. It happens when you are sleeping on like a kind of weird schedule to try to catch any time like this when you're like halfway across the world.
Yeah, definitely. So for class pick rates in Top 16, looks like we've got 9 Havens, 6 Dragons, looks like 12 Shadows. Rune is still fairly present with 7, and can't count out Forest with just 5, unfortunately. And Sword bringing in the rest with another 5. So it seems that the pick rates have entirely reversed, and Haven looks like our most picked class. Can't blame them. I mean, I'm going to keep making Terminator jokes. You can't stop me. It's terrifying.
I mean, the way Aegis stands is kind of fitting to that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it not only dunk on its preferred matchups, but also faring pretty well against Dragon again, even though the stats seem to reflect something different.
If anything, I'm just really happy with how much Haven seems to have changed over the course of just getting one new win condition.
Yeah, precisely. Of the 2 Dragon games we've seen, it's won 100%, but actually falling prey to Shadow as it kind of should have been yesterday, even though we saw some Shadow decks fare not quite as well. So far, our best win rate out of 10 games has been Swordcraft, beating up both on Haven and Rune so far 100% of the time. Or actually, that's Blood, not Your Ice is much uglier than his spell. I gotta say, I don't know how I made that mistake. It hasn't actually played it against Rune at all. but also taking 1 game off of its 2 from Forest and 50% on Shadow, taking 2 out of 3 with Dragon, so Sword apparently the control killer this time around.
Interesting to see that Swordcraft is really making much more progress in top 16 than it was in Bulls. Especially with Forest as well, actually. Both of these classes were struggling a lot yesterday in Swiss, but it seems both of them have just kind of, once top 16 started, perhaps the more refined lists have just been performing much, much better versus the other classes that are relatively new.
Precisely, and I'm surprised we're not seeing more Shadow bans, as we've seen a good few, but it's actually played the most games out of all classes. 18 games, 50% win rate. Not too bad considering just the variety of builds we've seen. We've seen there was Nephthys, there was Ector, there was several aggros, a couple mid ranges, all playing different builds and different cards, trying to see what really works out. So this tournament, the perfect time for experimentation, is we've just gotten the new pack. It's the first tournament since Tempest of the Gods was released, and clearly, even though we've seen sort of a meta develop, it hasn't really been any sort of Triforce or any just raw dominance off of any one class, and I do like that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Even if I know a lot of people are actually starting to get already sick of some of the cards that have been added to Tempest of the Gods.
Snakes!
Certain things like maybe not even Snack, but I think a lot of people take a lot of issue with cards like Aegis and Sybil and the like. At the very least, although perhaps we get this feeling like a lot of classes have been pumped up with like insane amounts of steroids to their most refined decks, at least the new expansion has actually gifted us with a lot of new variety.
And one additional gift we've seen is finally the downfall of Runecraft, sitting at 33% win rate today. Did you ever think you'd see the day, Mofu?
Even yesterday, I couldn't believe that there wasn't at least one Runecraft deck that was just kind of tearing up the entire tournament. I thought surely D-Shift would be making waves somewhere, but I realized it's so difficult it seems to play D-Shift into either even ladder or a tournament pool that's got a lot of things that you should win against quite easily, like Dragoncraft. But then, how does D-Shift handle something like a Shadowcraft matchup?
It doesn't.
Like they go into Prince Catacomb on turn 3, what do? You
don't. It's lost 3 out of 4 games it's played today, and that seemed to be the bane of its existence yesterday as well. Not having it at all, and even not being able to take a significant amount of games away from Dragoncraft or Havencraft, only winning 1 of each. And I think that was we have seen some pretty bad luck from D-Shift today. Yeah, we just casted a game, a couple of games where he just couldn't find his win condition, and no D-Shift at all. He had a slower D-Shift in the mirror matchup, and then no D-Shift at all in the next matchup. I just couldn't take a game with the deck, and I think it's really contributing to just the misfortune of Isabel today.
Mm-hmm.
At least no one's rubbing it in and playing Erasmus.
Oh, right. To take out those vagabond frogs.
Hey, now that's a spicy tech.
You gotta hit it with something.
Lightning blast.
The one thing I've been wondering is, since the top 16 has been progressing quite quickly, I didn't really get much time to watch much of it since waking up. But I see Forestcraft has been doing really well. Have you been able to observe which kind of Forestcraft deck specifically have been making this much progress?
So the 7th is actually playing an almost totally unaltered Roach Forest tempo deck from the last set, and we saw him take a pretty convincing game with it. There's nothing like a little bit of burst damage to slip under all of the healing and destruction that classes are running now, and it doesn't matter how many Poke Shadow gives you if you make it to turn 7 or are able to just pull something out of the hat. We've seen
I had a feeling actually that
yeah, we did.
I had a feeling that Roach Forest was going to be like, I thought it was going to be a class that would stabilize eventually, similar to Midrange Shadow and Darkness Evolved, that it'd get these new cards, and then everyone would try to run them. The deck would start working way less and less, and then eventually one person would just run the exact same list as before and be like, wait, this is still amazing.
Yeah, win rates, especially right now, are kind of interesting. We've seen a whole bunch of different decks. Even Aggro Blood has gone through changes. People are now running Dark Air Jammer, and we actually saw the most hilarious thing. This man is running Belphegor and Soul Dealer to get himself to Vengeance, to then run over you with Dark Air Jammer into Spiderweb Imp or Blood Wolf.
Have you seen, I was linked by a friend to a video that was made by the top 2 ranked player from last season, And he ran a deck that is exactly of that description. Triple Soul Dealers, triple Belphegors, perhaps the most all-in aggro blood you've ever seen. Doesn't even run 1-drops. So perhaps inspired by a list like that. Very fun to watch.
That must be where it's from. Because like, what's going through your mind? Like, all right, here's the plan. I'm gonna win with gigantic statted dudes, Vengeance, and Dark Air Jammer. Time to stab myself.
Like, I remember at least in the video the Japanese player made, he would open curves like the Razor Wolf into Devil of Vengeance, the 3-cost 4/4 that can only attack when you're in Vengeance, and just slam a Soul Dealer or a Belphegor into Dark Air Jammer. And that's so hard to recover from that. Like,
what do you do? Yeah, but the fact that you get to play, so all of your Dark Generals are available fairly close to Kurt. Okay, Richie, stop opening such good packs. You're making me so jealous.
Oh my god.
And here I am with my my one Israfel. But yeah, just
Producer
you can pull...
here. Hey, don't be jealous. You know, I only pulled like 25 legends so far.
Good lord.
Haha.
Never need dust.
I gotta admit, I got pretty lucky with my packs too. I only opened like 40 because I'm pretty poor, and I managed to get 2 animated legendaries out of it. Sneck and Ouroboros specifically. Feels good.
Double Sneck.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, moving just back to this blood list. So it seems the play is get into Vengeance, play Dark Air Jammer, pull a Spiderweb Imp to keep them off of you. Since it's still pretty in the early game, they're not going to be putting a huge amounts of damage on the board. And then run over them with gigantically statted dudes. So evolved Belphegors, evolved Soul Dealers, Blood Wolves, Dark Generals, and somehow take the game away from your opponent before they know what happened.
Feels good, man. I'm a big fan of lists like this because this may be the first time we've actually really seen the true birth of a Vengeance aggro blood deck that is actually entirely reliant on the class's mechanic. If I remember correctly, there's not even Blood Moons wrote in the original version of the deck list if it's inspired by the Japanese players.
There weren't any Blood Moons, and I think that was kind of surprised me, as I thought this would be the way this deck was used. You play
Right.
Blood Moon, you play Dark General, and something else ridiculous that uses Vengeance, and you just take over the game because suddenly they just ate all of the damage. But no, it's turned into, well, I'm just gonna use the old tools and make it work.
I'm just gonna Soul Dealer. What are you gonna do? Blood Moon into Soul Dealer and be a Vengeance anyway? It's like we
Well, I
all
guess
win now, boys.
I guess I'm so glad I didn't dust my Soul Dealers. And the fact is, this deck is so expensive too. You need triple Belphegor, triple Soul Dealer. Are you telling me you still have those from Standard?
Oh god, maybe he crafted the Soul Dealers again just to make this, and that is respect right there.
Time to pull out my wallet.
Soul Dealer was actually the first legendary I ever pulled in Shadowverse, and I don't think I had it for more than like 2 days. I read its effect and like instant dusted it.
I don't need this.
I was like, how does this help me? I saw the 6/4 stat block and just assumed it would never be good.
I think I really got away. I opened a Daria and I'm like, yes, it's happening.
I actually still have yet to open Daria. The same way I still have yet to open Albert, and those are the only 2 legendaries from Rise of Bottom that I haven't. Albert being the only one I'm upset about.
I think I had to craft all 3 Alberts just to make that work.
Yeah, I crafted 3 and I just assumed I'd get one eventually.
Hey Richie, just go ahead and hit that liquefy cards for me.
Hey.
Selected. Holy crap. The fact that this man still has 30k dust after vials, I guess, since we are sponsored. 30k vials after a new set expansion and still have all the decks. That's just dirty.
Feels bad.
Hopes that game's got their money's worth.
Come to think of it, did Cygames ever hint at wanting to do rotations?
It's still too early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Envy's here. Envy's back. The Envy Bear is here. How you doing today, Envy?
Hi, I'm doing good.
praise. Well, all right, we got the true casting on the desk, and this has been dbg/on-high/ I need the new name. Post in the chat what you think my name would be. I'm not gonna look at that later. Thanks for having me. We're gonna be getting back into top 16 Shadowverse in just a little while. And this will be DBG signing off. Peace.
Thanks for sticking around, DBG.
I got you, fam.
I'll miss you, my friend. I'm trying.
Bye.
It's not going anywhere.
This is the last time talking to him ever, actually.
Is there a, can I get a bracket link?
I got you, fam.
Thank you, Muffin. Oh, never mind. Cool. Good, Gene. Oh my gosh, we're already so far.
And I thought Sly Games told us games were supposed to go more slowly.
I know, dude. What happened to slowing the game down?
Yeah. Both yesterday and today, I was just like, wake up like an hour and a half or so ahead of when I need to, just because it's really difficult to wake up at the beginning of the tournament. And then I see the entire thing already halfway over. I'm like, alright, so perhaps we could get into where winners left off with.
I think in the losers would be a better. Let's check out Little Net 4. We haven't seen him in a long time. It's been a while since he's been top 16.
Not even a name I recognize, in fact.
He was top 16 a while ago, maybe 5 or 6 tournaments ago. Maybe Noir was 2. They're both players that haven't been here in a while. So.
Alright, neat.
Be interesting to check them out.
So Lil Nat 4 playing Havencraft, Runecraft, and Swordcraft, and Nor here with Swordcraft, Runecraft, and Forestcraft. Looks like
Solid.
Lil Nat 4's Swordcraft list is looking like mid-range, very similar to the existing mid-range lists that runs the Neutral Angels. Stuck in a copy of Dark Angel Olivia in here. Runecraft
Nice.
list looks like Dimension Shift, teching 1 copy of Mutagenic Bolt,
Yes.
slowly preaching the truth of this card.
The Bolt and D shift though. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
You can't D-shift and make the rats burn again, which is the worst feeling.
No, you can't, and it started their turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, that'd be
Owned it,
so
though.
bonkers if the rats get hit twice. Just
You
die
could
to
just
rats.
use Mutagenic Bolt as the win condition.
Yeah, who needs destroyers, right? Just Blade Mage and Bolt.
I've actually seen players replacing Flame Destroyers with Enchanted Sword, and I have no idea anything anymore when I see that happen.
I guess when you stick it on Blade Mage is the plan, or
Yeah. Turn Blade Mage
Or-
into a Albert.
turn Blade Mage into almost a Flame Destroyer, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess if it evolves, it's an 8/8. No, it's a 6/6, but evolves, right?
Yeah, so all you need to do
because
is
the Xenoblade's only 2/2.
play a Flame Destroyer replacement to turn another card into a almost Flame Destroyer. I don't know, I'd have to see it to believe it. His Havencraft list looks like Elena running 2 copies of the most infamous Aegis.
Does he has Test of Strength also, all that we've seen people playing?
2 copies of it.
Yeah. Nice.
Did anyone actually come into the expansion thinking Test of Strength would work with Aegis the way it does?
I think there was a dev questionnaire thing. I think we knew that, yeah. Because of they answered a question or something.
Time for me to
Looks like we're gonna get into
myself.
the Forestcraft versus
I guess you're looking for a
D-Shift
fight.
here. So this is what looks to be Wolfbolt Forest featuring 3 copies of Crystalia Erin and 1 copy of Elf Queen as its only new inclusions.
D-Shift Roach is this the right patch? D-Shift Roach's Roach? Is that Eliza? Okay, alright.
I feel like Forest, if anything, just went back in time with the introduction of the new expansion. Because I've seen these like
the
in
two expansions in a row, they didn't get cards that they got White Wolf, I think, in Rise, and that was like it. They keep getting cards they don't want to play, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So like Forest just has to keep playing old stuff.
I think Jungle Warden didn't even make it to top 16, like in any of these lists.
It's a card that a lot of people, you know, Jungle Warden was like either everyone thought it was like really good or thought it was really bad. I saw like nobody who was like middle ground with Jungle Warden. Like,
now that you mention it, yeah, I don't think anyone came into that card saying that it was just okay. It was like either 4 or 5 like Raging Ant and garbage, or
yeah.
just turn 10 Albert all over again.
Yeah, it's either like, you know, just unplayable or it's Albert and Forestry. Like
Albert and Forest, like there's a certain 3-cost card that fits that description to me.
your boy Beetle Warrior. This is
Oh,
a pretty
man.
slow start for both of them. D-Shift was had a really bad hand, but it seems to be... Never mind. Okay, it's fixing itself, I guess. If he gets a Fate's hand, it's fixing itself.
4 pieces of Exodia and a Piercing Rune to work with it. So we're gonna have to work off the top just a little bit here.
Come on, let's play.
Converts a hit off of a fairy into Elfchild May,
Here, everyone.
and Lazy going to protect this board from potentially any top deck that could do anything about it.
Right, he also now can't play the Piercing Rune on Curve, which is his entire hand's a brick now. That's alright. The very quick pass.
Sparkly stuff.
He has everything he needs in hand, just nothing to make it work.
You know, actually, evolving Liza here, oh my god. No kaleidoscopic glow to be seen. This is actually really, really powerful.
Not only brutal, but also having to Kaleidoscopic Glow Lisa is like the most terrifying thing to do in a matchup like this.
Oh my gosh. He's got nothing.
He has the combo and like a way to start activating it, but making it to turn 5 with only so many spell boosts.
He has enough bricks to build the Empire State Building. Hits another Sword Cache, not even a Wind Blast or anything to pick off a May.
Can't
Oh,
even evolve
no.
anything for the Piercing Rune.
Unbelievable.
Honestly, evolving Blade... You can evolve the Goblin Mage here.
Can't be Kaleidoscoped, the Piercing Rune does nothing to it. Oh, Levi in hand, and even Levi wouldn't double clear.
He's actually really close to just killing him.
Right. Can set him to 7 here. Has a Roach and a Guidance in hand.
He hasn't attacked with a Goblin Mage yet. Fairy Circle, bounce one of those fairies after attacking with it. Play a fairy,
It won't
play a
be long
Roach.
now. Let me help.
I feel like he could actually play this turn relatively any order with any
Yeah,
use.
yeah. Really,
Like, no-
anything he does is fine.
No top deck on 6 play points is gonna just single-handedly solve this problem.
I think he's just gonna bounce the Roach. It's a safe play.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Really, honestly, the game is already over. This is just
Let's play.
such an
You have to
aggressive
stop
start
there.
into such a brick is just, oh no.
Enchanted Library.
Yeah.
I was about to say you'd have to get like a summon ice form tapes to a Levi at the same time after
Yeah.
that.
You need a very broken card that thankfully isn't in the game to survive this situation.
You're gonna need to just like spell boost your entire hand 10 times to get out of that situation.
That was a really fast game. Nice.
Mhm. Not exactly looking like Wolf Bolt Forest there, but then again, he kind of won off of just playing the first 4 turns out.
I mean, Liza against Forest, it was that turn that Liza came down and he couldn't Piercing Run anything that just snowballed everything because Liza evolving the turn after was too much to come back from. Yeah, his hand was a brick, but like Liza was very, very powerful right there.
I've noticed Liza in general really making it easy for Forest to deal with both the D-Shift matchup and sometimes when it gets to play out really quickly. That works amazingly versus Ramp Dragon as well. In that
Yeah,
if your
exactly.
opponent's playing like Breath of the Salamander and you Liza on turn 2, they just skip their next like 2 turns unless they've got some way into like Rahab or Grimnir.
I mean, skipping turns with dragons, nothing really too bad anyway.
Yeah,
though.
true.
Way bigger with Worm because they need to spell boost their cards in order for them to be useful. Dragon just kind of needs to, ramp up there and just play them.
Almost works us to the bone.
So we got mid-range sword this time versus the Havencraft list. Noticing Grimnir making its way into virtually every deck.
Grimnir is a very versatile card. Just play it on curve or play it on 10. It's gets a lot of work done.
It actually reminds me a lot of Albert in terms of why it's strong. In that, on curve, it's like a card with a keyword with stats that have never been seen before on that keyword. And then, like, turn 9 to 10, the card can single-handedly win games.
Ooh, a Simone. I didn't actually check out this list. He's got a Simone in his main deck. Okay.
Remember, Simone has been... It made an appearance in Namien's deck, top 67 player. That's just a copy of 2 of.
I guess Sword's just at the point where, you know, their 2-drops are... they're like not super high value, so they'd rather play like, you know, Unicas, Lirials, or I guess Simone now. It's interesting.
People getting tired of playing Guild. Realize the Samurai like never activates.
Scripture, a nice punish there for Unica existing, basically. Choosing to trade instead of going phase.
Maybe not wanting to deal with like a hold sold swing, speaking of.
Possibly, yeah. Double Beast Call Aria is pretty clunky actually. But he hasn't evolved this turn with a Unica in hand, so he should be fine.
So there's an Odin tech in this deck. Perhaps most likely to deal with the Ramp Dragon matchup, but I can't see it coming too much in handy versus Swordcraft.
Odin's kind of gotten like... He's really, he's not bad, he just seems so, like, slow now. Like, I don't think I've seen a single Dragon player playing it at all.
Yeah, like, if they would run him, they would put Lightning Blast there.
Yeah, exactly. Luminous Mage, new card here. Gonna get a free evolve. Hop over Unica.
I adore this card so much, because, like, considering its ability to not use up an evolve point, that's like a 4 or 5 rush body. That's just on a 5-drop there.
Yeah. It's also super important when you're going first and save an evolve. Like, it'll never live ever. It'll never live. But saving an evolve going first can be pretty game swinging. Honestly, if you hadn't top decked the cudgel there, this could have been a really good Lunar Mage.
Keeping the evolve point really helps out with this hand as well. It offers the option to kind of try to take back some tempo with an Evo, maybe on a Pirate or on Simone, and still have one left over for an incoming Albert in a few turns.
Super important for Sword to have those evolves going in the late game.
I'm actually really happy with the sort of design that Luminous Mage embodies for Swordcraft. We've never really seen like a card like it in its level of effectiveness. This Titania Sanctuary is not right. There's 3 Beast Call areas on the board.
Simone actually does a pretty good job, kind of stopping these Beast Call areas. He doesn't really want to evolve a Tiger over it, so... Chooses the Alwedas instead, though.
It won't be long now.
Ooh, evolving Face.
We live to take what we like.
Interesting.
Perhaps wanting to try to curve out with Wholesouled Swing and Simone next turn.
And
Maybe
Albert
Sarah
for late.
point.
See if he chooses to trade into the Rabbit. Usually Rabbit is played... I don't know if this deck has Elena's or not, but I don't think you ever play Rabbit outside of a deck with an Elena's, so...
I remember seeing 2 copies of Elena's in here.
Yeah.
I think the trade is pretty nice because it denies the ability to clear the Pirate using the Rabbit alongside the Bird.
Right. Tsubaki's actually not bad here. Yep, goes for it. The stealth is a little better than Simone here. Since
Needs to
Tsubaki
have
can
a
be
second.
Odin'd.
Black in Scripture feels bad. These Test of Strength's not helping the situation at all either.
Yeah, they don't really do anything on this board. If he top decks an Aegis though, can be pretty good.
Top decking Aegis while his sword already like has so much difficulty clearing two beast call areas on turns where I would rather just be sending an Albert face. Could turn this entire situation around.
I didn't get it.
Let us conclude.
Test of Strength taking his time to trigger on every single minion that came out, so he had to wait.
I still don't really understand what's happening with its like little pop when everything comes into play, since it's like the effect is supposed to affect players as like a rule, but
Right,
it also
yeah.
affects followers, but like Aegis ignores half of it. Like,
It's really interesting. It's weird. Sword's all of a sudden in a really bad spot, though. This is it's not good at all.
you have to dismantle
Get
this
really
entire
big.
board.
Simone will do work here, though. I mean, the enhance being pretty useful.
My boss works us to the bone.
Lyriel makes a good evolve, but not one that he probably wants to use with an Albert in hand.
I imagine Odin will happen for sure onto Simone. That might just seal the game out, honestly. Albert will be forced to trade after that.
That's half of your opponent's life. You can no longer just kind of take out from man. If you did try to go Albert face to try to top deck another Albert for lethal, the test of strength will put a brick wall in the face of that.
Yeah. Odin goes down. Full trade probably gonna happen here. Those two minions along with an Albert can translate into a lot of damage, so yeah.
Finally a break.
More of the kind of game where you just trade and wait for your opponents to concede than actually finish dealing with their
Yeah,
life.
exactly, yeah. More so letting the sword realize that they don't have options anymore. Floral Fencer doesn't look too bad here, but if you evolve the Floral Fencer, you basically forfeit the game, so...
Yeah. She asks for something that Albert really can't give up here.
The only way the Floral Fencer ever turns into an okay play is if Luminous Mage becomes top decked later, so...
Yeah.
There may not be a later, though.
Could also potentially just be thinking about slamming down the Albert, not evolving him. Just taking out the Odin and the Radiance Angel.
Could also just play Albert and go face. You might top deck a second one.
Forces the other player to trade.
I like the clear play, though. It's not bad, killing those two. While Albert has his damage immunity.
Nothing in Lil Nat for his hand to even kill an Albert without evolving him here, should he clear twice.
It all ends
Goes
here.
for the evolve. If he goes face, Tribunal would seal the game, for sure. He might be trading to both of them. Oh, he goes face! Alright, he's going for the I'm gonna draw Albert play. Oh,
Odin,
no!
that feel.
An Odin. Okay. That's really bad. However, if he doesn't play Test of Strength, top deck Albert is lethal. So, I think it's actually better. It's actually probably better to just play Test of Strength, throw the 2 4 attack minions into this Albert, and play the Cudgel so you can't die.
I think he's going for the Odin.
He's going for Test of Strength. Yeah.
I see that.
Although top decked Albert is lethal. Because this Albert can still attack twice. Had he top decked an Albert, that would have been lethal.
It's a soft draw on an Albert.
Sadly, can't attack twice if it's not enhanced.
A true warrior of Valhalla.
But he's gonna clear for it next turn.
Strength and beauty together.
Okay. The top deck on the Aegis is so fortunate in this situation.
That was
Even if this
extremely good.
is about to wear off, but
That's
how do you
exactly what he needed.
Grim, that
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
My tempest
doesn't do it, but that's so close.
Yeah. Either way, test goes away this turn and you're at 1 life.
Isn't I don't know anything about the story of.
Actually, wait, no.
this-
These can go face after Odin. Yeah, Test is gone.
Yeah.
He just wins. Yeah.
make haste.
Yeah, he just wins.
The battlefield tower.
Isn't Odin like lore connected to Grimnir somehow?
Is it?
Yeah, I know Grimnir like has an extra voice line in Japanese where he freaks out if you play him while Odin's on the enemy board.
Really?
So actual roleplayer victory.
I actually forgot. Like I was thinking for a second, like Test. I didn't know Test prevented your Aegis from attacking. Probably doesn't, right?
Mhm.
Either way,
I
it didn't
think-
matter because Test was ticking down anyway. It didn't matter.
Yeah, I think you can go face is what the developers said in the Q&A and what people
Yeah.
have noticed.
It's only
So, like,
positive to have
It
it.
ignores that half, but doesn't ignore the other half.
That Aegis was like an amazing top deck.
Yeah, probably single-handedly won the game there.
Yeah, literally. Well, I mean, Test did work too.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually happy to see Test of Strength, like even without an Aegis on board, still managing to kind of be a solid defensive card with like an Albert.
Right, yeah. It was good. It was like, it was the anti-Albert play. Without trading, though, it was like, it still lost to Albert, but, you know, thankfully it wasn't top
Yeah.
deck.
It's like we Yu-Gi-Oh rules now.
Yeah. Swords of Revealing Light with, you know, a bad side. Interesting to see Library in D Shift. I've been trying out Lou.
I think a lot of players have been really liking Lu. Library is like low-key one of my favorite cards in the expansion because it just feels so good to play.
That's how I feel about Lou. Lou is like 2 mana, you know, she's like a maid leader, but in Rune.
With the best English voice line in the game for
Yeah, and her lines are perfect. Sword's got a pretty okay curve
At your service.
if he just draws a Floral Fencer.
I was thinking like a lot of things could make this hand extremely obnoxious to deal with for D shift.
Yeah, Floral Fencer for D Shift. It does have double Levi, but Floral Fencer is a pretty strong card as far as stats go, with no one playing Fire Chain really anymore.
Mhm.
He's also not boosting anything. There he goes, finally finds D Shift, so.
The battlefield awaits.
Novice Trooper in, immune to Kaleidoscopic Glow, and Levi is not
I'm just a
an instant removal play.
old as dirt.
Yeah, unfortunately this Levi can just die to, Oh, he plays them both! Ooh.
That just tosses away one of them.
Against Sword, that seems very interesting. Whole Souled Veteran Lancer evolved the already placed Novice Trooper is extremely punishing now.
Mhm.
I'm all
That's essentially a Floral Fencer. Like, that is a Floral Fencer.
Done for.
Oh, he's gonna choose to evolve this one instead. Okay.
Doesn't want to even entertain the idea of giving Element for
Yeah,
one of those
doesn't-
certain
okay.
sorceries.
Just forgetting about that Fireball. What are the chances he has 3 of them, right? Why would he play 2 of them? Let's get the bounce to 2/2 though.
Bounces the Knight as well.
Mutagenic Bolt, nice. Finds a Merlin. Okay, so he has a minion next turn to interact.
Leave it to me.
But the board is probably just gonna get flooded this turn with Novice Trooper, I'd imagine.
Especially with an evolve, that would make it pretty unsafe to play the Merlin.
I think he's banking more on the fact that Kaleidoscopics have been spammed. There's no way he has more of them.
Won't be long now. Together we're unstoppable.
Something that's like hard to watch about this for me is running Mutagenic Bolt as like a soft board clear option and seeing how bad it would be in this situation.
Oh yeah, you can't bolt this, ever.
Give your opponent Scorched Rat lethal.
A revelation.
He did draw a Angelic Snipe though, so he can pick off this 1/1 as well. Oh, never mind, he has a 5. Okay, he has a boost to Wind Blast. Never mind.
I'll be honest, I hadn't been counting how big that Wind Blast had gotten either.
It's hard to, like, without looking at, like, cost of D-Shift, I guess. It was right next to it, so.
You and I, Knight. My
So Luminous
sword brings
Mage.
hope.
Pretty good evolve on the Luminous Knight here. But doesn't give him the trade over Merlin, if that's what he wants.
It does push 2 more face than it would, though. And with Novice Trooper in your hand, I think that's actually fine.
If anything, I think that like makes me really happy that ingrained into the card, as we can see here, is actually like a small decision arc.
Yeah.
Like
Unbelievable.
it's something that a lot of people, especially me, if anyone's listened to me talk about the game, is called for. But it is a very relevant decision when you have a free evolve point on, do I want to trade over this, or push like an extra 2 damage, which can be really relevant versus D-Shift.
This is your fate.
Definitely. Oh my gosh, gets a Wind Blast here. That's gonna be really good. That gives him the full clear after Merlin attacks with that Angelic Knight.
Mhm.
Pulls double Wind Blast, actually, even.
Take up my shield.
You also can't leave Merlin up, period. So
Yeah. Using up the whole turn just to slam a Geno into it doesn't sound like
At least
the
it's
funnest
good to
idea.
see.
chooses to play the 0-mana Fates hand before the beginning of next turn. Interesting. Oh my gosh, Albert.
That could be it soon. Lil Nat 4 is drawn out as D-shifts, but doesn't have anything to actually...
Right, he has no actual damage inside.
Your service.
And he's still not drawing any of it.
Yeah. Enchanted Library, like, being a soft draw card, but specifically one that won't give him damage.
Interesting, we were talking about Lu earlier. Lu actually has a chance of pulling, like, Blade Mage, Flame Destroyer. You know, the Spellboost followers, Lu can pull those, so... The choice of playing Library over Lu here, as far as, like, new cards go. Does still have ways to search. Finds a Merlin. Okay, that's good.
Merlin would be so slow here, though.
Okay, he can't play
In
it
fact,
this
it would be
turn.
dead.
He can barely prevent lethal with the Piercing Rune. Unless he gets like a Quick Blader or something. Oh wait, never mind, he has
He's dead
8.
to Albert.
No, he has 8. He has
Novice.
Albert Novice.
The battlefield awaits. You are done for.
So I'm noticing that Mutagenic Bolt was
I'll save
a
you
literally
all.
unplayable card in hand the entire time.
That was, yeah, that was dead. That was very, very dead. I think he has it as a one-of, right?
Yeah. So I suppose it's like a tech choice that you want to be able to maybe try out a little bit
What
more
else would have
consistently.
been... Fiery Embrace would have been good there. Fire Chain would have been good there. Calamitous
Anything-
Curse? I don't know. If you're looking at like 6-mana spells that never cost less. I don't think I've
Could've
ever
kinda
seen
worked
anybody
out.
play Curse in D-Shift though.
And we're seeing some deck lists that just kind of randomly shoved in some Earth Sigils and Calams. Perhaps out of just, they lost to Aggro Shadow a few times and thought that this was now what the deck absolutely needed. Like,
Darn these skeletons. I remember way back when we used to play like Iron Scrap Smelter and Petrification in D-Shift. Those were the days.
I wasn't even around for that. Like,
Those were the days, man.
that sounds like madness to me. Okay. Okay. Going on into winners finals, waiting for loser semis to start. I believe this is Skaith versus Filthy Weed.
Skaith versus Filthy Weeb. Skaith has been here in top 16 quite a few times. Filthy Weeb, I don't think has
It's
ever.
Not one guy.
Has he ever been top 16? I don't think so. So.
Yeah, when I
So
saw the
he's
name.
rocking. Go ahead.
No, when I saw the name Filthy Weed, I assumed it was the other guy, which it wasn't.
Oh, it's a different Filthy Weeb?
Mhm. Someone else who just happened to take the name.
Oh. What are the odds? Oh, okay. So not the same person.
Mm-mm.
Still a completely new. Like, this person's never been top 16 before, right? They didn't change their name or anything.
Not that I believe.
Nice. New blood. So he's rocking Forest Shadow Rune, and Skaith is on Forest Shadow Blood.
Looking like-
Interesting.
see some D shift in here. Looking like the Forest Craft on. Oh, okay, I opened 6 tabs and now I'm like tripping over my own syllables. Like, so Skaith's Forest Craft is looking like Wolf Bolt. Very similar to the list I mentioned earlier, actually running 3 Errands and an Elf Queen in the place of where Fairy Beast used to be for decks like this. Whereas Filthy Weeb had an also pretty interesting looking list. Looks
He's just late game Forest, I think.
Skates is like aggro forest, running a copy of Aaron alongside 2 Cynthias. My boy Beetle Warrior in the back line.
This is Filthy Weeb is running like a tempo forest, it looks like, but it's like a one of Fina, a one of Aaron, two
One of
Cynthias.
Sukuna.
Yeah, one of Sukuna. It's a very, very interesting list. 2 Selwyn's commands, extremely interesting. They still have bans in winners finals, right? He should be. He should have a ban still in winners finals.
Yeah.
They don't have bans in winner finals? Good, we get to see that for us. Nice. Hopefully.
It's very similar to the list I've actually been climbing with, and I've like figured out recently, like, Selwyn's command is the truth. Like,
Oh, yeah?
alongside Beetle Warrior, that's so much mid-game storm, and versus Ramp Dragon, if you actually do go late, sometimes, like, having the zero-cost Selwyn and, like, disabling an Ouroboros is, like, all it takes.
It looks like his Shadow is an aggro deck, and his Rune is a D-shift with a one of Ogler in there. So, and a Fire Chain. Somebody playing Fire Chain again, so that's good.
Gotta kill that Vagabond Frog somehow.
Vagabond Frog and that Shadow matchup, dude. Like, all these darn skeletons spawning other skeletons.
It's like, how do you even clear it to get to hit the skeletons in T-shift is something that I've, like, seen the deck struggling a lot to do.
Right. I don't know. D-shift seems to be D-shift used to be like the epitome, like the control deck, controlled all control decks. But it seems like I don't know, like the Ram Dragon seems a bit faster than it now, and it just like gets outdone by a lot of things. So you have to run like a lot of weird things in it, like things we haven't played in it in a while.
I remember, like, back in the day, like, everyone's advice to any, like, player who was, like, struggling versus D-shift is, like, it's okay, the deck's not that good, just win on turn 6. Just play an aggro deck. And now we live in a world that's like, okay, it's just win on turn 6, just play Ramp Dragon. They'll have, like,
Win
10
on
play
turn
points
6,
anyway.
play any top deck.
Yeah, just play Bahamut on turn 6. And, like, what are they gonna do?
Interestingly enough,
Discoveries.
though, you know, not enough, not really any dragons that I've seen so far. Looking at the others.
There's a decent representation of Dragoncraft in top 16, but not as much as it was kind of everywhere on ladder yesterday.
Yeah, dude,
On ladder.
like
That's what yesterday.
it feels like Dragon. It feels like Ramp Dragon's like at least 50% of ladder right now. Like I don't know, like Dragon, play like 5 Dragon games in a row, and you're like, okay, well, tournament's gonna be mostly Dragon players, right?
Yeah.
And then it's not.
It's like the boulder on Shadowverse's chest right now, which used to be Daria. Now feels like everyone hates Dragon.
Let's see what matchup we hit first here. Ooh, Forest Mirror. Okay.
Time for me to prove myself.
So we got Wolf Bolt, Hakuto Shinken in one corner, and Aggro Forest, Nanto Suichoken in the other.
Very, very, very bricky hand.
Going first with Lisa into Ancient Alpha, one drop could make this a really strong start.
Ooh,
Aaron
cursed him. He got a 6 drop. Not what he needed, but he still has the Liza, who can't be Sylvan Justice, which is a really good thing.
I'm here, everyone.
Pushes
Basically
2
guarantees
damage.
this Ancient Elf. Yep, and then 2 damage as well.
Nothing to do against it either.
I love that both players are playing Aaron. I really do. One of the
I've
cards that I was
seen-
looking forward to most, the expansion.
Yeah. She's perhaps like one of the most like fairly designed cards that's been added to Shadowverse in a long time.
Just a solid mid-game ward thing that heals you. Doesn't ramp you, but it heals you.
On 8 mana it gives you back an evolution point, like compared to some other cards that heal and also do something around this time of the game. It's like she's so innocent. But this is a pretty nightmarish situation to be in.
That Liza was brutal. Yeah, he's gonna have to slap down the Ancient Elf and just evolve it for board. Oh, feels bad, man.
Dies to anything.
The journey continues.
Especially a Fina Evolve here could be especially brutal.
Life's fate is that.
I don't know if he's gonna choose to slap the second Liza down and keep this like oppressive Liza going, because you also go into their Will of the Forest turn. This turn? Nope, choose to he's gonna go for the Fina immediately.
You're done for.
So Will of the Forest becomes the play here. We'll see if he goes for it.
I'll blow you away.
Goblin Mage actually pretty likely to draw Roach now, with 2 Leezes drawn out already. Never
Nope.
mind. Yeah, there are water fairies in this.
Plays Mei and Water Fairy, yeah. He kept his HP up on the Fina, probably to play around Willow Forest. It's no longer a clear.
Would have to bless RNG really hard for that to kill me now.
Ooh, no, that's gotta hurt.
Never get near the princess.
I felt
Kinda
like
have to kill this
Crystalia.
thing, though.
Yeah, can't leave that alive at all. I felt
Freeze
like
the pieces.
in recent days Tia has been suffering a lot,
Okay, it's
just
okay.
by sheer fact that like not only is like a big ward playing in the mid game not that big of a deal versus a lot of aggro decks anymore, but the fact that Eve dies in a trade to an evolved Sybil.
Yeah, especially against Shadow. Shadow being so popular in Soul Squasher, just enters the battlefield and kills it for free. Like, that hurts. Liza's absolutely massive.
It won't be long now.
2 Wills of the Forest in hand that skip turn each. Soul of Injustice does nothing. All you really have is Crystalia Aaron.
Yeah,
This is like her
Aaron has to-
moment.
He does have actually Aaron into Elf Queen, but this Elf Queen is really bad. He only has
Heal
3
4.
shadows.
This ends
It heals,
here.
yeah, heals 3. Well, yeah, because Aaron will die. He'll heal for 4.
Out of my
Whereas
sight.
Fairy Beast would have healed for, you know, the possible 7.
Mhm. Still just might be the necessary.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's
Hot
so
Cynthia.
brutal.
Oh my gosh.
Will shine. They're picking on
That's
me.
very powerful. He gets some chip damage in. The Elf Queen is gonna stop it, but she can't evolve. And Cynthia can go face, so
I will shine. Oh, come on.
Can't leave this Cynthia alive for sure. There's no way to heal over that much damage, but nothing in hand actually kills it here.
Sorry.
is Will of Forest a clear?
7 damage.
7?
You'd have to
He's gotta get
pray.
lucky. He's gotta get pretty
Never
lucky.
hits one of his 1-drops.
If he has to not hit the never mind. It's not
May
hit
has to-
May now. He has to yeah, oh,
Okay.
okay. Never mind. Cynthia left. Alright. Well,
Not necessarily lethal anymore, but actually,
pretty
wait,
close.
that's so close because Aaron gives you back the Evo point,
Yeah.
but she only gains 1 attack on Evo.
You're an intruder.
Still gonna go for it. It does produce 2 fairies as well, so it's basically game.
This ends here.
With the Dance of Death in hand, where do you really go to come back from this?
Hey, let's play. I lost.
Yeah, this is just yeah, okay. Surrenders out. He
Oh,
basically
don't worry, buddy.
That was brutal. Those Liza's did work. Again, just Liza just doing work, man.
She's like amazing in like almost every matchup in Tempest of the Gods.
Spell
It's like-
damage is just like really important, you know. Even goes against Grimner too. Like even super late game, you know, the all powerful Grimner wouldn't do anything to a Liza board.
The like quintessential 10 cosplay. I've noticed it's like a lot of decks that have like made it to pretty large amounts of popularity, maybe with like just the exception of Shadowcraft, kind of rely on early game removal like Breath of the Salamander and the like to stave off early game damage. At least it just completely ignores them.
Right. Like right around the time you could probably have a board that matters.
Time for me to
Dragon
prove
has
myself. I guess you're looking
Salamander.
for a fight.
And Liza just stops that completely. But I mean, we're not really seeing Dragon anyway, so like
It's so weird to oh lord. Wolf Bolt in the opening
Ooh.
hand with a fairy circle to show for it.
that is
Versus D-Shift a hand like this?
going second too, not even going first. Has a Jungle Warden in his hand.
It's your boy Jungle Warden.
Yeah, boy, Jungle Warden.
Kind of a very late game plan to even try to kind of get the enhance effect off versus D-Shift.
Hey, let's
Right. Usually D-Shift will try to end the game when they're at like, you know, between 7 to 9 mana. And going second, you're probably not gonna get an enhanced Jungle Warden off against D-Shift, but with this kind of hand, it might work out. I mean, D-Shift is that's a hand.
Kind of like holding like 6 guns in the vest here, kind of able to deal with almost any board with a hand like this. No combo pieces though.
Draws Kaleido, but that's pretty bad against the Ancient Elf here.
unbelievable.
I'm the Force Protector.
Yeah, this hand looks like it's a little bit starved of an answer to a 4/5.
It's yeah. This 4/5 will most definitely evolve and go face, which is really bad.
can start to take a little bit of damage on it. Look for something more. Levi, gonna come in handy here.
After you take 6 from this thing, oh no. It's just like, he's just sticking damage on it, yeah.
He's like trying
Looks
to
for a
swat
snipe
at
and
it.
finds it. Nice. Still doesn't find D-shift though, unfortunately.
Continuing to throw like points of 1 damage on it like it's gonna.
I think he knows it's evolving. Yeah, he knows this is going phase.
The
Like,
journey continues.
Unbelievable!
big
oh
deal
my
that
gosh.
Levi can trade into it now.
he can just bounce it. Oh no. It's
I
okay,
didn't
Levi
get to
can
see
say that.
Hmm.
That's such a brutal effect. When ancient elves start like cycling each other, that's so brutal.
Mm. If you don't immediately have an answer to like the second one, then you can just lose off of like turns 3, 4, and 5, like playing like 6 drops in effect.
Right. Classic Levi piercing rune. I haven't seen that in a while.
The most ancient like fighting style there is.
It's looking really good for a forest player. If he finds a roach too, he can start threatening a lot of damage with this ancient elf. And nature's.
Saying you dealt with that ancient elf, but here's the original one, the OG. Could evolve it to try to get over some burn damage, but
Ooh,
now
he does.
Fiery Embrace does get
The
over
journey
this.
continues.
Fiery Embrace is a very, very good play over this. If he could finally draw D-shift, he'd be chilling. But, you know. There's also like Forest is actually actively working towards their win condition, and D-shift is still basically doing nothing. He finds a roach. That's the card I just said would be really good.
With the Nature's Guidance too in hand. It's like the opening portions of this hand are now like completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Now that he's drawn everything useful. He does have double White Wolf though, clogging things up. And White Wolf's also not a card that dies as easily to D-shift. They're not gonna play minions. It's for you to kill it on, so.
Yeah. Plays out the Roach, pushes damage, but necessitates using Nature's Guidance up here. Doesn't exactly have a remaining setup in hand to find lethal with that.
Alright. If he could just finally still doesn't find his win condition, finds the one of Ogler before he finds any of his D-shifts. I know the feel, dude. I know the feel.
Burns the card at least.
Just gonna fade so it still doesn't find it. Oh no.
Hurts to
This
watch.
is what'll stop you from playing D-shift right here. It's one of those moments.
You're gonna need to just like slam these Flame Destroyers and the Ogler into a Daria. Like,
This is just honestly, I mean, you know, Jungle Warden has all the time in the world. There's just he actually could have kept that in his hand this whole time. It's probably gonna stick more than likely.
could realistically have passed till turn 10. Like,
Yeah, he
probably
actually
not going to lose anytime soon, just due to the inability of Little Nat for his having here and drawing out his D shift.
he still can't get it. This is
How
actually
far is he?
he's
23
at
cards
6
into
yeah,
his deck.
he's 23 deep. This is actually comical. He's
Okay, 25
Oh
cards
my
into his
God.
deck. At this point, I think this is less of a like attempt to win the game and more of just like a, am I ever going to see that D shift?
He just slaps down destroyers. I think, yeah, he's done. He's done with it.
I'm just gonna
Don't
go for
blame
an
him. I
OTK
don't blame
without
him at
it.
all.
Long now.
He's got to try and win the game. No, honestly, he could even bait out a surrender too. Like, you're at 8 mana, you're playing D shift. He might assume you have combo. It's a tournament though. I think in ladder it might happen, but in tournament it's not gonna happen. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. That is lethal. Like, if he doesn't start killing things, he can't play Wolf.
It can only deal 6 damage, I think. No, it can play like 4 1
Oh,
drops
can he-
into it too. That's not
He can't
7,
roach
though.
for it without an evolve. Can he roach? No.
Can't. Going for it, but it's gonna be one off.
Yeah. Oh, is it one off?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
only 6.
Yeah.
I lost.
So that's a straight up
Whoa.
surrender. Yeah, it's like you can't get past that, I guess. Doesn't try to trade into it.
Doesn't try to play
Oh.
Vist or anything. Okay. Well, alrighty then.
Maybe it feels like playing Vist would just die to anything, which it would. The
Yeah, I mean,
fire
yeah,
chain.
we with perfect information, we know he had fire chain and everything, but without that information, I don't know. You had the bolt next turn, so
Yeah, giving up a turn early there.
I guess
That's
that proves
probably like-
Dimension Shift doesn't need Dimension Shift to win the game.
Yeah.
It just needs a bunch of minions.
Forget this. I'm actually Daria the whole time.
That's
Like
so
a
that makes
snowboard.
that makes Ginger good, right? If that's what
Oh, yeah.
that was a Ginger deck right there. Like they just
Could have
put a
gone to
bunch
turn
of
9 and just slammed everything.
yeah.
Reduce the 0 cost minions in your hand to 0 cost. That's good.
Mother,
Ginger
father,
confirmed good.
son.
You saw it here first.
Right, got that classic White Wolf in the opening hand.
Against Shadow Aggro, though, I don't actually think that White Wolf can survive against Shadow Aggro. It's a very,
Wouldn't
very
say
fast
so
deck.
If you can even get to turn 5 to get a Will of the Forest off and turn your
Oh my
opponent's
gosh.
entire board into skeletons.
He has so many animated cards. I'm so jealous, dude. Like, everything's animated. Been waiting for this. It's a Shadow main that's been waiting in the shadows for Shadow to be really good. Here it is.
I'm so
It's our
jealous of the
time.
Lord.
Yeah, I know, right?
I feel like it's the bronze card with such a like detailed animation on it.
It is. It is. I love it.
And the Bone Chimera's eyes are glowing green. Like that's so sick.
It does have this next turn to stop this down, though.
Let's play.
This is a really good stat line. He has
Yeah,
been his
okay.
animated Shadow Reapers? What? Oh my gosh.
This guy's got the hookup on the Sears globes. Like
Yeah, he knows how to get them already, dude. Sylvan instead of Vist. Ooh. It's gonna
you'll
result.
the board, but... I'd be afraid of anything evolving into it, but
Yeah, probably. Because Rabbit Necro can't evolve into it.
Muriel could clear and could play it next to a Shadow Reaper.
Right. Yeah. Because Lyriel, the evolve Lyriel has to be dealt with, so. This is actually pretty good for him, because the only thing in the hand that can deal with this is the Vist, because he's managed to brick White Wolf Bolt again. So.
We're on that double this life now. Next turn, Crystallia Aaron can turn the second Vist into a 1-cast.
My sword and spells can handle this.
Which is pretty powerful. A 1-mana 2/5 ward is pretty strong. However, the Shadow Aggro player has he has the stuff. He's got the Cerberus into the Phantom Howl. He's doing the stuff.
Got the classic 1-2 stuff.
Yeah.
Want to play?
Aaron hopping over Cerberus
Loose lately?
leaves a 3 health Aaron. She gains +2/+2, right?
Fiddlesticks.
So 3 health Aaron.
Ow!
Doesn't die to... I never remember which one.
Ooh, this
Is
will. Ooh. Yes.
Clears this up a lot more effectively than Aaron would, and Aaron can
Right.
come out on curve with Vist. Just block out the Phantom Owl if it doesn't
Which is
come out.
11 effective health, by the way.
Yeah.
No, it actually 14 because Aaron heals you for 3. Jesus. Jesus, 7 mana for 14 health.
I think I see Aaron now. I think I'm a believer now. Because like you wouldn't really want to play a Fairy Beast here. It'd be a little bit of a waste, but you play Aaron and just got this massive ward body. It's valuable even over the overkill that she'd give.
I think he realizes he's healthy enough going for 8 PM to fill his hand for White Wolf Silverbolt.
You can
I
do
think
the
is the
evolve,
plan here.
and if you hold Aaron, then you get that evolve back next turn.
That's true. Also next turn, yeah, when you enhance. That is true.
Assuming White Wolf doesn't find a way to die.
I don't think White Wolf will find a way to die. Prince Catacomb's a very powerful card. That Bone Chimera now dies for 3 dudes.
Like a certain spider.
Like a certain spider. It's gonna evolve probably. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Nice.
Gives a way
Oh
to
my
kill the
god,
White
look at that
Wolf,
animated evolve.
but... Oh my lord. What is even like the blue glowing thing there? I don't actually know what the card looks
I
like
don't even know.
originally.
Wolf has a way of killing itself now.
Hmm.
Actually, you fill his board completely, so he can't Phantom Howl.
actually, like, I'm finding some players have been cutting Phantom Hell for this exact reason of, like, maybe in the next 10 years these skeletons will be done being cleared and you can actually play Phantom Hell for any damage.
Like, how do you even have the room to play Phantom Hell?
Might as well just win God in this situation, kind of
If
thing.
he had one more card in his hand, he'd actually have set up lethal here, but if he plays the wolf, he's gonna draw into 8 cards, and Bolt won't be lethal. Those skeletons.
Pretty good. But
2-turn lethal here.
it's like the slowest, like, most forest craft lethal. Like 5 undead.
A bunch of fairies
attacks
just poking you down, yeah. Yeah, just does 16 damage with the combo.
Can maybe play Aaron to stall out here, but doesn't really get that much out of it since it doesn't push lethal at all. You'd have to skip this turn effectively to make the double Silver Bolt an actual lethal setup, which you can't do.
He could Silver Bolt, 0 mana Bolt face now for 8, then Aaron Vist, and evolve one of them.
I was about to say, actually, that made me think of, like, the most insane, like, scenario. Imagine, like, Silver Bolting 8 damage, Aaron gives you the evolve point back, then you top deck Jungle Warden on turn 10. Like, that would be the next beyond level of play. Like,
This is a lot of effective health, though. He played 12 effective life and wards, and also healed 3, so this is his game, I think.
Has the shadows to double Phantom Howl, but all it does is, like, clear one of these 2 wards. Can't even do it this turn.
He needed like a Dance of Death or a Squasher, and it just doesn't have them.
Mm.
Popping 1 Howl for 2 less ghosts.
Just slowly trying to puncture through these wards as much as possible. I mean, that takes up all of his resources too. Little Nat 4 needs to top deck something a little bit more versatile,
that
like a
May.
Dance of Death.
Double Bolt's lethal, though.
Could BM Elf Queen there.
What a nice stall. That was a very, very well played stall.
Mhm. It's actually the first time I've seen Vist come so much in handy like that.
Combined with Aaron was like really, really good.
Mhm.
I made Aaron and Vist like it's like you evolved the Vist into a 4/7 also, and it's just like, oh my gosh, dude.
And onto a late game board like that, Fairy Beast wouldn't have given like a situation where you could evolve Vist for more effective health like that.
That was crazy. Like, sure, it lost to Dance of Death, right? But still,
Mhm.
that was crazy.
Did it actually? You could Dance of Death, and you'd still have to deal with the other one. Phantom Hell would have to push through the healing of 3 still.
Dance of Death full board into Phantom Hell, I think. No, because the skeletons. I don't know. The skeletons might have filled your board too hard.
The skeletons were like actively helping like the double Phantom Hell.
Yeah, because
draw.
they're basically just non-rush ghosts, basically, in that turn. So
Like, you can't cut the Cerberus Howl in a deck list like this usually. It's just such a strong option, but
the reach is insane, right? Yeah.
seeing it clash with Prince Catacomb, which you could never take out either. It's like the card that evolved this entire class.
It's like your deck has got too many good cards in it.
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have, I guess. Aggro
There's
Blood versus Aggro Shadow. I don't know. Never seen this matchup before.
Neither, in fact. So this blood list, looking pretty not out of the ordinary. There's no Blood Moons. There's no tech of Velphicor or anything like that, but it does run 2 Dark Air Jammers, looking like the only real addition it's made.
I love that card. Dark Age Armor is so good.
Ugh, it's like
Dark Age Armor was also like a very obvious, like when we were being spoiled the cards, like this card's gonna be great in aggro. Like I think everybody saw that card being added to aggro.
not a single person I ever like saw looked at it and said that it was gonna be bad. Like,
Yeah.
it's like a Floral Fencer on turn 5 that's sometimes like 10 times better.
However,
Infinite.
Catacombs on 2 dudes on curve is that's pretty bonkers too.
Well, not if we're going first to into that kind of curve is like, this causes so many decks to just scoop on the spot.
It's pretty strong. It's a very strong combo.
Mhm.
Mean.
You can only really go face in every situation here, and when you go second, it's really difficult to match up in a race.
Right. It's like, what do you do if you don't trade and he plays another Catacombs? Then it's zombies for the entire game. And if you do trade, when do you ever get the damage to finish the game, right?
Yeah, you push yourself off board by trading into it.
Looks like without it, though, he's still pretty good. Lyriel can kill a little bit here. These Night Hordes are just not fast enough in this situation.
Stats are so spread out here that you don't really have like a good target of removal.
Which is something else that Catacombs does really well. Is he spreads out stats really, really well and hides them behind other bodies too.
Mm-hmm.
Choose to evolve the Lyriel.
Makes Lyriel double clear by herself.
Those are the Night Horde. Interesting. Looks like he's trying to get the most trading potential on board that he can.
Very slowly dismantles these skeletons, just taking them out one at a time.
You got to, man. You got no other way to kill a skeleton, I guess.
It helps set up the board so that you can kind of clear it on top of if a Cerberus were played this turn.
That is true, yeah.
Armor weapons more!
It's going for the face damage, knowing that aggro blood doesn't care about being in vengeance. Phantom Howl has pretty good reach to with an evolve left. Blood.
These
Blood wolves are, you can't play them. You can't play them, dude.
Getting so difficult.
No.
You trade in the Ambling Wraith and the Night Horde could kill the Goblin if the new objective is to just try to keep stable on board as much as you can.
Keeping stable feels so bad too, because if you try to keep stable and he just has Cerberus, then what do? Like,
yeah. A Phantom Howl in hand waiting for the end of this attempt to clear.
It's me, Vania.
looks like he's going for Vanya instead of getting some chip damage while he does this. He might go for a Summon Bloodkin as well.
Now you made me angry.
I doubt that Wolf gets played here.
The Wolf is just completely unplayable at this moment. Not until you've confirmed what that last card is. I don't think either of these Skull Beasts has a
No, they
skeleton
don't.
attachment.
I don't think.
Please
Never mind, he
don't
goes for
pull.
the Wolf. That's
They
for
need to
sure
start
killing a
pushing.
Skull Beast, right? Yeah, definitely.
So, down to 2 health. Wait, no, that's lethal actually. With the Evo point.
Yeah. Phantom Howl.
That Blood
5
Wolf.
plus 2. That Blood Wolf.
Want to play?
Maybe felt an absolute need to clear just in case, like a Cerberus could come down and push some extra damage, but all clearing did was kind of help set up the damage it needed for a Phantom Howl.
Yeah, I think you're right. I chose to play around Cerberus and played into the Howl, I think was the option there.
The Filthy Weeb gonna take it. That Shadowless just kind of stomping over everything that Skaith had remaining.
Yeah, unfortunately for Skaith, I mean, it feels bad when like you're both playing aggro and like you're the one on aggro blood. So like your opponent goes first and you're hurting yourself reacting to the things he's playing, and it's like you're always in this like constant, hurting yourself situation where you're just never catching up, I feel.
Yeah, your class mechanic like helps your opponent race you harder.
Yeah.
There's no like sudden comeback mechanic for aggro blood in Vengeance. Okay, Skaith moving on to face Stoles in losers semis, I think.
Sounds right. What is Stoles on?
Wait, no, this
Stoles is on
losers.
Dragon Shadow Sword. So finally a dragon player.
I remember seeing a lot of Dragon in Swiss yesterday, but this is actually my first time seeing it today.
It's got a 1-of Imperial Dragoon. I don't think I've seen that since the expansion.
Right, I remember, yeah. I was able to see one of Stoles' games yesterday. Imperial Dragoon plus Zell can be some of the... Actually, never mind. That's a Phoenix Roost combo. What am I talking about?
Phoenix Roost combo. Nice. He has the. It seems he has the what's become fairly staple in Ram Dragon. He has triple Zell, triple Grimner, triple Rahab, and triple Sybil. I'm not sure if we'll see only 2 Lightning Blasts, but I'm not sure if we'll see like Ramp Dragons, getting away from those 12 cards for a while. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't think any Ram Dragon player who's like been trying to optimize the deck has like even occurred as like a passing thought to cut any copies of Sybil or Grimnir.
Sybil is so good. She performs so well. Coming down on curve, especially ramping into healing, it's bonkers.
Like, it's probably the most core legendary in the game for its like respective deck it plays in.
Very powerful card.
You can get like the value of a ramp and a heal off of it, and then you don't even care if it survives. It's like it's your opponent's problem to now deal with a 6/7.
I mean, yeah, because if it does, like you heal every turn. Like
you get value off of it, and then your opponent has to trade into it to make you stop getting value off of it. So like even just Dance of Deathing it is still like going pretty hard minus into it.
So we'll see how that goes against Skaith.
Remember, I really like Stolz' Bloodcraft list. It looks like sort of a Sneck combo list that runs an Ariat, just in case you run out of enough Snecks that you need to try to OTK anyway.
Stolz has Dragon Shadow Sword, though. You mean Skaith? Skaith is on Aggro Blood, isn't he?
Yeah, Stolz is... Wait, what have I opened here?
Yeah, Stolz is on...
This is... Okay, Stolz does not have a Bloodcraft deck. I think I opened Onion Shapes. Oops.
Okay.
He's right under him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have my glasses on and all it did was make my eyesight worse.
Yeah, that's what glasses usually do. They make your eyesight worse. Easy mistake. Now, I mean, seeing Onion Sheep play that would be interesting now that you've mentioned it, but...
I think I got to get a glimpse of it yesterday. It was like... the classic appearance of Sneck. Where, like... I've heard it described, the general Sneck turbo combos in Bloodcraft recently, as really strong, but if your opponent has an answer to the first Sneck, you just kind of concede.
Sounds right. Similar to Daria, I think. Well, no, not really. Kind of like a bad Daria, because Daria cycles into more Darias.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just a little bit more consistent since you like draw it into it with a search tutor that can also trade into 2-drops.
Man, Runecraft's win rate in the top 16. 38%. Whew.
Is it still that? Jeez. Like, I was
Shadow's only at 41 though, so I mean, Forest fucking rocking a 75% win rate. Forest is in top 16. That is bonkers.
Sword made a bounce back too. Sword was struggling so much in Swiss yesterday, but having a minimum of a 50% win rate against any other class now.
Yeah, it's rocking 60% total, top 16 right now.
So we're gonna see the Dragoncraft list go into the good old Wolf Bolt here.
Escape on Wolf Bolt? I thought his was just aggro for us. No, his is Bolt. Okay, is it?
I think so.
Okay, Bolt with Jungle Warden. That was confusing me. Okay, yeah. All right, Bolt with Jungle Warden. Got it.
I feel like I've been underestimated. I've seen Jungle Warden and not been impressed, but the one time that I've like noticed like a pretty intense moment for the card is if you like had a 0-cost Silverbolt in hand and no roaches, and on turn 10 you went like Jungle Warden Silverbolt, well, opposite order.
Yeah,
it could be like so much burst damage.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy without roaches. I imagine that Roach could just do more if he had like 1 natures or so. Also, Jungle Warden, double Will of the Force is a very hardcore brick that you don't want happening.
Yeah. The actual experience of having to play a Jungle Warden on curve might be like the most painful thing.
Oh, come on!
So just casually has a 5/5 ward on the board, almost like Rahab just evolved itself.
Killing the Ancient so he can't bounce it to get more value. And Rahab is chilling.
Survives the double Sylvan Justice, so gonna have to evo a fairy into it.
Not too bad. You don't really care. You're like, what bolt is your win condition here? So
So here's that classic Sybil. I'm not gonna really regenerate any health as no damage has been taken yet, but still good to play a body with ramp.
Be gone.
looks like he's gonna evolve over it to play around Will, probably.
Yeah, survives with 1 health. Jungle Warden not exactly able to trade into it either. Evolving into the
In fact,
exact same stat
nothing
line.
kills this symbol.
Like Hamza
kill
kills
it.
this and that's it.
He has to play the fairy into Roach and evolve the Roach to kill the Sybil,
Yeah.
which feels terrible, man.
It's painful to watch. Like that's such a commitment of resources, but Sybil already did her job. Already playing on 8 play points now.
All must come to an end.
And as Skaith is forced to use these resources, it only really like empties out his hand. These Wills of the Forest like can barely even really clear out of our Hob. No.
Looks like he opts to drop cards instead, though. The Rob could have been pretty good. It's
Glimmering
breaking
Wings,
really hard. Nature's Guidance fast, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense with this kind of brick.
I was about to say Glimmering Wings and no easy way to activate it outside of giving
There
up
he
an
goes.
interest
He
in
finds
it.
some cards. Sylvan Justice at least castable. Ancient Elf pretty good too. Really wants to find that wolf though, obviously.
Could Grimnir here, with almost no repercussion. Playing Israfel would demand another massive answer as well. Really, you could just like play anything. Lucifer as well and just kind of go one into the other. Force Skaith to keep having answers.
Right. Lucifer would threaten a lot of damage if he's stuck on board, so
Alright. It's a 7 damage Will of the Forest in hand. So Israfel would be the one card to survive over that. That would force like Will of the Forest and Roach, or another Evo point.
I can easily see Grimnir just coming down this turn though.
Mm.
Oh, goes for Is for feel.
It's like going for that line of play with the most, I'm gonna play this, and I'm just gonna wait for you to try to answer it. And even if you do, I'm just gonna slam Lucifer, like...
Yeah. Lucifer can't evolve now though, so.
Mm.
That's a pretty big minion though, and I mean it swings for 12 if there's no ward on board, so. Will the Forest into Roach to go for the clear?
Mm. Losing a second Roach and the last Evo point as well.
Just barely has to evolve too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna evolve a fairy instead. Alright, so keeping the Roach,
Alright.
keeping the Roach. I like it.
This ends here. I'm so sparkly.
I might actually, with this sort of hand setup, go into a situation where Skaith is actually going to be playing out his Jungle Wardens. Either to
He
trade
will,
it
I
for
think he
the-
will, yeah. He's getting there.
A lot of options on how to play out this hand here. Could search for something a little bit more aggressive to play out next turn with Draconic Fervor, or otherwise could just continue to put on as much pressure as possible. Play out like a
It's
Lucifer.
actually,
or-
every single card in the Dragon Player's hand either heals him directly or indirectly through healing or ward.
Yeah, it all makes it really obnoxious to try to even just get like a traditional Roach combo off.
Just drops the Lucifer. I like it. Big body. Can be willed though. Alright, drops the Unica too.
So Will now dealing 7 damage. Probably not going to be able to take Lucifer out. 2 Roaches in hand. Going face does absolutely nothing.
He's getting to the point where, I mean, if he draws some natures, he's got double Jungle Warden and, you know, double Roaches with an Ancient Elf. If he gets some natures at any point, he does have to use 1 Roach here defensively, but his Wardens 2 turns from now can start poking.
Unjust.
Mhm.
And they don't die to Grimnir, because he's a they're both 4/5s. So
And having now maybe to deal with just a slammed Israfil off the top. Out of Wolves of the Forest, the Roach isn't set up to be able to take Israfil out.
yeah, unfortunately, this Froze was a very powerful top deck there. Has no cycling whatsoever. I think Ancient Elf is just going to be his play this turn.
This is one like glaring example of a little bit of the flaw of comparing Jungle Warden to Albert, and that the difference between turn 9 and turn 10, like, even if it's just like one play point difference, it's like such a massive amount of time to give an opponent to play with like another 10 play points. But the fact that there's
Right.
still 4/5s in hand is so painful to watch.
Goes to the Roach again, just getting the poke damage in. Israfil will clean it up on attack. Draws
point,
Lucifer.
Grimnir does clear this up, allows Israfil to push 2 damage without taking any damage in return. Like a global first strike of 2.
Right. Interesting that he could have chosen to heal for,
Whose fate is thus?
could have gone to 18 with Draconic Fervor Sybil. I guess he wanted to wipe it also. Wipe the Roach as well. Double Jungle Warden, here we go.
It like almost sets up lethal, but we know the Lucifer is gonna, well, alongside Lucifer and
Ooh,
Rahab,
Psycho
Draconic
Lucifer.
is like any possible like combination of cards here pushes back over the lethal range.
Swing it.
As soon as Israfil's able to hit face, this is just kind of over.
Glory.
Too much healing. Can't do much. The Enhance also didn't trigger Vist. Ends up being less.
Just noticed that it didn't.
Yeah.
Is that
It's intended. Yeah, definitely.
okay?
Enhances don't work like that.
Very unfortunate in this situation where a second or a third ward on board could have been a lot more useful.
Even going face here with the Warden, it's like you have nothing in your hand to end the game, even if there's no healing that happens this turn, but he could just heal for 6, so. And get the full clear. You do lose your Israfil in that situation though, so you may not want to go for it. I'm not sure. I don't know what goes through Dragon's players' heads in these situations. I never know what a Dragon player thinks right now.
Frankly, I don't either. It's like, if there's supposed to be some kind of lethal setup, I suppose you could like burn twice with a Ouroboros, but that seems so slow to me. No way to push 4 damage for a top deck like Grimnir to really push lethal.
Well, you can't Ouroboros here ever because you've seen Jungle Warden, so a third Jungle Warden is not that weird.
Bluest water.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this made a lot of sense to me. It's okay.
Pushes over basically any kind of lethal range, unless like Skaith were to have a Roach and Nature's Guidance still in hand.
Right.
That would be even like a 4th Roach. I feel like 3 have been played this game.
But you know, obviously, would have remembered that the Roaches have been thrown in.
Come to an end.
These Vists, unfortunately, are still just full cost. They are wards though, so that's good.
Inferior Rahabs. Feels bad.
No evolves less. The Zell's a dead draw. Lucifer into Zell is a pretty good turn.
I feel like playing Ouroboros makes a bit of sense as well.
We're kind of at the point of, you know, Ramp Dragon's game where they can play anything, I think,
Yeah.
and be
Lucifer
fine.
pushes out of range of basically any lethal within the next really long while. Noticing Skaith is like not drawn a wolf this entire game.
Yeah, he hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't gotten the wolf at all. Lucifer slapped down. Goes to 14 life. Oh, never mind. Okay,
Speaking of wolf, not exactly like the comeback wolf.
it's
of Skaith's
actually
streak there.
It's not great because you can't kill Lucifer.
Yeah.
Fist finally costing 1 though, so that's good.
At 16 health, you would need 8 cards in hand, and letting this wolf die would just put you at 6. So 12 damage, and Lucifer himself is actually like the only thing in the way. Wait, no, never mind.
It's just
no,
lethal
it's
with breath.
second wolf.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
he
so
couldn't
hard
kill the
about
Lucifer.
escape to come back.
Like trying hard for the Forest players, like, oh, never, it's just over, never mind.
I think of, like, even if this wolf dies, and let's assume your opponent just skips their battle phase for something like never attacks, then like, is there actually a way to win the game on an accidental end turn?
He had to keep cards in his hand for Silver to have more damage, but playing out that Vist would have helped him survive.
Mm-hmm.
Double-edged sword kind of situation.
Yeah. And losing that damage with a Lucifer that's only becoming harder to actually deal with. Vist stat block just like not working on it.
Unfortunate. The Jungle Wardens almost had enough pressure to end, but having to trade your roaches into like Estherfills and stuff was just yikes.
Mm-hmm. Trying to play the game out as like a grinder versus Dragoncraft just looked pretty impossible.
Yeah, they healed way too much. There's no way.
Probably inflicted a total of like 35 damage face that game.
Oh yeah, he definitely. I think he overkilled. Like, he probably killed him twice, at least 2.5 times.
But with that, back to the bracket, that would mean Skaith.
They still have a game left, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw the disconnect out of it, and I was like, wait, I feel like that was a
No,
pretty
that was-
short loser.
Yeah, that was just Richie. Yeah, it's a full best of 5. Yeah, losers finals. Yeah, best of 5.
Hmm.
Costing a Shadow Reaper. Ooh. Interesting.
Tossing a Shadow Reaper when you have a 1-drop.
When you're going
Actually,
first.
something
That's
nice to see.
okay.
Drawing another 2-drop here could create a really clean curve, or at least within the next 2 draws. You'd go 1-2, turn 3, 2-drop, 1-drop, and then turn 4 Overthrust.
Right.
Into an
Ooh, oh my
opponent
gosh.
who's running all of
Wow.
nothing.
In the forest land. Okay, at least he can take care of the 2/2. But he's getting what you just said, so.
Right. I just kind of slipped that on top of his deck. This is such a brutal thing to have to play into. Only a Sylvan Justice to deal with it.
The Orthrus cleans the fairy up for free. He's actually keeping the fairy, nice.
In that situation, I actually think playing the Shadow Reaper could have been even more brutal than the Orthrus. This pushes so much damage. Into a Cerberus as well.
I imagine the logic there would be Shadow Reaper can die to a May or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Will of the Forest even, maybe. Wait, no, on 4. Never mind.
Yeah, well, the forest on 4. Solid
Both
plays.
Like, both options are just so powerful into this. Cerberus swings over it and pushes another 4 face and gives you 4 burn damage.
I'm fairly certain Cerberus setup is the play here. Like, you lose another turn of Shadow Reaper, obviously, but you keep the Cerberus on board. And you also get Coco Mimi in hand, so...
Down to 6 health. A Will of the Forest does clear this up, just barely.
However, if he has Phantom Howl through Will of the Forest, then it's over.
That's like the quickest scoop I've ever seen. A kind of curve like this against an opponent who bricked.
If he gets the Phantom... No justice if he top decks this. No justice. Even Lesser Mummy. He's already killed 2. Okay, alright. There's justice. That's still pretty
Just-
strong, though, because he can play that along with all of his minions.
Gonna need a second Will of the Forest to deal with this at all, and then still, that would leave the 2 skeletons up. You'd have to evolve into one.
It's evolving to dodge Will of the Forest here, it looks like. Even though it wouldn't, actually.
Yeah, when dodging Angelic Barrage, it looks like.
I guess, yeah.
It won't be long now. Get out of my sight.
Aaron, pretty solid. Effective health here.
Would make Dance of Death so brutal, but this does put on more effective health than a Fairy Beast would heal for, actually. takes out a lot as well. Actually, this Aaron puts
Aaron
in
is-
so
is
much work here.
thick. Yes, it's a very thick Aaron. I think the Shadow Reaper has to kill itself on it.
Mhm. Throwing away the one-cost Keen Enchantment Dog. I never know which one is which. Okay, Coco is the buff.
Yeah, Mimi is the face. Gives you enemy damage versus enemy damage left, and then you're buffing right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's play.
I'd almost say that just playing another Aaron would make perfect sense here. It goes for a Tia for a bit more
You'll never get
clear.
I guess he's gonna go for the double clear. This effectively seals the game out, though. Yeah, this is okay. All right. That Aaron. Oh my gosh.
I think Fairy Beast would have been just as good in that situation, but Aaron able to just hold her own, like even being as strong as such a like classically powerful card. Really happy to see her able to like work out like this actually.
Right? I was so excited for her. Like when they spoiled her.
I was afraid people would just play Fairy Beasts and that it'd just be a strictly better card most of the time, but
It also seems like we haven't seen. Do these lists have Dance with Death? Let me check these lists. If they have Dance with Death or not.
I feel like
'Cause
they
I haven't
gotta
seen a
run Dance
single
of
one.
Death. Does not run Dance of Death. On its 5, it's just 3 Cerberus and 2 Wind Gods. So
Yeah,
those
no one's
Aarons,
playing it.
you gotta
Like-
push through them.
That makes the effective health, like when she evolves into 8 health. That's crazy.
Prepare for defeat.
So if you actually end up having to grind out versus aggro, Aaron's so good because you can play out your early hand and actually commit your resources as much as you need to. And Aaron doesn't really get any worse due to it.
Right. Not to mention the extremely versatile enhance, on 8. 2 more mana than normal, which is like really weird. We've seen like only enhance cards that were like, 2 mana and then like 30 enhance. Like,
Yeah.
or like I think Albert was the biggest jump, like from 5 to, or the smallest jump, sorry, from 5 to 4, right? And Aaron just like a small little bump up, and you
2
get some more
turns
stuff.
later.
But
You got like Grimnir now too. It's like enhance is like a limit break kind of feature.
yeah, well, the Grimnir, it's like he enhances into like Omni Slash combo.
Regulatory effect.
Aggro blood against aggro shadow again. Getting a pretty good blood curve though. This is looking really, really good actually for blood.
Especially like being able to overtake the opponent's curve going second is so brutal. Since just the difference of being able to evolve first.
Right. Vite also really good. It's good against a lot of things, but against aggro especially. No, he does have a 2/2 set on the board, so it's not amazing, but
It makes this Prince Catacomb actually really difficult to play. You do actually get punished in the health by Urias.
you
don't really get a spectacular trade
Also,
out.
Bone Chimera. Bone Chimera is even more.
Mhm.
What are you hiding inside?
Could go for it instead anyway.
Figures if he doesn't push forward now, when's he going to?
Exactly. Yeah, you are playing aggro at the end of the day. You do have to do it.
It's so brutal though to get like falling behind. It's like he needs to like evolve there to take tempo back, but
I think it's
First.
basically over actually with this Lyrial and double Urias. Oh no. Oh no.
what a disaster.
Lyrial kills them both. Oh, he's not going for it. Okay.
This trade
Maybe he's gonna
is-
evolve Blood Wolf face. Yeah. Okay. That's
10
really
health.
aggressive. That's very, very aggressive.
You die if if Stoles plays Phantom
Oh
House,
my gosh.
he
he's gone.
literally
If he
dies.
if he Phantom House, it's over. He kills himself with Phantom House. Jeez, Urias doing work there.
Mm. I've actually never even like it hasn't even I've not considered it how much work Urias puts in versus the way Aggro Shadow plays now.
You make so many skeletons, dude. Spoopy skeletons. Like
There's no
every
like,
minion is effectively 2 minions. So
yeah, and there's no like 3 attack minion that really easily gets that hit in on Urias. There's no 3 damage burn early on. Like if he gets played, you have to deal with that. You just
like
eat
that
that
young
damage.
zombie party, I guess, if it becomes popular. Or
I actually
Soul's
really
3
like
mana.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Aggro could definitely use Zombie Party.
I think I could too, yeah.
In that game specifically. Maybe that's just bias from like me watching that, but that was like a you have a zombie party or you just like concede.
I mean, even then he had 2 of them, so. Oh my god, I thought it was triple Orthrus.
Me too. They have similar color schemes, but ugh. I would have vomited a little bit if I saw that.
This is infinitely better for player 1 though, so.
Yeah.
Just kidding. If a 2-drop is top decked, I think it'll probably be over actually.
Yeah, that goes straight from like a really difficult.
Oh my god.
That went from so bad to amazing in 2 draws.
That went from instant loss to I win automatically very fast. Wind God is very very interesting though to see in this. I don't think I've seen too many Wind Gods in Aggro Shadow.
Mm-hmm. Forever ago, I know some people played Wind God alongside Bone Chimera, but usually as like a when you don't have Cerberus because you just don't have the piles to craft her, and that's like a way to play the deck on a budget.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, I mean, it makes sense when you have all these infinite skeletons in, because like you said earlier, like your skeletons block your Phantom Howl from working, but like Wind God actually like adds a Phantom Howl onto the board basically.
Yeah.
You know, for that turn. So pretty powerful. This Lyriel would be so good if he could evolve, but he can't.
Trading into all of this is so painful, but does turn that Shadow Reaper into something to be trifled with.
Orthrus?
If Orthrus hits Shadow Reaper...
Orthrus?
Oh!
Always had it. Oh my god.
Fun
dude,
stories to tell
no.
friends. Oh,
Please.
game winning. That Orthrus coming in like a surgeon.
That's the game. That is gonna be a game-winning Orthrus.
You
I can call it.
Don't recover from that. You can't just play Wind God now and just pretend like that didn't just happen.
Did he just slowly walk up an Orthrus?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That Wind God looking brutal. Just like want that card to be anything else, like Cerberus or like Skulldog or something. Like be anything else.
Like, and the +2 attack went on to the Prince Catacomb, who still has the effect of the skeleton on himself. Like, that was a targeted Orthrus right there.
Cool. Oh no.
Maybe this is a little bit of an argument of why Orthrus should not be targeted, even though actually she wouldn't be able to hit Shadow Reaper.
Exactly, yeah. She's actually strictly better in that situation because she killed the Shadow Reaper.
Turns out she's better when she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, let her take care of it. His hand is looking absolutely brutal. Wind God does something, but...
Your opponent's got board, you're evolving face, you're at like half health, you got a Wind God in hand. Opponent has like a Cerberus set up, a Phantom Howl and everything. It's like, what do you really do to get out of this situation?
He doesn't know about the Wind God, or he doesn't know about the Phantom Howl, but he knows about the Preserver setup, so...
You can close his eyes and pretend maybe.
All is bound by wind.
But I feel like... That's definitely it. Can't even clear the other skeleton. And Phantom Howl and Cerberus pieces push like at 12 total damage, I think.
Under Cerberus. Oh yeah, Phantom Howl is just lethal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that Orthrus.
Oh. That Orthrus left a bad taste in my mouth, like...
Fun stories to tell friends.
I say with a hint of like a little bit of sarcasm, but I'm like, oh yeah, the Orthrus is gonna hit the 1 out of 3 here and win the game. And she hits the 1 out of 3 and wins the
Classic,
game.
dude.
Like, eyes widened, like, never mind.
Monka S. It was a 33% though. I think bigger odds or smaller odds have been hit before in card games, so...
I'm sure someone's got like a 1 in 5 story to tell about Orthrus now, but...
He saw the lines, he took the play.
Yeah,
Classic
put his
story.
soul on the ground. Ask Ludwig. So
Unfortunate though, that is gonna knock him out, so...
That'd be so tilting to just get knocked out of a tournament in that fashion.
I know somebody who would disenchant their entire collection if that happened to them, so... Somebody.
Oh, poor guy. I think he's sick of those jokes to speak about
He's
person.
never gonna get over it, dude.
That would mean Stoles... Was Stoles actually the one who lost that one? I think Stoles was the
Yeah.
perspective one.
So Grand
Okay.
Finals is now Filthy Weeb, who's not old Filthy Weeb, versus Skaith. So
Okay, 2 new names. Good to see.
Skaith's not a new name actually.
Oh.
Skaith has been in top 16 before. I think twice, 2 or 3 times before.
Okay.
So not a new name, but first time in grand finals, yeah. So we have, let's see, just refresh this real quick. Forest Shadow Blood on Scathe versus yeah. So Forest and Shadow, like, I don't know. A lot of people have been like really quick to say, Forest is dead. Don't play Forest. Grand finals right here. Both people playing Forest. Both people playing Shadow also, and then Rune and Blood being where they differentiate. But interesting. I mean, Forest is rocking almost an 80% win rate in top 16 right now. That's gotta mean something, dude.
Yeah, it's like multiple archetypes too. Filthy Weed playing the aggro list we saw earlier. If I open the right one this time. Just adjust my glasses again.
Right, and then there's different kinds with, like, you know, the we've seen twice now, the Aaron Vist combo closing out a game with bolts in there also. Aaron Vist actually against aggro being a win condition, kind of, which is kind of weird. You look at those two cards and it's like, how do these don't end the game, right? But against aggro, they really do actually end the game. So
that's such a strong turn 7. Like, it's relevant in how early it comes out.
If you're not holding Dance of Death, which none of these decks are playing, then it's over. It's OV.
Yeah. I wonder what's with the sudden cutting of Dance of Death. I still see it in a lot of lists. In fact, Scathe, I think.
Does he? Does Scathe have it?
Actually, no, not Scathe, but who's?
I don't think our grand finalists are playing Dance of Death.
Yeah. Oh my god! Like, who's shadow listed over there?
But I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I was looking at like the adjacent players shadow list.
Oh,
like,
never mind.
Oh, he does.
I'm wrong.
Stoles
Scathe has it in shadow.
It was Stoles that had cut it for the Wind Gods.
Right.
Aside from that, looking like Dance of Death being played as a 2 of in a lot of decks still. I can see it. Sometimes we just don't have an answer for Sybil.
Sybil or Soul Squasher also handles it if Sybil evolves too. Mostly Shadow decks rocking at least 2 Soul Squashers.
Yeah, you have those shadows to work with her now that you have like Mr. Skeletons.
Like thousands of skeletons.
You can basically tech in like a Deathly Tyrant with as many shadows as possible.
Prince Catacomb skills it alone.
Everyone has been talking about how Minty's gonna give you a Tyrant, but it's actually Prince Catacomb who builds up like 1 billion shadows per game.
Who needs free shadows when you have infinite shadows, right? Filthy Weeb snuck into the room, got a free win from somewhere.
Already de-shifted a victory out, like played it before the match started.
It's aggro shadow to a win out. So I'll hop into this soon, I guess, but
maybe some contemplation on what they want to open with.
Right. Escape is the one coming from losers bracket, so if Filthy Weeb wins the 3 of 5, he wins. If Scathe wins, the bracket resets and he has to do it again. So Scathe the underdog here. And before Shadow Aggro open.
The Shadow Mirror.
Shadow Mirror.
Perhaps like one of the most frustrating experiences as we saw a second ago.
Yeah, definitely. Never mind. Okay, Rune into Forest. So that's D-shift. Yeah, D-shift and Bolt.
I feel like this is probably the matchup that Filthy we would have wanted the most.
Ooh, that Rune. Oh no.
This Daria? Like...
This is Daria. Destroyer Daria. Okay, I think it's a little bit. It's a little bit. I mean, Magic Missile's a spell, right? Wow, that Roach going for the Ancient Elf.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have done that too. But
Double magic. That is
so
a dead
easily
Roach.
punished. expecting D-shift of all classes to maybe not have an answer to the Roach. Maybe some early
Angelic Snipe and Magic Missile. I don't know. I think that was a pretty cocky Roach, personally.
Wouldn't you want to hold Roach in this matchup? Like,
I think you would, yeah. See, there's Angelic Snipe too. You can actually get rid of this this Ancient Elf with Angelic Snipe and Magic Missile. Going into Levi Piercing Rune next turn would be pretty powerful. Those face with it instead. Interesting. Very interesting. Wait. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 3. I'm dumb.
I was trying to work it out in my head. It's like, yeah, that sounds right. But how does he actually?
That didn't happen. No one heard that.
Yeah,
you didn't correct me, so I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was like,
is that a wind blast?
For a second.
That would need to be a wind
so
blast. No one heard that. No one heard that. Either way, can't evolve and Levi is coming down this turn, so. Richie, stop it.
I'm just a mage who's as old as dirt.
So could you even just push the Levi into the Ancient Elf and just play out an animated enchanted library here?
Animated enchant. It's important to note. Animated enchanted library.
Life's fate is that.
I really like the flavor text on it. It's like, please keep quiet. It disturbs the books if you make noise.
Ooh, he goes for a Piercing Rune instead.
Could easily be feeling like he's already got the setup. Has a Crimson Sorcery, a Fate's Hand, doesn't need more spells to spell boost with its stat.
Right, true. He has combo.
You're done for. Guide me, Elder Tree.
I'm all tuckered
EPM clearing up Levi. Fireball killing that 4-1 feels so bad, but he goes for it immediately. Okay.
Yeah.
Negative magic.
I'm just a mage.
A hand that begs to have like a Magic Missile or something. Enchanted Library comes down.
It won't be long now.
Looks so nice next to Levi.
It's just like back in the old days.
Looks like such an intelligent board.
On 5, could set up Tia if you wanted to here.
Even like
Hey, let's play.
evoing the fairy to save some health on Tia makes a lot of sense to me.
It does, yeah, actually.
You'll never get near
Putting Eve at 2 health when you just saw him put a fireball in his hand is kind of weird, but it looks like he's gonna go for it anyway. I guess not wanting to pop that last evolve.
Yeah. Could feel like there's no Roach in hand. Still need to find them to work with the Nature's Guidance. Maybe gonna need that evolve.
Yeah.
Try to find 6 damage some other way. Like non-evolving a Roach, and then like if you make it to turn 10, or like turn 9 a Silver Bolt. But if you do make it to turn 10, then that Jungle Warden can push for like half the opponent's health.
Those Fate's hands just lined up so beautifully though. Oh my gosh. They're cantripping into each other. Oh no.
Here's
Into the Magic Missile. Nice,
So-
nice top deck. That was beautiful. He will burn a card now though, thanks to Library, so unless he plays out the Flame Destroyer.
does not seem worth it with a hand that has
Yeah,
combo.
no. Doesn't seem worth it.
Don't worry, I'll just like draw another one next turn. Jungle Warden.
He has Fate's Hand into Destroyer, into Ogler, into Shift, but it's not quite enough without 2 shifts to kill. If he can get this Destroyer low enough.
Could conjure Golem and evolve it and play the Piercing Rune for 2 spell boosts and a clear.
I think at
And
that
dumps
point
out
you
of
play
it.
Ogler instead though.
Yeah, probably. Would use up the evolve to like maybe dump out the hand a little bit to draw a little bit more, so you can get some more spell boosts. But coming so close to combo now.
It's so close. It's ridiculously close.
Inside only speeding things up. Definitely gonna be lethal in like
This ends
the following turn.
I think he's going for that Piercing Rune play you just said. Has to be. Yep.
Ow!
He unfortunately won't have a way to punch through Aaron though now that he has no Wind Blasts or anything. Fire Chain just drawn, not really doing anything.
4 mana, 1 damage.
You're an intruder.
This Evo comes out through, he could use it immediately. Has 2 to spare.
Ends here.
6-8, that's gonna eat 2 hits from Flame Destroyer.
Yeah, it's so important that Flame Destroyer can't punch through that.
Another situation in which Aaron is actually looking a bit more impressive than a Fairy Beast would be in this exact same situation.
Ward is a pretty good keyword to have
Yeah.
in a lot of situations. Doesn't have a Fiery Embrace, Wind Blast, or anything. So
Can't even combo here, you can't commit that to this.
you
Because it's
can't at all. No. The Fire Chain's probably like 4. It's like 4 or 5 now. Oh, he's de-shifting.
Is there something that we're not seeing here?
He's going for double destroyers, I think.
You can play double destroyers and Ogler.
What's the Fire
golem
Chain
pushes-
at?
The golem pushes like 2.
Oh, he has
Flame
lethal. He has
Destroyer
de-shift
hits. Okay.
again. Just throw it. No, he
Yeah.
throws in both destroyers because they won't die to Aaron. And then de-shifts for. Oh wait, no, he doesn't have 10.
Can't de-shift again.
No, he
Yeah,
can't
that's-
de-shift again. Oh no, did he miss it? What is this Fire Chain at? Oh no. Oh no, wait. No.
That's not it.
Oh
That is
no!
That's absolutely not it. Okay.
100%
So
not
let
it,
me-
yeah.
let me work out what we're hearing here. So let's say instead of playing
Yeah,
the
we're
full
getting
class destroyer,
Richie over here. It's like, oh yeah, it's lethal, easy.
did he have lethal Richie if he kaleidoscoped the 2?
I don't know, I can't remember if he floated 2 on the turn he ended turn or not. I don't know, I don't remember.
He ended turn with 0 left.
Oh, did
He
he?
played a 4-cost Flame Destroyer for sure.
Yeah, he had 0 left, yeah. He couldn't have
So you're
played.
telling me, like, if he didn't play Flame Destroyer and Kaleidoed the Golem instead, then I think what we'd be looking at is he punches the Aaron to death with his 1 Flame Destroyer and the Golem. Then he can
Yeah.
de-shift on mana and not have lethal.
And then not
didn't
have
float
lethal,
2.
exactly, yeah,
Alright.
I think. Either
I'm
way,
pretty certain about that, but
that doesn't matter now. We have to talk about what's happening now. So, Tia probably happening this turn. Finds Will
searching
of the
for...
Forest. It's not enough to do anything, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, these destroyers aren't that bad. Is that enough? I with an evolve on the fairy?
That was
It would have
6. That
been
doesn't-
9.
They're both it.
Nah.
Is he just? I think that was like a pray for it to kill one of them kind of Will of the Forest.
Whoa. Okay. Well, I mean,
It worked.
boys are pretty beefy. Yeah. It was 13 health on board, and the along with the Will evolving fairy was only 9, so 4 health was guaranteed to live, which was a 7/4 golem. Either way you work that out, it was a 7/4 golem, unless you pray bless RNG and hit every single one. No, still a 4 health golem.
Yeah.
You can't kill them both ever.
I
That
guess
was
even just seeing that maybe Tia clearing 1 wouldn't have saved like any situation there.
I guess, yeah. Possibly.
So-
Yeah, I guess it was just over no matter what, right?
hmm Past the combo just didn't have enough health to actually stabilize over just being attacked.
Whew. I don't now, dude. Richie has me second guessing that he actually missed lethal or not, like because he went for it so confidently.
I
don't
don't
know if-
think so.
I don't think he missed it though.
I'm like 100%
think-
sure that like the second Flame Destroyer was 4 and he had
Yeah.
4 mana left.
Because they have each other's lists. He knows that he's playing Bolt. Like he knows that. So
The forest is angry.
I don't think he felt pressured by it, by the wolf coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Either way.
Just confidently went for a non-lethal play, thinking,
Yeah.
like, I gotta do this now.
I don't need lethal. Who needs lethal? It sucks.
This is my tempo D-shift deck. Oof, if that Water Fairy were swapped with the May in that position, this could be such a brutal, like, first 3 turns.
I'm here, everyone.
It's really nice tempo forest thing with Sulwins and stuff. So
I love this deck list so much, also. I went on, like, the biggest spree with, like, a similar build, and, like, I really came to love all these cards. Especially with how they perform versus...
I haven't seen Sulwins in so long, dude.
Yeah.
Like a very long time.
I feel like Solvins has been buffed just with a new graphical edition of the Enhance on the number.
Yeah. Ancient Elf doing what she does best and being unclearable.
Mm-hmm. 2 Soul Injustices in hand, but did go
Trail of
second
Light.
here.
This is pretty good. Sylvan Justice, he has double Sylvan Justice next turn, right? But Liza stops that completely, so...
Could
Water Frame
all
May
in
Liza.
May.
Yeah, I think you will. Oh, okay, he doesn't play May, actually.
I can see it. The one potential top deck to watch out for when you're going first and going into turn 5 is if you top deck a Beetle Warrior, then you can play the May out for a little bit of tempo, like one smack onto something.
Ah, that's right, yeah, true.
My sword and spells can handle this. Life's fate is thus.
This, my boy, gets Dance of Death. Alright, there we go. So somebody, he does, I think this is one of the only lists that's actually playing Dance of Death.
Guide me, Elder Tree.
CPM trades directly over it, pushes another 3-face, which is tough damage to stomach versus Agroforest, because any top deck, like even a Cynthia, could be so brutal out here.
Pull the forest completely clears. Now that Linus has let her guard down there.
Magic.
Mm.
You're an intruder.
And Aaron with no heal, just plays it for the ward, just on curve body.
Raging Etten +1 health, looks like.
Raging Etten with +1 health.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than,
Nice.
like, imagine Jungle Ward in this situation, like,
Power creep baby rage.
yeah. Probably had to do something there. Would have been, like, a really nice turn to draw into, like, another offensive option, like my boy Beetle Warrior. Though I haven't seen drawn once this tournament.
It won't be
Counter
long
Aaron
now.
with Aaron. Exact stats to really cleanly trade over herself.
I'm loving all the Aaron we see in this top 16.
I really hope that this isn't like a pre-stabilization thing, and people don't go back to Fairy Beast, because I really love Aaron as a card. She's so
Yeah.
healthy for the game and for Forest's gameplay.
Dance of Death. Here we go.
Hello, just wait a minute. Producer here, Ignis SV. Bye. Because you wanted it in 10 minutes from now.
Feels good, man. Richie, the man of the people.
Solid. Solid. Can't
So
call him a
Selwyn's
liar now.
Yeah. So Selwyn's command about to be enhanceable. Like,
Which enhanceable means you get the you still get the bird, and you also get a 0-cost Selwyn, which bounces 3 or less.
if that
Yeah.
bounces Ancient Elf, that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Actually plays out the Roach again.
That's interesting. May has been in his hand the entire game, and I think she might actually be played, but you can't enhance Selwyn and play May in the same turn, unfortunately, so.
It's gonna be actually a little bit difficult to play, or you have to clear this board. Ancient Elf
Well,
especially.
I mean, not now. He has the Beetle Warrior, so.
Playing anything that ends up surviving this board with 4 or more attack plays right into this White Wolf.
That's true, yeah, as well. I was gonna say, you know, double fairy into Tia.
Oh yeah, actually that's insane. Tia Beetle Warrior.
Yeah, but you also
Could
give the
treat
wolf
two.
way to kill itself.
You'll never get near the princess.
He actually didn't play the other 0-cost fairy, so he doesn't plan to play the beetle here.
Yeah.
Life's
He was
fate
going
is
for the
thus.
May instead.
The May into bouncing is Tia, more than likely, I think. Nope, never mind, okay.
Probably has his eye on the Nature's Guidance thinking, 13 health and a Nevo point, not too far out of range if any fairies stick and get some chip damage in, but pretty hard to make Tia untradeable for the White Wolf with an Evo point left there as well. But
Yeah,
doesn't
that's true.
hurt.
Actually didn't go for wolf, interesting. I guess he just wants the full clear here.
Knows the opponent's deck is Aggro Forest, can't wolf into the Eve just to get like Cynthia out of nowhere.
Yeah, true. That is true.
Knows
Selwyn's
the
pretty good here,
Selwyn.
though. Lands him a 0-cost Selwyn, which can be combined with that Roach next turn with that 0-cost Fairy, which is pretty strong.
I'm thinking he has a lot of damage in hand right now as well. You go like Fairy, Roach, Nature's Guidance, like Roach Beetle, and Selwyn's are all storm damage. I'm not sure how much it's going to put up, depending on what he draws.
It might be. I think it's better to go for the because like the bird doesn't kill a wolf either. So
You won't escape.
and you get the young 0-cost Selwyn
Yeah.
who could bounce an ancient elf later.
Selwyn and Roach and Beetle Warrior in hand being active off of 0-cost cards throws down so much damage next turn. Could easily be a lethal setup.
If he doesn't set up this Tia,
I think anyone in their right mind would be setting up Tia right
yeah, I
now.
think you definitely do. Yeah, he does. Okay.
Helps deal with this board a lot. Not like Selwyn really cleanly gets over this without evolving. Actually, that evolve could even just do it.
You're nothing to one who's
Play
best
Selwyn
at
on anything,
gods.
evolve him. And then the 0-cost Fairy. Beetle Warrior Roach will be 4 damage. Bounce it, 6 damage. That's gonna be lethal, I think.
With the Beetle Warrior, yeah.
It's
God, Selwyn's evolved art is so cool. You like never see this.
Yeah. Someone's evolve art like really pushes over the fact like this used to be a mobile game. Like he looks like a mobile game character.
Yeah.
Let's play.
So Beetle Warrior pushing 3. Roach, like in its worst case scenario, pushing 10 single-handedly.
Oh, come on!
Elfchild May gonna give him the option to not even attack with the Beetle Warrior.
Roach, a pretty good card it turns out. Oh no.
Hmm. A card we've all gotten used to seeing and one that we're probably gonna still be used to for a really long time. But finishes that out quite easily. Doesn't look like Skaith was able to get any kind of wolf set off that game.
Right.
If there was a time for it, it was crashing into Eve, but that was just so risky.
It seems like these wolves just I don't think I've seen a wolf yet come down and like do its job. Yet.
Hmm. We've seen like a wolf die, but it didn't even lead up into a very good setup for Silver Bolts.
Yeah. No, wait, I saw
Like
it
that.
once. I saw it once after an Aaron led into a wolf combo.
Alright. That flavor text we just saw in Stolen Life was so MTG-esque. Like,
Yeah.
Come on. Time for me to prove myself.
Ooh.
fairy circles and an ancient elf. Going first.
This
So
could be the
these-
last game though, so Filthy Weeb from Wondrous Bracket just has to close this out, so. True underdog story here for Scathe.
Very relevant goblin draw.
That was, yeah,
Is
that was
that-
really good.
Very disastrous ancient elf otherwise.
Soul Justice on Goblin, I don't know if...
Let's
Yeah, when you have Ancient Elf, I don't know if you go for it.
let's play.
Says to anyway. Doesn't want to use up the Sylvan, knowing that there's more important things to hit. But
I like the
still
Lyrial here. Yeah, weaken the Ancient Elf, it's really good strong.
such an awkward first few turns and drawing no options that make this any easier to play out.
Three forwards are pretty good. Has to throw his whole board in if he plays Angel, or just play the Prince Catacomb. That's pretty good, I've heard. Very, very good top deck right there.
Next to the Ancient Elf, even if it survives this turn, is facing down a pretty massive board that it's not going to hold out against long.
I think he has to trade though, because he can't risk another Catacombs. The Ancient Elf isn't gonna, because he can evolve first, so Ancient Elf is gonna die to basically anything.
Still such a brutal Shadow Reaper if he were to draw a second 2-drop to play it alongside.
Orthrus is
Otherwise-
pretty good here. Double
Oh.
Shadow. Never mind. That's pretty good.
That's
pretty good.
nauseatingly good.
Oh my gosh. It's going into Will though, so I think he... it's only a 4 damage Will. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Only a 4 damage Will. I don't think you're scared.
That's decisive right there. Like,
You can overtrade here a little bit, and yeah. You can kill a lot of spoopy skeletons here.
that's
Oh boy.
2 4/4s, an evo point left over, like 2 evo points left over for them, an Orthrus that can buff them. Like,
Life's fate is thus.
this is
You might actually go
so
face with the goblin. No, okay, it's gonna buff. Alright.
converts the goblin into +2/+2. Like,
Oh my
ugh.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Two
Can't
an 8/8 stealth minion on for 2 mana.
You can't trade into the skeleton. You like the skeleton dying adds more damage than it does like on the board.
Yeah, it effectively doubles its attack, yeah. Oh my god, that double Shadow Reaper. That was,
I was about to say, like,
disgusting.
I'm like sitting here like, okay, if he draws another 2-drop, this one Shadow Reaper is really strong, and then I see him draw another Shadow Reaper, just like Monka Mega.
I think he was looking for like an ancient elf or something. Doesn't find anything useful. Oh no.
Trying for like anything in his grandpa's deck to actually like get him out of this situation. Like,
If he evolves the fairy into the skeleton, Orthrus is gonna be brutal. Oh no.
that's like, okay,
It's almost lethal
Orthrus.
alone. These things
That's
almost kill him on their
14
own. That's 100. The
damage.
game is over. That's 100%. The game is over.
You can't come back from this. Like,
Orthrus ends the game. That is so brutal. Those Shadow Reapers. Oh my gosh. He's gonna put to 6 life.
casual
going into
2-drop
6 mana.
7/7.
Oh no.
These are flame destroyers at this point. Like,
What's that for?
This is like Death Shadow in MTG. Like Death Shadow aggro. Your 1-drop turning into a 7/7. Oh my.
they're looking like Tarmogoyfs to me now. Like,
Oh my gosh. Erin's gonna try. She's gonna try. She evolves
Aaron can kill
over.
one.
Yeah, she evolves over one of them.
No, wait, you
Orthrus
still
kills it
die.
though.
Yeah, because Orthrus kills it, pushes one attack into the other Shadow Reaper, and making this trade pushes another one attack, so you're still like eating 9 damage. That's a 9/9/2/2 finishing the game. Like,
Yeah, that's over. Yeah.
Stop.
Orthrus
Good.
dying ends it alone.
Lord.
Ow. Oh
Filthy.
my gosh, those Shadow Reapers.
So, this game brought to you by the power of Prince Catacomb making a board stick for so long that 2 Shadow Reapers can just kind of completely pop off there.
He
Lord.
curved. He found
Almighty.
he found the curve. He found the curve, dude. That was a good game. He found the curve, dude. Oh my gosh.
That was like, ugh, aggro Shadow, formidable, and looking a little invincible in that one. How do you respond to an opener like that?
That was a disgusting display of what Shadow can do if it draws right. That's
Takes the tournament in the most brutal fashion.
I think that was probably the most decisive win I've ever seen casting. Like that was there's nothing anybody can do against 2 7/7s. Like on what was it, 5 mana, I think? Oh my gosh, dude.
How do you even cast that? I think it's like we're both just quietly wide-eyed being like, okay, well that was completely insane. Like,
Oh my gosh, dude.
so with that said, you know, Shadow looking pretty strong in Tempest of the Gods, looking pretty consistent. All you have to do is play out like some of the stronger minions that the class has gotten over the past few expansions and can pop off. in
So that means
such-
we have a good top 16 stat then, right?
Yeah, for sure. I know Shadow has just busted through top 16. We saw a little bit of Dragon, but
Shadow actually, I mean, it's still out of 22 games has a 41% win rate.
huh.
Shadow. Yeah, okay. Richie's gonna put it on screen. So, and Force is still by far the biggest contender for Shoot. Scroll up just a little bit so you can see. Yeah, well, not that much, but okay. Just a little bit back down before. Yeah.
Is Calibrator Richie here?
Just get the
Producer a
Haven
little
in the
offset.
picture. If people care about Haven still, I promise. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah,
Everyone's
you
in
can
the
see that
picture
Force still
now.
got that 75% win rate. So, I mean, this is top 16 now, so obviously, like Swiss is different, but well, 71 actually, but still, like, bonkers, dude.
Dominant class for sure, yeah. Swordcraft.
It's
also
really weird to see. It's weird to see Shadow pop off like that. Like go like double Flame Destroyers turn 5. What's up, dog? And then have 41% win rate.
I saw
Like
Forestcraft struggling a lot too. Maybe I'm just like used to seeing Forestcraft losing because it lost to itself a lot as well.
yeah. Well, I think you was like watching the Bolt decks, like not get Bolt, and then
Yeah.
not be able to play Wolf or anything. Also interesting, we only have 3 factions above a 50% win rate, and the ones that are ridiculously above it. Forest and Sword, Dragon hitting about the median, and everybody else is below it.
Yeah, probably slightly on part due to Swordcraft is also like an incomplete class right now. So what people have been playing might be the most effective, but a lot of people building around like their expectations of what top 16 could have been like. So classes that were safe like Sword and Forest and had really easily optimized builds, making it really solidly through the tournament and through the top 16. Whereas maybe Shadow, like we saw it pop off in maybe the most insane and terrifying way. But like what terrifies me most is the thing that list is not optimized. Like people
It also
still
could have just been the most popular. I think it was played 22 games. Yeah, it was the most popular. It's 22 times. It had the highest variance. Poor Haven though, man. Poor Haven.
Haven was doing so well. It was top 3 in Swiss and just makes it to top 16 and just flat out gets
Swiss is so
trampled.
weird because Forest is like, Forest is the lowest win rate in Swiss. But then once you get to top 16 where, players have had more time to play with Aaron, play with, they've had longer experience with like Roach combos and stuff, that's where you start seeing Forest win rate like skyrocket, I guess. But
I'm so happy that like every Forestcraft deck almost in top 16 had like one to
Aaron.
one copy of Aaron. Yeah.
Aaron fifth, yeah. She's a cool card for sure, definitely.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, I just realized we're actually able to see the matchup pictures, which were broken.
Oh, that's pretty
for a long
cool.
time.
Yeah, the matchup pictures.
Yeah, as I see, chat was a little bit confused earlier that the filthy weeb that has championed out this tournament is not Wes. That is not his name. Goes by
It's not the old 50 weave.
Epic's Aura being his apparent name.
Richie trying to set up an interview with them, I think, at the moment, the 2 grand finalists at the moment, so.
You're gonna get some insight on how these players have brought forward these decks that still are in the midst of being refined.
Get some insight on what it feels like to get double 7/7'd on 5 mana.
Oh boy. I can only imagine if that was me, like, eating that and coming in for an interview, I'd just be like...
Richie, hey, Epic's something. Can you get in the call?
It's Epic's Aura, come on.
Oh my god, it's Epic's Aura, Richie, come on. If I can remember, yes you can, Richie. If I can, you can.
I can't remember this. Please.
Oh.
I like read it once, and I remember it, come on.
I don't
It's
know.
only the grand finalist's name.
I know, right? Like it's only the grand finalist.
Yeah,
like,
but help me find the Discord name for him too, because I can't find him in there either.
it's probably Epic's Aura.
It's not.
Noton.
Well,
LES.
Is
Sorry.
it Noton? Oh, it's.
Yeah, it's
Oh
Noton.
my god, he had 3 different names. Come on.
And all of them are listed for you.
Whatever.
Richie, I can't even with you sometimes.
Much love, no hate.
Oh my god.
Oh, did I mute him? Oh no, I didn't mute him. Okay. Hey there, Noton.
Hey, what's up?
Congratulations on hitting your grand finals as being champion.
Thanks.
Yeah, we just wanted to bring you in here and see if you'd be willing to like do a quick interview, because like it was a really interesting tournament in a lot of ways, in that we got like, I mean, an entire expansion of cards and whatnot to kind of see how they work out when like most people didn't really have that much time to play with new stuff before making deck lists. So like if there's any like particular insight you have about like maybe class choices, like why you brought Forest, Shadow, Rune, or like anything in particular that you really liked about the decks that you brought, then like we'd be really happy to hear that kind of stuff.
Alright, I didn't put too much thought into what I brought. I brought D-Shift because it's fun to play, and I figured the dragon would be everywhere, so that seemed like a good idea. Forest is my favorite class, so decided to run a tempo build because Beetle Warrior is insane. And Shadow is probably the best deck in the game. I don't know if Dragon's better. I can't afford it, so just went with Forest or Shadow.
Yeah, managed to save a budget of like 50,000 vials.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
Shadow
one
worked
thing-
out for you though. Do you know what the you actually know what the Forest win rate was in top 16? The Forest win rate was 75% or 71%, I think, at the very end. So
Yeah, it was working out really well. And also, I really like your Forest craft list. I feel like a lot of players brought Forest building like Wolf Bolt and the like, but yours was the only one that was playing the build that I'm actually personally most terrified of like aggro Forest with the 3 play point Beetle Albert. Is there any reason you wanted to like play this like as your favorite class, play this build of it? And also, like, was there any reasoning behind the 1 Crystalia Aaron, which we were really happy to see?
Let's see. The main reason for the build is because I think Lisa is my favorite card, so I just wanted to run 3 copies of that. The... whatever the heck that 6-drop is, I can't remember her name. I just ran that because it seemed like fun. I did not have a good reason for running that card.
Alright. Feels good. I mean, I think she worked out anyway. Even just like having a high statted minion and like a pretty tempo deck feels good. But I feel it with the Lisa. Lisa, like, how do you feel about how she worked out in the tournament? Because there were a lot of turns where we just saw her kind of go crazy and just smash some matchups.
Yeah, she definitely saved me in winners and grands. I think she's an amazing card versus Dragoncraft as well. I actually didn't run into many dragons at all this tournament, which I'm grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's great in this meta.
Right.
I think there actually were a few games that you won literally off of Liza.
Oh yeah, most definitely. That card is... I think that card is broken. Not roach broken, but pretty crazy.
I remember like at the like advent of the expansion, like the one thing that a lot of people were most terrified of involved Lisa, in that like it's possible with your deck list really easily, running like 3 copies of each card. But sometimes you go second, and you get to evolve an Elven Princess Mage. The turn after that, you get to play the fairies into Beetle Warrior into Lisa. Like, definitely a really strong choice of cards here for the earliest curve.
Yeah, I've
Also, was there...
I wasn't saying anything important. Go on.
Oh no, everything you say is important, my friend. But one thing I wanted to mention, we never saw you draw her, but I also noticed there's 1 copy of Sukuna Brave and Small in here. Did you feel like this card was like working out well for you? In the times that you did draw it, enough to bring it?
No. I just was too lazy to cut it.
Feels good, man.
I really wanted to test it, and it didn't underperform, but it was whelming. I'd probably rather have like Glimmering Wings, some sort of card draw, maybe Fairy Whisper.
I'm noticing that with the copy of Fina you have, it was like the 1 copy of Sukuna could be drawn a little bit more often than not. But I have heard a lot of very mixed opinions about how she works out.
Yeah, she's interesting. I mean, sometimes it's a 2-mana 6/6. That's good, but I don't think I have enough Fairy generation to really justify running that and Double Tia and Roaches and whatever else.
And one other thing is that last game, dude. The oh my god.
What did that feel like to play those Shadow Reapers like that? That's
you're
gonna shower after this tournament, right? That was so dirty.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say exactly that. In fact.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're like, no one man should have all that power.
That was
like,
disgusting. That was.
In the meanwhile, once again, congratulations. We're also trying to get Scythe to come in here and give him an interview, but while he's setting up his mic, there is something I'd like to talk about while I'm at it and while I'm setting this up right now. Several things, actually. Alright, here it is. So, we are doing a Maturino donation again. This time we're going for Shadowverse Team Invitational Tournaments. That's happening on April 22nd. We want to try to get this donation to at least 2,000, which is quite a lot, but you know, we have a coupon code that can help with that. The purpose of this tournament is to recognize the establishment of future teams that are existing currently in the competitive scene right now. Currently, who's in it is Excelsior Gaming, Counterpoint, Virtuoso, Mana Surge, Crimson Fencers, Team Conqueror, which is a Korean team. I believe there's one more, VBE, but something Brazil something. Yeah, I can't remember their acronyms unfortunately, but VBE is the other one that's in here. We're trying to find 2 more teams for this upcoming tournament, but if we don't find any more, I mean, we can settle for 6 and do groups. The maximum is 8. Again, if you want to help donate, all you have to do is click the donate button, and over at the top, you type in Shadow 4. There's a $sign that goes in here, and you click the donate, it actually automatically goes in there. You don't have to pay anything, it's just completely free, because Maturino is supporting this. However, it can only go up to 200, and then the rest of it, well, the teams who are involved in this will have to help advertise and try to get this goal completed to close to 2,000. Again, this should be a hype team tournament, which is displayed on April 22nd. And it runs until end of May for the grand finals, which is May 27th. So hopefully you guys are interested in supporting this tournament. There's obviously we have a stretch goal, but you know, we'll probably add more to it if there's more hype going towards it. If you have a team that's interested in joining this, please let me know, and we'll try to organize in some way. Aside from that, another thing is our website. So for those of you who haven't been on here, we have our own website to start up pretty much to advertise all the tournament. All of them will be listed here eventually, including with NGE and other tournaments that we find, and you can find all the info here and the stream that's related to it. Another 2 is articles. We are recruiting writers. If you are interested in making some post or write up an article, anything competitive related, just PM me or Vanilli in Discord, and just let us know if you want to write something. Alongside with that, another tutorial for this place is Dex. It's also another place where you can find the past top 16 tournaments, things like that. So hopefully you guys can utilize this site, and we'll continue to improve on it.
Support cannon.
Support cannon.
I vomit a little bit in my mouth.
What?
Gee, I think you do. Support cannon with 1 Otahime. I'm not even gonna. I'm just.
Pretty good.
I'm not even gonna.
That 3 damage blast on turn 6.
I'm not even gonna, dude. You know what? Actually, Richie. You know what? You know what's really good against support cannon?
What?
Aegis.
Aegis?
Lethal.
Aegis.
Why do you have lethal?
Because they have a minion on board, but it takes no damage from your support.
Actually,
cannon.
I was gonna put
Can you hear me?
Luminous next in because someone pointed out something with that card, and I'm actually gonna put that in after I update that. But yes,
Richie,
I put in
stop, Skype is
Latham.
here.
Hello.
Richie, please.
I have Latham.
Richie.
Richie, no one cares. Skype is here. The guy who actually made it this far in the tournament.
But Latham though, like he's a 4/3 cannon.
No one even
support.
says Latham.
Richie. Lee, I can say Latham. Stop it.
I pronounce it Latham. Oh God,
Okay.
you all the haters.
So I need to figure out how to hear you then.
Oh, we can barely hear you. Hey, Skyth. We can hear you.
I think he said that he can't hear us. So he's gonna try to figure out his audio as we
Alright.
talk about you having Latham in here.
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounced him?
Latham.
I don't know, man. Kind of looking like a 4-3 Jenna without rush or an effect here.
I mean,
kind of looking like a desert
he's-
rider.
I mean, he's also part of the replacement for Gawain.
Oh yeah, Gawain.
You know, I gotta build what I had to do. It works sometimes.
It works, he says.
Sometimes.
A.
It's a fun deck. Leave me alone. Y'all no fun.
I think what that one person, or what some people have pointed out about what Gawain can add to support cannon, it's like if you turn 4 evolve Gawain.
Okay, let's try now. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, so we're good to go.
Alright,
Well,
dude.
first of all, congratulations on going second. Also, your revenge match didn't go too well either, but aside from that, second's not too bad, right?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear. I had the stream open.
Oh.
Can you repeat?
I said
Yeah.
second is not too bad, right?
No, it's
You don't.
not. Especially when I couldn't bring the decks I wanted to. I didn't want to play the Blood deck. I wanted to play either Serpent Blood or Control Sword, but I didn't open the cards for them from the Tempest pack, so I had to put a third deck together, and I just went with the Aggro Blood. So yeah, I'm happy that I finished at second with my current lineup.
Okay.
Very cool. So I actually really like a lot of the choices you made in your decks. One in particular that I really was fond of was your Forestcraft deck, running 3 Crystalia Errands in it, alongside an Elf Queen. I really liked how these ended up looking like they worked out for you. Is there a reason why, like, you particularly chose to add them?
Well, I used to run what was it? Fairy Beast? Yeah, Fairy Beast instead. But then I figured that Erin is better in my option, because it basically gives you 9 health, 6 from the taunt and 3 straight heal. And in late game, it has an evolution point, so it's a kind of a rush minion at turn 8. So I very much liked it because of that. And well, Elf Queen is just an awesome minion overall. It usually healed me back to full health even if I was below 10.
It looked like the list worked out really well. The last game kind of worked out a little bit, unfortunately, it looked like. Must not have been the most enjoyable experience to watch those Shadow Reapers kind of reach the levels that they did, but we noticed actually, like, one of the coolest games that happened out with your Bloodcraft deck was you got 2 Uriuses out, and your opponent had like a setup for Prince Catacomb, and you just started pinging him in punishment for the skeletons, like 2 damage at a time. He had a Phantom Howl in hand that if he had played, he would just have died from half health due to the Uriuses. So how do you feel about Aggro Shadow in general after bringing it? Do you think that it like worked out really well for you?
Well, I have been playing Aggro Shadow since last February. I played in the last meta and I play now. I think it's a very good deck. It was good deck in the last meta and it's even better right now. The Prince Catacombs were an awesome addition to the deck, and overall I think the Wind Gods aren't a good choice. They are too slow. But overall I think the deck is very strong, like we saw. But yeah, I think it's a tier 1 deck and worth bringing to the tournaments and play on the ladder.
That aside, just in general, like, congratulations on making it to second. Do you think you like picked up anything from this tournament you learned that you might like change next time you were to play? Because it is like a first time Tempest of the Gods experience for everyone.
Well, at least I know that I need to tweak my forest deck a bit. I'll cut the third bolt, because there was multiple games in Swiss when I drew 2 bolts in early turns, and that really screwed up my hand. I need to add some more early game to the build, and well, I'm gonna scrap the Bloodcraft deck as soon as I get cards for a deck that I actually want to play. But I think my Shadowcraft deck is currently, well, it's basically the deck, the build that I wanna play. I don't know anything that I would like to change from it.
Well, it seems at least like you're able to see a pretty good amount of success with it. Probably I know a lot of people are really looking forward to being able to build more expensive Bloodcraft decks because it just looks like a lot of fun. If you were to build like some kind of control variant with snakes and the like, a lot of very fun cards to play around with. That aside, congratulations. If anyone else has any questions.
No, dude, you killed it. That was great.
Alright, drop the mic. Thanks very much for playing, Scythe. I hope you had a fun time with the tournament.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thanks
once
for
again,
the
man.
tournament. Yeah. Bye.
Alright, peace, man.
Right, that's about it. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. So, for those watching, thank you so much for hanging out. We also have next generation of esports tournament happening this coming Tuesday. If you do not have that link, I will be providing it in the chat for some of you guys who are interested in joining that one. They are providing free flare and free, well, first place gets free emblem. Or is it the other way around? I'm not sure. In any case, it's also a competition where if you are first place, you are invited to go to a $10,000 championship, essentially for the first season. Followed by, if you're second, third, and fourth, you get seeds and seeded points. Kind of similar to what we're doing. So, if you guys are interested in joining that one, there will be a link provided for it. Any comments, MV or Mofu?
I enjoyed this tournament a lot. I like seeing how the game has been shaking up.